morning, everyone. I'll do a few domestics before we begin broadcasting, as it's grandly called. Just to say that my name's Neil Stewart, and I'll be chairing today's events. We're not expecting a fire drill, so if the fire alarm goes off, follow the little green men signs outside and assemble at the front door. If you have a mobile phone, those of us on the platform have to switch them off, but for the rest of you, there is a hashtag and you can tweet and exercise social media to your heart's content. There are people watching from all around the country. Oh, there are, yes, definitely, and I know who they both are. So the way that these kind of online broadcasts work is that all of you have had the links and things, and of course you'll have circulated to them to friends and family and colleagues. In practice, relatively small numbers actually watch the on-demand. We had people watching from Austria in the Danube Valley yesterday and up and down the country. But it's the later on-demand when we circulate it and other people circulate it. So after this event, you'll get access to the complete file of yesterday's transactions and today's. They'll be edited into patches. Rather than send it all to everybody, because nobody will watch all of it, we suggest that you pick the bits you think are most interesting and circulate them to colleagues, and it's free for people to use them. Those of you that are academics from the Open University, the Open University has a license to our archive, which includes 11,000 videos and podcasts of public policy. As I was saying to Ian, going all the way back to Tony Blair's period, we was one of the first people that moved into this narrow casting area for specialist audiences. So enjoy your day. Forget about the cameras, but if you want to know where they are, there's one up there above your head for the stage. There's one over there, and there's another one right up the top. I think Ian from the select committees and others will be quite used to that. Welcome to today's programme. My name's Neil Stewart, and I'm going to be chairing today's events and trying to move things forward. Our subject today is the relationship between business and higher education. Yesterday we had a higher education studio that looked particularly at the issues of business schools and how they relate directly to business and how they teach business. And some of those subjects will come up again in these programmes. But today's aim is to have a wider discussion about the relationship between business and the world of work and higher education. And some parameters. When I talk about higher education, I'm not just talking about universities. 11%, is it still, of degrees are taught in further education colleges. Probably over 200 further education colleges teach degrees at some level, but at the top end, some of them are teaching thousands of students. We have new alternative providers in the market, and people are looking at different ways of delivering higher education. When we planned this programme, we were looking at a period of change, the Higher Education Bill. That was what was on everybody's lips. Well, the Higher Education Bill is still there, and a significant force for change is coming down. But of course, since we wrote the programme for this, we've had Brexit and the nervous breakdown that some people have experienced. But thirdly, there is the apprenticeship levy, which many people in higher education didn't really feel applied to them. And in fact, Universities UK had a special launch along with at London South Bank to try and help waken the university sector up to the implications of the apprentice levy, because it's about a fundamental change in the relationships between education and the world of work, and universities are not excluded from it. And lastly, the big question of what will students do? And we've had this extraordinary period where fees have gone up and up, and the students have remained the most loyal buyers, no matter what the cost. The social imperative to get a degree, to go to university, has managed to overcome all other anxieties. up to date, and whether we'll begin to see any change in the behaviour and choices of students. That may be one of the big factors. And we did hear from Sarah Hardcastle yesterday, from Carrington Crisp, about how what students value is changing. And it was career, career, career. They were interested and they brought their values to college, but they were interested in the outcome. And will there be a tipping point on that? When we talk about higher education and business, there's one bit I want to rule out for today. I'm not going to invite extensive discussions about research or the ref or big science. Today's the day I think that the Crick Centre is opening in London. University's relationship with big business and big science is actually on a very healthy footing. The work going right back to Lord Sainsbury, you know, I think people recognise that. But I want to try and look at, in these programmes, the relationship between higher education and businesses at small and medium level, what kind of research is relevant in localities and regions and business clusters, how knowledge transfer is done and how near market it can be as opposed to pure research, how are universities trying to make students work ready, if I can use that kind of terminology, and how do you overcome the cultural divisions? The referendum on Europe was extraordinary because halfway through it, Michael Gove dismissed experts, and suddenly university academics found themselves being treated like businessmen and bankers, where you're simply given a category. If you're a businessman or a banker, you're not to be trusted. Suddenly, if you're an expert, you're not to be trusted. And I've had lots of conversations with very puzzled people over the summer as to how that could possibly have happened. So welcome to the world of business and bankers. And hopefully we'll hear later today about some of these cultural issues that business is concerned about. So that was what we were hoping to map out. And as with our previous programme, I wanted to start off not with a university point of view, but with an outsider's point of view. So I'm very pleased that Ian Wright, MP, who's the chair of Business Innovation and Skills Select Committee, has agreed to join us. We've had this extraordinary 5 years, or 4 years, since tuition fees went up to 9,000. If you listen to David Willits's slight notes of regret about how little change has come with the extra money, some of his gentle disappointments about lack of diversity or innovation, these seem to me to be the slightly understated concerns that are actually more prevalent amongst business and the political class. So to quote Burns, it's always interesting to see ourselves as others see us. So I'd like to invite Ian to open this programme with his perspective on higher education and business.
Thank you, Neil. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I also extend my welcome to what I think is a really important agenda. Neil was talking about feeling untrustworthy, feeling that you're classed as an outsider, as a pariah. Welcome to my life as an MP, I think that's safe to say. Neil's given me 12 minutes, and trying to get an MP to speak for just 12 minutes is an ambitious task. But I, in that time, want to touch upon 5 broad areas for discussion, if I may. I want to answer the exam question first in terms of those drivers for change in the UK, but then I want to expand and push on what the government is doing through its HE reforms in those 5 points. In terms of drivers for change, I think it's very clear that we are going through a huge range of arguably unprecedented change in the sector. There's growing competition globally, there's technology, there's innovation. From a national point of view, it's very clear that higher skills, the knowledge economy, will ensure that that is the route to greater productivity improvements and ultimately rising living standards. The government's white paper is called Success in a Knowledge Economy. That gives you a very clear clue as to where that's going. From a HE institution point of view, there's a lot of challenges. People will need to recruit talent in terms of staff and in terms of students, but they are facing enormous pressures in terms of those well-established models, particularly in the context of Brexit, with regards to two key areas. First is about research funding, and the government has committed to look and plug that gap. I think that's going to be very interesting as to whether that happens, and in Parliament we need to scrutinise that closely. I think of more concern is many institutions are very reliant upon international students models, and the rhetoric, both from when Theresa May was Home Secretary, in terms of visa requirements, but also in terms of what has been said even just yesterday following the cabinet meeting at Chequers about Brexit meaning Brexit and very clear restrictions on migration, I think should give cause for concern when it comes to HE. And from the student point of view, and Neil touched upon this, students can now be very discerning, and I hate this word in this context, but I think it's probably applicable, customers. What am I going to get for my substantial investment into my education? What, as Neil said, career, what premium am I going to get out of that? And we'll want very clear information in choosing the course and institution that they want, and also in terms of how they can assess that. So the world is changing. The world is changing fast, and we need to have an HE model that really reflects that to ensure that we can have prosperity on a national as well as on an individual basis. But that brings me on to my second point, which is I find it absolutely fascinating that if we think that the model of catering to a system where students at the age of 18 go to a full-time 3-year degree is somehow out of date, actually that's still what we have. We still have, despite the remarkable diversity in the HE model, a very clear, almost homogeneous path. Full-time students now constitute a higher proportion of students in higher education than ever before, about 3/4 of all students. That's up from about 60% a decade ago. And 87% of those are studying for a first degree. Under 25s make up 3/4 of all undergraduates. That model hasn't changed much in generations. But what is particularly striking, and I think extremely alarming, is the marked decline in part-time study. Now, we can debate the reasons for that. I don't think we've got time now. You can talk about the decision by the Labour government in 2008-9 to remove for students the funding that's equivalent of a lower qualification study, the trebling of tuition fees by the coalition government. These will all play a part. But what is striking and what's very clear is that since 2010, there's been a decline of about 40% in the numbers of students studying part-time. I think this is a very dear concern for our national offer. If the world of work in the future is going to be that we will change careers, that people will have to upskill, retrain, move from one career path to another, the education system, and particularly higher education system, needs to be attuned to that. And I don't think we have that. If economic success in the 21st century is going to be about flexibility, about resilience, and about adaptability, we need to move to that. And I think that decline in part-time students needs to be addressed in much more of an urgent and comprehensive way than the government has so far suggested. Now, talking of the government, let me mention the government's reforms. Now, there are a number of things in the white paper and in the bill. Massive changes to the regulatory regime in terms of the Office for Students, teaching excellence framework, and social mobility and widening participation. I just want to focus in my contribution on one thing which I find absolutely fascinating, which is new universities, alternative providers. I think these are really interesting. I don't think there should be an objection in principle to the idea of new alternative providers. Now, I can understand some nervousness amongst existing providers. They will see some challenge. They will see maybe inroads into their market share. But historically, expansion of the HE sector, whether it's in the 1820s and 30s, whether it's in terms of the new universities in the 1960s, including the Open University, that's created an enviable, diverse system here in the UK. It's provided quality, it's provided choice that is the envy of the world. And what is to stop such expansion now doing the same thing, especially in the light of the need for part-time study and the need to incorporate greater technology and innovation into our HE offer? That's the government's rationale. But I'm really interested in what sort of new providers will be set up. And I really want to sort of mention 3 elements of this if I can. The government hasn't really articulated its vision about what the new providers will look like. That's up to the market to decide. Now, will businesses set up new universities? Will you have an AstraZeneca university? Now, what would be the reason for this? What's the rationale? Well, it can be enhancing their brand, their reputation. It can provide the workforce for the future. And in some cases, it provides that logical strategic fit in terms of their current and aspirational business objectives. Pearson is an obvious example of this. It isn't much of a leap to think that the company will want to offer degrees of their own. That makes sense. But I do think it's questionable about whether other companies will want to do this. Will they really want to embark upon becoming a new university when actually greater collaboration and partnership with an existing and valued institution can give them much the same ends for much less risk and cost? So what about start from scratch universities? Somebody just setting up out of the blue with no real track record in terms of delivery, quality, or in terms of reputation. The government's reforms propose that awarding degree powers should be given to those new universities instantly, virtually straight away, with no track record in education. Now, put yourself in the position of a student, investing tens of thousands of pounds of potential debt, going to a university with no track record. Why would you do that? Why would you run the risk? And why would Britain run the risk of undermining our world-class reputation in HE to do that? I can't see many universities just springing up from scratch. Now, there may be opportunities, and there may be in terms of looking at technology, innovation, distance learning, there may be niches. But I think international experience and indeed our own experience has suggested that start from scratch universities can end in tears. And I think take-up will be small. Now, there may be other parts of civic society that will want to do things. They could be charities, they could be trade unions, growing upon their respective in terms of union learn and things like that. But I do think that take-up is going to be minimal. I think, and one of the things that I don't think has had much coverage is that where I think there will be alternative providers and new universities in the UK is that foreign universities will come and be awarded degree powers here. I think it's very easy to envisage the likes of Harvard, MIT, Princeton or McGill coming here and establishing what could be a foreign takeover of the HE sector. Now, how HEIs adapt and react to this, I don't think, in my opinion, has been fully thought through. But I think that needs to be considered a real threat to the current situation with regards to HE and new providers. Now, when the government has been encouraging markets deciding alternative providers and new universities, I find it astonishing that they've neglected to really prioritise one obvious way in which that could be provided. And this is my fourth point, and that's the importance of collaboration between HE and FE. Now, I know John might want to say a few words later on, but this is such an obvious, established and innovative part of our education landscape that I can't believe the government doesn't want to emphasise this. There is a disconnect between further and higher education. There's no real synthesis in announcements coming from government. So Neil mentioned about the apprenticeship levy. That seems to stand in very much isolation from what's going on in terms of the reforms when it comes to HE. I think we face a crisis of skills in this country, But I think it's a crisis of technical education rather than changing and having to move higher education. The government talks of degree-level apprenticeships, but recognition and take-up of these qualifications are woefully low. Only 4% of apprenticeship starts are at higher levels. Now that might change, and the machinery of government with the new Prime Minister might help that, placing further and higher education in that single education ministry. But I'm sceptical of these things. After all, the old Department of Biz had HE and FE together, and there really was that massive disconnect. And I do worry that in a single education ministry, HE and certainly FE will miss out in respect of funding allocation and in terms of ministers' priorities when it comes to schools and perhaps early years. Now, again, Neil mentioned this, but when you have a sector that's already providing 10% of higher education in this country, that's a massive driver of local economic prosperity and in terms of social mobility, I don't know why the government doesn't encourage greater collaboration through its HE reforms in respect of partnering with FE. And the fifth and final point I want to mention is actually what I should have been addressing all the way along, which is that link up between HE and business. There's great instances, great case studies of individual collaborations between institutions and companies. I'm very much interested in manufacturing, and over half of manufacturers have worked with research institutions because they recognise there's huge benefits. They get access to skilled graduates, they get access to talent, they get access to new ideas, and there's that infusion of innovation which is vital for future economic success. So I can see why that happens. However, I do think, and I really want to get your views on this, colleagues, that there's a disconnect as well between our great research institutions, our great HE sector in general, and how that links in to commercialisation and economic growth. We are arguably second in the world when it comes to HE, but we're not the second biggest economic power. That's rather flippant, but I just wonder how else can we be smarter at collaborating between HE and business in order to make sure that that comparative advantage in HE translates directly into economic success. And I just want to finish on this point. There's been a myriad of different reviews announced by government over the years. If you're a new minister, you want to announce something, and you want to announce a new review. So what we've had in respect of the analysis of business and university collaborations, we've had the Wilson Review in 2012, we had the Lambert Review in 2013, we had the Whitty Review in the same year, we had the Dowling Review from last year. My own predecessor committee looked at HE and business. And I think this is a wider point regarding government, not necessarily just confined to HE. Government needs to stop tinkering. Government needs to stop announcing things. The initiative-itis that pervades Whitehall can actually be damaging. I think there needs to be an agreed approach, and of course it will need adapting, but there needs to be an agreed approach, and actually that just needs to be delivered and executed. A period of stability is essential in many aspects of public policy, and I think this is one of them, which is why I think in terms of mentioning yet another review, the Nurse Review, and the change to research institutions and the risk that that might give to Innovate UK, which has been a great way in bridging the gap between research and commercialising that research into economic success, that's been put under threat. There are big changes going on, ladies and gentlemen. We are facing real change. But I do think in terms of many of the government's reforms, the new government is missing a trick in respect of a lot of things that could be doing in order to make sure that that gap between HE and business can be fully brought together and the real potential can be fully realised. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next contribution is from Gordon Mackenzie, who is the Chief Executive of Guild HE. I'm always fascinated to read through the list of the memberships and the colleges that are in Guild HE, because some of them, and I think I asked you if the Royal Agricultural University as it is now, which is one of my great examples of an institution that stays close to its market, has its own programme on Radio 4 at 5:45 every morning, which I think most universities would like, but is clearly involved, entangled with its business community in a way that is often talked about, but not much exercised. He was the Deputy Director for Higher Education Strategy at BIS, so how much he's responsible for the current prosperity that universities have enjoyed, even though they don't always see it that way, I don't know. He must have some share in in our gratitude for some of that. But I'm looking forward to hearing your comments on business and higher education and the dilemmas that we're wrestling with. Gordon.
Thank goodness I've got long legs, eh? Right then. Yes. Actually, listening to Ian and about what I'm responsible for, I was, in one sentence, I was responsible both for giving advice on the Labour government's changes to equivalent and level qualifications in 2007, and responsible for some of the advice around the tripling of tuition fees for the Lib Dem and Conservative coalition government. So yes, that's right. I served a Labour government. Will future generations of civil servants be able to put that on their CV? We shall see. I'd like to begin with where Ian ended up, actually. It's about HE and business collaboration, and indeed with picking up on Neil's introductory point, really, that there always has been, we have always had in this country, a service tradition of higher education, a tradition that expects higher education to sort of serve individuals, serve businesses, serve society, and justifies itself in those terms. A tradition of providing a higher education that is vocational, that's innovative, that's open. It's perhaps, which is sort of ex-civil servant speak for definitely, perhaps not always as publicly celebrated or visible as some other traditions of higher education. And it doesn't on the whole claim to pursue knowledge for its own sake, but uses it to serve society and to solve practical problems. As Neil indicated, Guild HE's member institutions, if you look down the list, they are in that tradition. They are the heirs, actually often in direct institutional line, of the mechanics institutes, the art and technical colleges, the teacher training colleges, the agricultural colleges of the 19th century. Now they are universities, university colleges, further education colleges, specialist institutions, and again, interesting in the context that Ian set out, from both the sort of traditionally publicly funded, funding council funded bit of higher education, and also members from the private, including for-profit as well as not-for-profit sectors. And they include, I suppose, major providers in a whole range of professional subject areas. So like art and design and media, like music, performing arts, agriculture and food, education, maritime, health and sports, a lot of these vocational areas. They are diverse, but I think one of the things they do have in common is this tradition of technical, professional, craft higher education. And this tradition, as expressed by the institutions that are in Guild HE, not just them, but I think they're a reasonable example, it isn't just the survival of 19th century institutions, it is reinventing itself, I think, including actually in some of the newer entrants to the higher education market. This slide, Lord knows whether you can read it, I don't know, but you can find it on our website if you can't. Tries to capture some of the aspects of the relationship that these institutions have with employers. First of all, a commitment to serving the educational needs of particular professions, businesses, industry sectors. Linked to that is the ability of these institutions to understand and adapt successfully to changes in industry practice and patterns of employment, and still deliver highly skilled graduates ready for the world of work. As Neil said in his introduction, you look at somewhere like the Royal Agricultural University, you see someone that has been embedded in its industry and its sector for a very, very long time and understands it. And this comes from engaging employers in the design of courses. It comes from having lecturers that are often current practitioners, industry experts themselves with many years of experience. I think it's grounded in a focus on teaching and on the experience of the student, and that's actually one of the reasons why typically Guild HE members tend to welcome the Teaching Excellence Framework and the particular focus on the excellence of teaching. So you do have this strong educational philosophy, a high-quality pedagogy is something that's valued and recognised in institutional culture, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, and reward structures. There's a student-centred approach to learning. There's an interest in providing a ladder of progression from further education into higher education, and indeed, you know, a number of our members do both, do further education and higher education. There's commitment to lifelong learning. There is an interest in degree apprenticeships, and some of the very few that are being delivered by Guild HE members. A commitment to working with business, a commitment to skills-based development. And actually, for many of them, there is this strong commitment to a very specific local and regional development perspective. And what's true of educating undergraduates and postgraduates is also true of that institutional attitude to research and to knowledge transfer. These institutions have a record of generating research that has high economic, industrial, social impact. Frequently it's business or profession-led and funded, and with a number of highly distinctive areas of excellence like food security, creative industries, health. Worth noting, I think, that one of the key characteristics of institutions like this, institutions in this part of the sector, is that the role of researcher, teacher, and often professional practitioner are inextricably linked. It's not just an efficiency driven by necessity. Typically, these institutions don't have the resources to separate research from teaching by employing staff on research-only contracts. It's a model which I think can be inspirational in the way that it ensures research, teaching, and learning combine to draw on expertise outside higher education as well. And what you find when you visit these institutions is what you get is this sense of them being embedded as part of a learning and knowledge ecosystem. As I say, it's pretty much always locally and regionally and industry connected, but in many cases it's nationally and internationally connected too. The following slides are just to give you an example of some of those ecosystems through the lens of three very different institutions. The first one is Southampton Solent University. So on my thing about heirs of an old tradition, began its life as a private school of art in 1856. It's a globally important provider of maritime education and training. But it is also top 5 UK for creative subjects. Around half its students are doing creative subjects, very large cohorts in areas like fashion, journalism, media, music. The point I wanted to focus on here is that these are subject areas where freelancing and self-employment are actually the well-established normal career routes. And what the university has done in that world is respond to that with a programme they call Solent Creatives. And it's an approach that places the university in the top 20 for both the numbers of business starts formed in the previous year and the longevity of those businesses. And essentially, it began life as an extracurricular programme, and they then invested in it, they enhanced it, they embedded it in the curriculum in these areas, in these creative subjects. And they provide seed corn funding, pre-incubation and incubation space, mentor support, extra training. Essentially, it's an analogue for the sort of innovation pipeline that's sometimes advocated for formal university in the sense of staff-led spin-outs, and that you see in parts of the more research-intensive environments. But in this case, it's one focused on students and graduates in creative industries. The second one, we don't just have the Royal Agricultural University. We have 4 specialist agricultural members, and this one is about Harper Adams. Began its life as Harper Adams College in 1901. Picking out just 2 aspects from this slide. The first, 100% of undergraduates do a work placement year. So the much admired sandwich course, the thing that every politician I've always worked for as a minister always wanted more of. It's alive and well in Shropshire. And I just want to say something here about degree apprenticeships. Firstly, a plea really, which is, I am hugely supportive of degree apprenticeships, hugely supportive. The plea is that in their development and expansion, and they are tiny at the moment, but there is a lot of interest in developing and expanding them. And in the changes of behaviour that follow, that what we don't do is inadvertently damage the existing highly successful models of work-related employer-engaged HE. Secondly, and this is a sort of more a big kind of system design point, and who knows, we may return to it in discussion. I don't think it will be sustainable to have a mass system for delivering high-level skills in which the costs and subsidies of the two main routes, traditional degrees, degree apprenticeships, are so out of balance. So, with traditional degrees, high cost for the individual through high levels of personal debt for degrees, degree apprenticeships, high cost for the employer through the levy. From high-level skills, the individual, the employer, the society, they all benefit. We have to find a way of balancing out the costs and the subsidies of those two routes. Otherwise, you are going to distort behaviours, you are going to distort choice. Sorry, I'll mention just briefly one other thing on this, which is, of the many things on this slide. Somewhere on there's a reference to women in rural enterprise. The only national UK membership organisation to promote, support and develop rural women entrepreneurs. And again, this came out of understanding your world, came out of research that was done in Harper Adams in the late 1990s that showed that a significant number of farm diversifications were being established by women, but they were coming up against a number of barriers, lack of access to finance, right business support and so on. And essentially, it's about dismantling those barriers. It provides the training, the workshops, the networking, the support, and so on. It helps women start, grow, develop their businesses. And it supports innovation and growth generally by enabling these often tiny businesses to associate with each other and develop. And it is an approach that's been replicated in various countries around the world. Right, final area to focus in on. Creative arts, it's about Norwich University of the Arts, began life as the School of Design in 1845. Just mention two things here. The importance of industry accreditation. So courses in areas like design for publishing, film production, games, art and design, graphic design, photography, other areas, all accredited by the industry body, creative skill set. So you understand that when you take that course, you are getting what industry says it needs. And then also the role of specialist providers like Norwich in the talent pipeline for creative industries. Creative industries, huge UK success story. 5.2% of the British economy, generated over 84 billion in 2014, employs about 2 million people. You don't get that sort of success just because we happen to be, an innately talented and creative country, brackets, though of course we are. You need a well-functioning educational pipeline. And actually, the bit of that educational pipeline that I'm most worried about at the moment is the damage that government is doing to it through its changes to the school curriculum with the introduction of the English Baccalaureate. That pipeline matters. What also matters is the interconnectedness with its own industry, with these often micro businesses of the creative arts that specialist institutions like Norwich provide. I am almost done. Finally, I haven't got a slide for this one, but I ought to mention, on the day after the closure of the football transfer window, in which the Premier League spent almost 1.2 billion, I should mention an institution called UCFB, which is the world's first higher education provider dedicated to the delivery of undergraduate degrees in the operational and business facets of the football, sport and leisure industries. Global multi-million pound sectors. In contrast with all these Victorian and Edwardian beginning institutions, it opened its first campus at Turf Moor, Burnley in 2011. Now has campuses at Wembley Stadium and the Etihad in Manchester. Sorry. As I said, the service tradition of HE reinvents itself. Thank you.
Every time I go past the Elephant and Castle in London, I point to the old site of the College of Building and Printing, which some of you may remember. I think it's now part of the University of the Arts in London. The importance of that is that that's where Rupert Murdoch trained all his staff, ready for the change in the print industry and was absolutely critical for all of publishing and a lot of the creative arts that we now enjoy. So thank you very much for that reminder that we have a great many gems and a lot of experience and practice, and perhaps some of the other institutions that are more general might learn from them. Our next contribution is from Mark Taylor, who's the Principal Business Associate at Education at Eversheds. Mark has heroically stepped in because his colleague Glyn has been switched away for client business, something about making money, which of course none of us are used to. The original remit was to give some insights from the legal governance and other perspectives of what might come through in the HE bill, but there was also an instruction to any insight on the implications of Brexit that are coming through. So, Mark, over to you.
Thanks, Neil. I'm afraid if we've gone from academics to business people to talking about bankers to moving on to MPs, you're now stuck with a lawyer. I'm not sure what that leaves next. Maybe there's an estate agent this afternoon. If I'm talking about Brexit, I think the only word I want everybody to remember is uncertainty. Nobody is quite sure what the legal impact of Brexit on the higher education system will be. The best analogy I heard of this was of a group of friends standing round 1 o'clock in the morning in a really, really bad nightclub. So they're standing there, everybody's drinking Austrian wine that's probably been doctored with antifreeze. They're listening to really loud German techno music, and the people next to them are smoking Gauloise cigarettes. They're all together, but nobody's enjoying it. And one of them, the charismatic friend, says, I know, we should go somewhere better. He convinces everybody that this is a terrible nightclub, we can do a lot better than this. So they all leave. They walk out to the nightclub at 1 o'clock in the morning, and it's raining. So they go along to the next nightclub next door, and they're told, well, no, your shoes aren't good enough. They try another one. By that point, it's pushing 2 o'clock in the morning, and they're not allowed in. Everywhere's closed. So 2:30 in the morning, they find themselves in a fight in the local kebab shop. I'd say that's about where we are with Brexit at the moment. We're all standing around in a nightclub. Nobody quite likes the nightclub, but we're all together, and perhaps we're better just sticking where we are. At the moment, a charismatic friend has told us that it's time for us to leave. We all know we're going to leave, but we don't know if we'll be let in next door. We don't know if it's raining, and we don't know if we're going to end up in a fight in the kebab shop. So why this uncertainty? And actually that comes back to the legal technicalities of Brexit. As soon as we give notice to leave the EU, there is a 2-year period during which we can negotiate our exit. Now that period can be extended, but to extend it, you need the permission of every single member state. So that immediately puts the UK on the back foot and puts us at a disadvantage when negotiating that exit. And actually the really interesting point, I think, is that 2-year negotiation is just getting out. That isn't what our relationship will be like with Europe in the future. So if we're talking about trade deals, that can only be negotiated after that 2-year period, once we are out. Because at the moment, legislative competence for negotiating that trade deal sits with Europe. We can't do it. So we have 2 years to negotiate getting out, and then we can start to think about the future. Now, that is the law, but I see it a bit like the football transfer window. Yes, there is a set window during which you can do a transfer and negotiate a deal, but actually everybody knows that you're talking to rival clubs beforehand and things will be spoken about even if you can't sign a deal. So what don't we know about the impact of Brexit on the UK and on the higher education sector? Firstly, there's the European laws which have been implemented into UK law. Anything which has been implemented under the European Communities Act, we will lose on Brexit. So we now have the choice as to whether or not we choose to put that back into UK law. Those European laws which have been directly implemented by way of a UK Act of Parliament, we won't lose, but we could amend them if we chose to. European case law, we would lose. There would be no reference to that. So again, how will our judges interpret law, which has been set by European judges over the previous period? What don't we know about business and the HE sector? Well, first of all, attracting and retaining staff. I think this is going to be most acute at the young researcher level. Those people who are relatively mobile can choose the country in which they work. Will we be able to attract European researchers to come over to and work in the UK? Because they are absolutely vital to the HE economy. We could talk about whether or not existing EU staff of a university could be thrown out on Brexit, but I think that's the one bit where I cannot see that being in anybody's best interest, and I think it is really unlikely. How's about attracting students to the UK? I personally was a very proud Erasmus student. Will we lose access to the Erasmus programme? It does seem pretty likely. Some universities in the UK are reliant on EU students coming over and studying in the UK. What will happen to those universities? And actually, will universities choose to charge differential fees for European students? Because at the moment, they're charged at the home level. And actually, if they are charged at the higher level, will the increase in fee mitigate the fewer numbers that we could see coming across? Research funding. Everybody welcomes the government's promise to guarantee research funding, but actually that doesn't go quite far enough. I've been speaking to researchers who've already lost the ability to work on projects because a lot of projects are collaborative across Europe, and if you were a European researcher, quite rightly you'd be nervous about collaborating with a UK researcher because you don't know what the future holds for them. And so I know of projects for the UK which have already failed because of that. The European Investment Bank hasn't been spoken about much, but it seems very unlikely that UK universities will be able to borrow from the European Investment Bank in the future. And if you look at capital builds across UK campuses, a lot of them have been funded with EIB loans. Private providers and Brexit, personally, I can't see a huge impact on private providers with Brexit. Not that many private providers in the UK are reliant on EU students, and very few private providers have a lot of research income. I think the Higher Education and Research Bill is a much bigger issue for private providers, although Brexit probably isn't a good idea for attracting investment into the UK HE from private providers, because if there's one thing private investors don't like, it's uncertainty. So what do we know then? Well, we do know that UK laws, such as freedom of information, which don't have any European basis, will continue. There will be no change to that, I'm sorry to say, for the public HE sector. There are other laws, like treaty-based laws, for example, the European Patents Office. Again, that will not be affected post-Brexit. I'm afraid the one piece of bad news we definitely know about is that there is almost certainly going to be legislative backlog before and after Brexit. If we talk about the European laws which have been implemented by way of a UK Act of Parliament, do we want to keep those or not? Somebody has to take the decision on every single one of those laws as to whether or not we want to implement it here, and then there will need to be an Act of Parliament to implement those we want to keep. And we're talking roughly in the region of 7,000 of those. Now, when I heard that, I immediately thought that actually perhaps the Higher Education and Research Bill's at risk if there will be this parliamentary backlog, but actually it looks like that backlog will be later and the Higher Education and Research Bill will get through before then. What do we know about the future of business for the HE sector? Well, from a legal perspective, the one thing we know businesses must be doing now is looking at your contracts, for a couple of different reasons. If you have a really important contract which has a force majeure clause in it, could that be triggered on Brexit? Actually, lots of important contracts, for example, most institutions borrowing, will have a change of law clause in there. That if there is a change of law which can detrimentally affect your lender, they will have the ability to call in the loan. I think in most instances, that's very likely to have been triggered. So something we're doing with quite a lot of businesses and universities at the moment is going through their contracts and actually trying to work out what the impact of Brexit could be on each one. Likewise, future contracts, if we're not quite sure about the effect of Brexit on existing contracts, We at least want to be sure that universities are going to be entering into new contracts with clauses which would protect them on Brexit. I don't like being all doom and gloom, so I tried to think of some better news, and it took quite a lot of head scratching, I'm afraid. We came up with a couple of ideas. Firstly, legislative flexibility. Once the UK is out of Europe, we will have the ability to implement laws independently of Europe. So, for example, if we take direct tax, which aren't European laws already, but are affected by competition law. So you look at Ireland and the Apple scenario where they are having to tax Apple and they don't want to. Post-Brexit, could the UK try and set itself up with differential laws so that we will attract businesses such as them to this country? And could that affect the universities? I think that is quite likely, although the flip side to that argument is that following Brexit, businesses such as that will be less likely to invest in the UK because they won't be able to move their staff in and out as freely. I think there could be changes to other laws which could affect universities, and some of it could be positive. Take, for example, VAT, which is a European-based law. At the moment, UKHE has to charge VAT on amounts it pays to overseas agents, and that goes back to the European law on it. Could we amend that so actually the VAT bill's differential? Taking private providers and pathway providers, at the moment, some charge VAT on their tuition fees, others don't, and try and get around it using, again, European law. We would have the flexibility to amend that law so that we can choose whether or not those pathway providers are able or do have to charge VAT on their tuition fees. I was interested in the comment about UKHE and universities merging into the UK, and that's something we've been talking about and expecting for a very long time. How's about we turn that on its head, though? How's about UK universities merge with European counterparts? It isn't such a great leap to think of a big London university merging with a Parisian Grande École. If a university were to do that, would it then have the ability to attract the European research funding, which it could then be excluded from? Actually, there are some UK universities which already have significant European campuses. Can that be used for delivery of a UK degree within Europe so that there are no travel restrictions on those students and the fees being charged at a local level? That's something we're talking to quite a lot of universities about at the moment. And if you do have that campus, is it possible to actually try and apply for degree awarding powers in that local jurisdiction so that, again, you can attract the research funding through that campus? That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, if I could ask Julie and John and Alex to come and squeeze onto the platform. We'll go into a bit of a panel discussion. A very interesting thought that at the end, Mark. I think that's the first time I've heard that suggested, of course, overseas ambitions. And I imagine if universities were speaking to companies like Vodafone and others, the ability to say you had a European footprint might be quite attractive. Okay, some quick responses from our panelists who've joined us. Julie Mercer from Deloitte, Alex Proudfoot from the independent HE sector, a range of organisations that work with him, and John Widdowson, who has finished as president of the Association of Colleges, but is the head of New College at Durham, which is one of my favourite examples of FE that's involved in higher education. So we'll start off with FE. John, your comments and quick reactions to this.
Yeah, I think that it's the point that Mark was making at the end around all of this, actually around uncertainty, and whether that actually just creates a planning blight, or whether the things that we can do in that interim period. And I think obviously if we choose to be blighted, then not a lot's going to happen. So I do think there are opportunities, but trying to formulate them in a way that gives us certainty about sustainability in a period of change, I think is going to be very difficult. Going to your point, Neil, about the links of European campuses, as an institution, we have a lot of links across Europe, and we're already thinking about turning the thing inside out. We had students coming from Europe to do top-up degrees in England. We're now thinking we might have to do that the other way around. and to do that sooner rather than later to establish that base. It also gives us flexibility over pricing, which we currently don't have with EU nationals. So there are some opportunities. I wouldn't say it's a great opportunity, but there are things there that are possible. I think if we go back to what Ian said at the start, really, about looking at what's happening in a systematic way and viewing the whole higher skills, higher education system. Yesterday we had a little bit of debate about what is higher education, what isn't. But making sure that we look at this as a system issue and not just fragmented parts of that system. So linking again to Gordon's point about, if you like, the supply chain from earlier on and the impact of changes in the school curriculum on progression pathways and what students may or may not be able to do. That, to me, are the key issues that we can focus on and we can get some traction. And maybe, if government gets totally absorbed in Brexit and parliamentarians like Ian have to read even more documents to do with Brexit and Europe, maybe we can get some space where there'll be less legislation in the educational field so we can actually get on and sustain the models that we've got.
Okay, Alex, what's your take on and your members? Because you also have some members who are very much involved with pathways into university, and the economics of all of that must be quite interesting.
That's right, yeah. I mean, we have both higher education institutions, but also providers of higher education pathways, as you mentioned. I mean, I think my big sort of takeaway on what's happening with the Higher Education and Research Bill and other reforms, for us, it's not, I mean, as Ian talked about, it's not about new universities starting up from scratch in the main. It's about the fact that these institutions are already here. There are, at best estimates, over 700 independent providers of higher education in the UK, most of them very small, around half of them under 100 students. They're already here. There's up to 300,000 students studying them at any one time in the UK. And what we hope the Higher Education and Research Bill will do, we hope what the Office of Students will do, is actually bring sort of clear and consistent and transparent regulation to this sector for the benefit of students and for benefit of providers. In terms of other issues that are happening at the moment, I mean, Brexit is a concern to us. It's not as much of a concern as it is to research-intensive universities. But some of our members have around a third of their students from the EU. So they will face a potentially dramatic sort of restructuring of their student population, their recruitment patterns. Unfortunately, what the UK will find is that these sort of companies, as with any sort of successful company in the world today, they are internationally mobile. And already we're seeing investment that would have gone into the UK in establishing new campuses and in expanding current provision being directed instead to the EU. We have members who are out there right now in Italy, in Germany, in France, setting up new campuses so that they can take advantage of continued membership of the EU, both in terms of those sort of engagement with research programs, engagement with the sort of cross-national programs, but also take advantage of far more favourable international student regulations, and the EU is much more favourable towards non-EU students coming to study here. And I think, unfortunately, this may be the pattern we see across the sector over the next 10 years, assuming that Brexit does mean Brexit and what we expect it to mean. I think, unfortunately, investment, talent, and opportunities will flow out of the UK towards the EU.
Okay. Can you push? Julie, what's your take on what kind of strategies and things are going to be adopted, how people are going to respond, not just to Brexit, but to changing higher education environment?
So I think I agree with everything that everybody has said so far, unsurprisingly. But the thing that I think I draw out of most of what we've discussed is the question of innovation. And I think Gordon sort of mentioned it earlier on, and maybe Ian, it was yourself. We've had an opportunity with the introduction of fees, with the introduction of new alternative providers, to really think differently about the way in which we deliver higher education in this sector. But actually, in general, it still takes 3 years. It still takes you to go off to a campus or a building somewhere to study. And actually, I think what you're starting to see with technology and with providers, not just in Europe, but globally, and I think the other point I would make is this is about a global play. you know, we play in the HE global market, not in the European market actually. So it's about how do we innovate here in the UK to take the opportunity of the uncertainty I think that we have in the next few years. I'm someone who will apologise later, having tried something out, and if it didn't work, it didn't work. But actually, if we wait and wait and wait for the permission to do different things, to innovate, to try new ways of ensuring that we continue to be sustainable and grow and are relevant in a not just a European but a global marketplace, I think we miss a trick and an opportunity. The other thought that I had, we've done quite a bit of work looking at what keeps Vice Chancellors awake at night, and I think they're relevant whether Brexit happens or not. They are around the role of technology and how they innovate around technology and how they make sure technology is up to date, not just for students and making sure they've got Wi-Fi in their student accommodation, but actually to make sure that you've got the technology that you need to be leading edge, world class in terms of research as well. Costs keep going up, and the pressure on universities to actually think differently about their business model and how they manage the cost base. I think that will continue to be an issue. Income, you know, we're seeing, you know, okay, with TEF, there might be an opportunity for some universities to increase their fee levels. But again, it was pointed out that with the changes in Europe, we don't know what that's going to mean for income. Some of the work that we've done, interestingly, looking at international student fees, the elasticity of those fees is not well understood by universities. So we offer bursaries and discounts for people who would have come anyway because the programs are oversubscribed. So really maximising income, I think at this time is going to be really important. Talent is another area, both in terms of the students but also academic staff, and as someone rightly said, the attraction and the mobility, I think, of Generation X, Y, Z and beyond, of the world that they see as quite a small global place, that they can go where they want to, they can work where they want to, and they can live where they want to. I think that will continue. So I think the competition for that will be absolutely critical as well. And then the final point I would say, which just sort of came to mind, there's been quite a bit of research done around the 100-year life, how we're all going to live longer, we're going to have multiple careers, and we're going to have to reinvent ourselves many, many times. And I think, as again it was said, we still have a university system that is very much focused on the under-25s, when actually I think we're going to need to find alternative programs to degrees. So the role of business schools, I think, will become really interesting. The way in which business schools link to industry and faculty within the wider university. As Gordon said, you know, most of us consider ourselves as being part of a sector. You know, I'm probably the worst. I'm a management consultant, so that's probably tops estate agents and I don't know. But actually, I'm not a generic management consultant. I work in the HE sector. I see that as the industry that I understand and I know, and I think everybody does. So actually, helping universities' role in helping business to reinvent their employees, I think will become increasingly important. And actually universities creating employers, not just employees in the future, will become increasingly important.
Questions, contributions from the floor? Anybody like to ask? I'm very struck. I mean, how many people understood how many alternative providers there are already? I think you've got about 700. In the FE, the higher education, you've got 200 plus. Although Guild HE's members would regard themselves mostly as universities, but alternative ways of doing it. There is actually a huge alternative sector there. The alternative language has been a slight distortion, focusing on the College of the Humanities, etc. There's a huge amount to get on with. I mean, how many people, were people aware that there was that diversity inside the system that could be picked up now and run with, which would seem to be, you know, the first place to start. So any comment or reaction to what the panel have been saying? Shock and amazement? No?
Can I just make a comment? That diversity provides, because it's been in the FE sector for a long time, with a lot of private providers, and so things that I know will tax the system, like what do you do on institutional failure? Because it will happen. And not so much the financial consequences for the institution, but the students who come in. and then what the implications are of that for trust in the system as a whole. And we've had examples of our institutions have had to find alternative places, usually through withdrawal of Tier 4 approvals for overseas students. That will be as nothing compared with employers who find themselves without students with somewhere to go because of an institutional failure, where we find how the speculative ventures are done on the back of student loans or student subscriptions. So I think we've got a whole new ethos, a whole new set of ethics actually in the system to think about. We've already seen it in the FE sector where there has been failure of private training providers, and there has been an attempt by government to try and create critical mass, with minimum levels of contract value and so on. The levy, that we haven't really talked about a lot, puts all that back into play.
And Ian, have you and your colleagues been, you picked up that risk element of starting institutions from scratch, but even within the current ecology of colleges and things, there has been failure and things. Has that been on a parliamentary radar?
Yeah, we undertook an inquiry about the Teaching Excellence Framework. It was actually Accessing Quality in higher education, that was the formal title. And we touched upon one of the themes that I tried to mention this morning, which is, we have got, this really great diverse sector already. And we risk that at our peril, to be honest. And I don't think anybody would argue with the idea of assessing teaching quality and making sure that everyone receives an excellent service, especially when they're spending quite so much money. One of the risks that we wanted the government to look at and address directly to Joe Johnson is there is a risk that actually having a teaching excellence framework means that we become more homogenous as a sector, because people will move away from not risky areas, but if you've gone down if your department has gone down a route where it's seen as unsatisfactory, what will the Vice Chancellor do? They'll cut that funding straight away, and then you'll just get this sort of beige of HE, and we lose that sort of sparkling palette that we've got at the moment. And again, I think we look back in 20 or 30 years' time and think we've really missed a trick. So how do you maintain that diversity whilst at the same time addressing the technological, the demographic, the innovative changes, and, as I tried to mention also, that you've still got people under the age of 25 going to a residential area for 3 years to do an undergraduate degree, when actually the forces at play mean that we need to change that.
Quick question.
Mike Merlin, Dean of the Business School at London South Bank. I think diversity does bring with it the risk of institutional failure. And we embrace the idea of a free market. I don't think we have a free market in higher education because we don't really have clear information to inform that market, but we haven't really thought about how we pick up the mess of when the free market actually results in failure. But actually my point was a different one, and it's to pick up the point about TEF, because somehow the discussion about TEF seems to have morphed into a discussion about unsatisfactory teaching. And if you look back in some of the paperwork on TEF, it was actually about a fear that universities were putting too much emphasis on research and not enough emphasis on teaching. Not that the teaching was necessarily bad, but that the balance wasn't right. And I think there's a real danger that we'll talk ourselves into an idea that somehow we've got terrible teaching going on in universities and that TEF will sort it out. And I think that's a very dangerous assumption. I'm not necessarily saying anyone on the panel is making that assumption, but that's the kind of background noise that's going on. And the question I would ask is, what measures are there in TEF that introduce a new assessment of teaching? Does it involve anyone walking into any classroom in any university to look at what's going on? Or is it just a metadata exercise that will actually strengthen and enforce the kind of league table mentality we have at the moment? And so the usual suspects will rise to the top and the usual suspects will be towards the bottom. And in relation to that, I was very struck by the slide about Southampton Solent, which is a very good university, doing extremely good things. And whilst you were speaking, I just checked. Let's have a look at where Southampton Solent is in the Complete University Guide. It's number 115. And so there's a disconnect between what we say we value in the education sector and what's actually been measured in league tables. And that's a discussion that's not really taking place. So there's still a degree of doublespeak here about what universities should be doing and what we value, and then what people actually recognise as a good university.
Okay.
Could I just respond?
Yep.
Neil, is that okay? Because just respond in two ways if I can to that. One is, I think in respect of, what is the problem that TEF's trying to sort? Which is where I think we need to come from. I think the minister, who's a good minister, he's the nice and decent Johnson, actually, that he set the framework in a really bad way, because he mentioned in a speech about lamentable teaching. And when he came before the select committee, I said, tell us about lamentable teaching. And he tried to roll back from that. But that was the narrative that was set. How are you going to address through a TEF lamentable teaching when all indications are that that is not the case? We've tried to, on the select committee's report, and to be fair to the government, they've sort of tried to slow it. We've tried to say, in terms of some of the quantitative measures that the government was putting in place, graduate employment salary levels, that's just ridiculous. That doesn't tell you anything about teaching. Where we are here, a graduate here, going perhaps into the city, will earn very different salaries to a graduate at the University of Teesside who comes from my constituency. Does that say anything about the teaching? Or does that say something about access to opportunity and to local economic measures? So I think moving away from that quantitative measure, that metadata, as you say, towards more qualitative measures, I think is the way to go. I certainly want to see teaching assessed. I want it to be scrutinised, but I think the manner in which the government did it just set the narrative that was unfortunate.
Just a comment.
Good morning, Professor Adam Ramini from Birmingham City University. Interesting comments. I just want to add a couple of points. Just picking up on the last point, maybe we should look at the whole matrix in terms of the criteria of how we're measuring universities going forward. But also, I want to know what government is doing in terms of encouraging collaboration across institutions, between the FE and the universities, because we have these silo institutes at the moment, and we have many of them for many years, offering different types of degree, different professions. I've seen recently a degree that came out in MSc Enterprise Systems, offered by 3 universities of UCL, Brunel, and I think it's Southampton, I'm not sure, the third one, but supported by 5 enterprises from BAE and Rolls-Royce and so on. So, and it's a 1 to 5 year program, and it's linked to apprenticeship levy. So for the first time, I've seen 3 universities collaborating together, working with industry. So cross-collaboration of the university and cross-collaboration of the industries, which is going to benefit our talents who are going through that program a lot. And I want to know what government is doing in terms of encouraging collaboration between universities and FE colleges.
Okay. Let's take another comment, and then I'll ask for some more. Yep.
Okay, I'm Peter Lorange I'm honorary president of Sept in Shanghai. And it seems to me that we have talked a lot about the UK versus and what's happening with Brexit versus the rest of Europe. But if we look at this from perhaps another level, it seems fairly clear that the people who are marching ahead are in Asia. That's where we are losing out. I mean, if you go 20 years back, it was all the US. Then we had our heydays, the UK. And now with Brexit, and before Brexit, and the Asians are just very happy to see what's happening. And, after all, 1/4 of the world's population is in China. That's where the action is. And I think, I'm just asking you, but
Yep.
It strikes me slightly irrelevant what I've been hearing so far.
Okay. Well, let's just respond to some of those bits. John, do you want to pick up on some of the FE and collaboration?
I thought you might ask me, Neil, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that at the moment it's far too variable. So you have some universities that are making strategic decisions, no, we're not going to collaborate anymore, and actually pulling in those links. And I won't name them, but they're fairly close to home for me. So that causes disruption in the system. So I think we need that commitment. I think if I was to get any hope from the machinery of government changes, it would be that now there is an opportunity within government, and I guess Ian's committee has something to do about asking the question, which has already started, about, well, as you are now in the same department, surely you can make those links. I have to say, as chair of an organisation, the Mixed Economy Group of Colleges, that does straddle HE and FE, we're constantly falling between the two stools of funding bodies and others saying, that actually isn't within our remit, go and talk to them, and you get the same answer. And that's really bedeviling, I think, developments around higher level skills, because it's not at all clear where they sit. Employers don't care. Employers can't understand. Employers don't actually grade their skill sets in level 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 as we do, and trying to explain that to employers, I'm sure many people in the audience have done that, is absolutely pointless and fruitless. And indeed, in many cases with higher apprenticeships, you need bits from different levels to satisfy the employer need. So we need to have that debate in a much more open way, not get it tied down by bureaucracy and territorial disputes between, dare I say it, God and civil servants from your past life, because that tends to be too much the flavour and it holds us back. And it also links in to the gentleman's point about the Asian market. The more cohesive a model we can present, the more chance we have of gaining business there. The more fragmented, the less likely they are to come along, because they just won't understand it.
Okay, I'm going to bring this session to an end, and I'd like you to join me in thanking all our speakers for their contributions, and all the material will be available on the web within about 2 days. But can you join me in thanking everybody who's taken part in the panel? Thanks very much. Okay. So we're now joined on the platform by Ray Land and Stephen Isherwood. A little bit of shuffling and reorganisation. Are you staying? Are you going to? Okay. Hi, Stephen, come and sit here. All right. Okay, we're running a little bit behind time, but I thought that that discussion was very interesting, and I think there is a much more diverse ecology out there than a lot of people think about. And when I think about the debate in the media and its polarisation on alternative providers versus the received idea of what a university is, I think there's quite a lot of work to be done. One of the things that I said in my introduction was this question about businesses' anxieties about whether or not students were work ready, business ready, and whether or not that was even part of the function of some universities and courses. I think if you go to the University of Exeter, if any of you saw the courtroom in Broadchurch, that's actually the employability centre at Exeter, and every student has to go through the employability centre, and they look at what they can do to enhance their employability prospects. And Steve Smith, the Vice-Chancellor there, who was President of Universities UK, and others take this very seriously. But also, as Sarah Hardcastle from the Marketeers Carrington Christ was saying, their studies 10 years ago would have shown that students were interested in lifestyles. So you had vice-chancellors showing, nightlife in Liverpool, the excitements of de Montfort in Leicester, lots of socialising, etc. But now it's career. And they are very interested in the outcomes on all of that. We've got 2 contributions in this session and then a panel discussion. The first is from Professor Ray Land, who I first saw this presentation at Association of Business Schools event that we were putting on. And I have been watching these kinds of presentations about teaching and learning for nearly 35 years, since I was president of the NUS, actually, in the early 80s. And it was the first time that I really sat up and paid attention. So I was very keen to get Ray here to invite people to think differently about universities and how they teach and what it is they have to communicate to their students. And so, Ray, without any more of that, I'll hand over to you.
Right, thank you, Neil, and thank you, colleagues, for coming along, for the invitation to talk about it. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the notion of higher education being a process of transformation in students. The notion that actually you are what you know, and that knowledge changes you personally. And I'm going to talk about something called threshold concepts and something called troublesome knowledge. The clue is in the title, in that this is a form of knowledge which troubles students and unsettles them, disrupts their ways of seeing. So you can see from the outset, this is going to be something which doesn't necessarily contradict the notion of students as consumers, but it complicates that notion, it problematizes it. A colleague of mine, a Scottish colleague, who has a wonderfully rich Scottish accent like Neil, so I wouldn't try and copy it, but if you can imagine it in those tones. Used to tell the students that you think you're in a kind of hotel here, but in fact it's a gym. We're not providing services here. We're providing you with an environment in which you can change. You can't commodify transformation. You can buy nice accommodation, you can buy nice catering, you can buy nice Wi-Fi. You can't purchase personal transformation, and I'll come back to this. This is something which students have to engage in themselves. And what this guy also used to say to students, you call yourselves the customers, and to some extent you are, but you're also the product of higher education. And in fact, he said, you're not even that, you're the raw material at this point, which usually kind of got their backs up. So we'll come on to these notions, and it's a different view, but it's based on 15 and 16 years of research we've been doing into the kinds of transformations, into the ways of thinking and practicing that businesses and industry and professions require. What does it mean to think and practice like an economist? What does it mean to think and practice like an architect or a surgeon or an engineer or a designer in the age that we are now living in? Just before I come on to that, just by way of a kind of slight digression, we're here in Oxford. This image I've got up, I'm not trying to compete with the architectural bling of Oxford, but this is Durham Cathedral, which was probably the greatest seat of learning in Britain between the 8th and 12th centuries. Then this upstart Oxford came along, and the Benedictine monks at Durham decided, well, we can't beat them, we'll join them. They opened a college here in Durham called Durham College, interestingly. If you go into Trinity College now, there's still a Durham quad, and the library in Trinity College was Durham College. It was there for 300 years. And then it went in the Reformation. The reason I mention this is that the reason it didn't survive as an old provider, not a new provider, is because people's ways of seeing the world changed. This was the rise of humanism, which gave, the Copernican revolution gave rise to Protestant thinking, gave rise to science, capitalism, mercantilism, so on. The Benedictine world didn't cope with that well, and it went out of business. But the point I'm going to make is that a lot of people did not like these changes. This was troublesome knowledge. Looking at the world in this way, in a geocentric way rather than a theocentric way, a heliocentric world where the Earth goes around the sun, this was strange knowledge which disrupted it. In fact, we still don't entirely accept the Copernican world. We still talk about sunrise and sunset. The sun doesn't rise, it doesn't set. But we still want to kind of hang on to that old world. So this leads into the point that, well, what is the purpose of higher education? Ron Barnett, professor at London University, has said quite provocatively, the purpose of higher education is to take students into strange places. He says, these are anxiety-provoking places. I don't think you'd put that in your prospectus, but what he says is if there isn't an element of that, you're probably not getting higher education. Lee Shulman, who's one of my heroes, who's director of the Carnegie Center in the States for many years, talked about the need for pedagogies of uncertainty. If we're going to, we've spoken over the last 2 days about a world of uncertainty, complexity, risk, speed, and so on, that our graduates are already and not need to prepare for. These are unprecedented times. We are in an age of uncertainty. The kind of neoliberal project is a bit wedded, to certainty, I think, in many respects. But our students are going to have to cope with uncertainty. Shulman said that we should design programs which bring that into the university and get people comfortable with it. The interesting thing about Shulman's model as well is that there's a strong emotional dimension to this. He says one must have something at stake in this. There will be anxiety and risk. No emotion, I love this quote, no emotional investment, no intellectual or formational yield. You know, nothing exciting is going to happen if there isn't that kind of emotional engagement as well. And this takes us into the notion of transformational learning and troublesome knowledge. Now, knowledge is troublesome in many ways. We haven't got time to talk about it here, but I'll give you a link at the end if you're interested in this. Our collaborator in this research, David Perkins at Harvard, used this term. Knowledge can be troublesome because it's tacit, we don't explain it properly, or because it's counterintuitive. If you ask graduates often of physics about Newtonian notions of motion, say, do you really believe them? They say, well, we know it's right, yes, but do you believe it? That when you hit one object, you know, it accelerates and that kind of thing. They often say, well, actually, no, it's a bit odd. Knowledge, it can be counterintuitive, it can be inert because we don't use it enough. It can also be because the learner is defended. We don't want to kind of go into that world. It can just be conceptually very difficult. But in higher education, in preparing students for professions and business, they are going to encounter troublesome knowledge. They need to encounter it. Dewey, the great American educator, said that really is the most difficult bit about learning. It takes troublesome work to undertake the alteration of old beliefs. And Keynes said something similar, that it's not new ideas that are the issue, it's getting rid of the old ones, which ramify into every corner of our minds, and actually into every corner of our being in that sense. And I think this brings us into transformational learning and the notion that higher education is about changing how you are. If we want to use fancy terminology, changing the ontology of students or their subjectivity. I quite like this little diagram of transformation from Mark Escher. And that there's a kind of middle bit in this of where the transformation changes, where the birds actually, if you look at it, seem as if they're suddenly flying backwards. And then suddenly you realise they're not birds, they're fish. And students can go through this kind of transitional in-between stage. And it can be disconcerting like that. They can't see where it's going. It feels uncomfortable. It feels like they're having to let go of stuff, and they are. And we don't like that. In fact, I once asked an entomologist. I was going to use the kind of butterfly cheesy image of metamorphosis. I said, actually, what is in a chrysalis? When you get this caterpillar and there's wonderful transformation into a butterfly, but what's in the chrysalis? And she said, oh, it's just like dust. Everything is just kind of reduced down and then reconstructed, which is an interesting metaphor. And Barnett, coming back to Barnett, said, if we are seriously claiming that we're preparing students to think and practice for the business world for an uncertain future, it would seem irrational to predicate our learning models on increasing certainty. Very precise learning objectives, outcomes, and so on. I mean, clearly we need structures to our curricula and so on. But if we're framing them through transformations of being, that brings up a different way of looking at learning. And he produced this interesting little model where he was saying we've long had curricula where there isn't really much risk in terms of the disciplinary knowledge. It's settled knowledge that's given, and a lot of courses are just settled knowledge. And the skills are that they assume ontologies that we already have and ways of being that we already have. The example Neil gave yesterday of the students at Manchester University is saying, well, we don't want that settled knowledge in post-crash economics any longer. We don't want pre-crash economics. We want something in the top right-hand corner there. We want some new, wonderful disciplinary shift in seeing the world differently economically. But what Barnett would say is, well, that's fine, but that knowledge will also require a shift in you. You will have to see the world differently. So, for example, there's a difference between being an environmental economist, where you are a traditional economist who just happens to focus on the environment, and being, for example, an ecological economist who actually thinks like an ecologist. That's a shift in ontology. That is a transformational shift. Or a feminist economist. That's a similar shift. So those would be shifts of an ontological nature in transformation, and they are riskier, they are less settled. But what Barnett would argue, and I think I would too, is that we need to be thinking more on the right-hand side of the spectrum in our curricula than on the more settled, less risky side. And this leads me into talking about thresholds very, very briefly. One of my colleagues in Ohio, Leslie Schwartzman, said all threshold concepts is basically about encountering the unknown, taking students into strange places. And when I worked at Edinburgh, I used to pass this threshold every morning on the high street in Edinburgh on my way to work. The Latin says, peace to those coming in and safety to those going out. And it reminds you that what thresholds often do is they demarcate a safer space from a riskier space. If you think of the kind of portals into Oxford colleges here, shut at night, they seal off that kind of more familiar domestic space than the street outside where anything can happen. And learning is a little bit about that as well. We often kind of create more sheltered spaces in that sense. The quadrangle is a kind of classic example of that, with its back to the world. In a digital world, all that's transgressed and opened up now. And we are taking students across boundaries into spaces they haven't been before. I like this image of a portal or a threshold for two reasons. One is we can glimpse an untraveled world there, which we're not in, that students are not in. But you get the impression if we moved into that space, other things would come into view. And that's very often how it is for students as they're going through a program. They hear students in final year or postgrads talking about things they haven't encountered yet, but know that they are going to encounter. But the other thing about this portal is this sort of in-between space, which is neither here nor there, between this world we're in, a more certain world, and that uncertain world. The Latin term for that space is limen, L-I-M-E-N, which gives the word liminality, which anthropologists talk about. Liminality is a space of transition, like adolescence or like bereavement. And what you often get in those liminal spaces is a kind of oscillation and uncertainty and frustration, anger, a lot of emotion. And very often you can't see where it's going. You can't glimpse that travelled world. Teenage years, oscillate between childhood and adulthood and so on. A lot of learning involves these liminal states. And when students have finished courses, when they've finished programs, they are very often still in liminal states. We can't assume that when students have finished a module or finished a degree, they've got it. They've got all the outcomes and so on. Our research suggests is they're all over the place. They're all kinds of different stages. Most of them have got a partial degree of understanding of it, but they're still in liminal states, even when they enter business and so on. And you often hear business people saying, don't they teach you anything at university and so on. These things, what is new to be integrated hasn't been resolved yet. But also, it's not just about going into new conceptual and emotional landscapes. It's about seeing them differently, like the people in the college back in the Reformation there. You've got to see the world differently. As Proust says, you need to see the world with the eyes of another. And very often, the other in that sense might be business people, and it might be leaders in industry and so on. So in this liminal state, you encounter something new that has to be integrated, which you usually can't integrate unless you let go of your prevailing scheme of seeing things and recognize the shortcomings of that. And you have to let go of that older view. You also have to let go of that earlier version of you. You have to be in a position to envisage a transformed version of yourself the other side of that threshold. As Etienne Wenger says, if you're going to join a community of practice, you have to be able to anticipate yourself in that community of practice. If you think of becoming a senior manager, for example, and the kind of ontological shift that requires, someone who can lay off people, make very difficult decisions, and so on, can you envisage yourself doing that? If not, you probably will not go through that portal. You will remain a defended learner. And that's fair enough. Some students won't do that. You have to undo the script of yourself, as Jen Ross says, and re-author yourself. And you can tell when this is happening because people start talking differently. They start using different forms of discourse. If you want to see a nice example of this happening, watch the film Educating Rita, where you see Rita going to university as a young previous hairdresser, studying at university, and see the very challenging transformations she goes through. Very upsetting. Dislocates her from her social class, busts up her marriage. she becomes a more complex figure, and she speaks and dresses very differently. It's a very powerful experience. And what I'm suggesting is, and I'll give a link, as I say, in where we've got about 1,800 papers in about 150 disciplines where people are talking about trying to bring about these transformations. It's important for professions and businesses themselves in a time of uncertainty to identify what these threshold points are. What are these key points of transformation that a university programme will need to cover? Even if the transformation probably won't be completed whilst at university, because these are often protracted, messier situations. I'll use a medical image here. These are students doing their first dissection of a cadaver. Medicine is a very powerful example, I think, of the kind of transformation in subjectivity that you have to undergo to become a medic, to become a surgeon, even more so. But all learning involves these kinds of shifts. Part of the issue, though, is identifying what these key transformations are. And a lot of our work, for example, I have a doctoral student at the moment working with entrepreneurs, saying, what does it mean to think and practice as an entrepreneur? Not like an entrepreneur, but as an entrepreneur in that sense. Where do you get that information from? Who can articulate it? How do you reach a consensus on that? It's very, very interesting work. But if you want to know more about these thresholds, they have these characteristics. They transform you. You have to integrate something difficult. They take you across boundaries. They're irreversible. This is the other thing. You don't, for example, a threshold students encounter now, even at primary school, is evolution. If you really understand evolution, you have to see the world very differently. You have to let go of early ways of seeing the world, earlier emotional states about the world. And that can be very unsettling. And there are many adults. I gave a talk recently in Utah in the States. This didn't go down very well, talking about evolution in this way. But it reconstitutes you as a person. And you don't say, what was that stuff we did, 2 weeks ago, which undermined all my religious beliefs and completely altered the way I see the world? I've forgotten. Can you just remember? It doesn't operate like that. Because there is this shift in subjectivity. It's like a ratchet effect. You are reconstituted by it. You talk it more differently and so on. But these transformations are troublesome. Students often are upset by them, they're challenged by them. We have to create holding environments where we support students from them. It's quite like this little image from the Limburg brothers it's a little Flemish painting of the Garden of Eden and the creation myth. In that image, two things going on there. Eden is presented, first of all, as a kind of fortified medieval city. It's a very protected space. Outside is all the uncertainty and chaos, all the Brexit stuff, going on out there. Inside it, we have order and certainty. God is there. Everything is the same. Every day is the same. Until the serpent arrives. The other image we can refer to there it's rather uterine, isn't it? It's a rather womb-like image. And it has a threshold at the end of it. Once the serpent comes, that world is disrupted. It's upset. Adam and Eve are changed by that knowledge. Their response is rather like modern students. Eve is curious. There's a curiosity. Oh, what's this? Shall I do this module? What's this about? Is this a good program? Adams is resistant. Let's not do this. Or will this be in the exam? That's kind of Adams' thing. Will we get credit? Will we get credit for this? They do engage with it, however, but the knowledge changes them to the extent that they can't stay in that world any longer. This is a world of innocence. The knowledge, whatever it is, changes them. And the angel says, you have to go. They don't want to go. It's very nice in that world. It's very comfortable. It's very safe. It's very certain. But they can't stay in it. When they leave, they're upset. It feels like that. It feels like post-Brexit in that sense. But they get on. I wind up with two other points that come out of this, which I think are interesting for teaching as well. We have had a lot of emphasis in the last 2 decades on switching away from didactic teaching to, from the sage on the stage and so on to facilitative teaching and students, doing stuff on their own, learning by doing, discovery learning and so on. And this has been a helpful swing and an emphasis on constructivism. Students actually having to make sense of knowledge internally, as it were. And that is fine. However, there are limits to that, and I think we're in danger of swinging too much in the opposite way. If you are going to change the parameters of a student's world and disrupt their habituated practices and ways of seeing, that change will come from outside. It will transcend the horizons of your world. This is transcendent teaching, which Kierkegaard talks about. Socrates' view was that everything is win and you just have to bring it out. What pretentious academics like me call maiutics. We never use a good English word when we can use a pretentious Greek word. Maiutics means a midwifery view of learning. The teacher kind of helps the student give birth to this knowledge from within. This troublesome knowledge doesn't come from within. People will quite happily go on retaining the certainty of their existing world until they encounter another who will disrupt it. And this is another pretentious Latin word, alterity. The notion of otherness is required in higher education. Now, that otherness may not necessarily have to come from academics. It can come from, we've been talking about apprenticeships, we've been talking about internships. That encounter with troublesome knowledge, that changed perspective, may very well come through placements. I work in a school of education. I notice very much when students come back from their placements, how their world has changed. We give them theory and they say, yeah. When they operate in practice, and you see this with medics, you see it with engineers, you see it with designers, when they enter the community of practice, that is very often when they encounter the troublesome knowledge. And this is when they encounter others. But there's, and I'll finish here, but there's a kind of double truth-giving, as Vessel calls it here. It's not this, that we need to present students with knowledge that they are not likely to encounter within the parameters of their own world. Adam and Eve could have stayed in there forever. The serpent came from outside and said, try this. The serpent is the other in this sense. Serpent gets a bad press in the West, but serpent's our hero in threshold concept. The serpent is the bringer of change, the bringer of troublesome knowledge in that sense. The serpent is, we need others in that sense. But it's not just that they bring the new knowledge, it's that students are not in a position to make judgments about that knowledge without the help of teachers. As Vessel says, you're presenting students with something that is neither derivable from nor validated by what they already knew. They have to be shown how you validate and recognize the truth of this new knowledge in that sense. So there's another form of understanding and judgment going on there. And again, that can come from the communities of practice, and very often does come from the communities of practice in that regard. Hence the need for links with business and industry. Okay, but as we said at the beginning, I'll finish here, yes, students are our customers, they're paying a lot of money, we want them to have a great time, we want them to have a good student experience. Even in Durham College in 14th century, they had a new tunic and a new hood every 6 months. I don't think they had washing machines then, so I think they probably need a new tunic. However, the notion that student life is problem-free in that sense, or is a state of satisfaction. I think our quality regimes overemphasize student satisfaction. They should be asking more like the National Survey of Student Engagement in the States. Not are you happy, but how do you spend your time? And what is the most profitable use of your time? So, we're all jumping for joy. I have to say, in 40 years of teaching, and I've never, ever seen students do that. Maybe I don't thrill them with, and they're not tumescent with glee in that sense. But, however, I think, we do need to get away from the idea that, as was mentioned earlier on, HE is maybe just a lifestyle choice. Okay, but as I said, there's a very large site kept at UCL about our work in this area. And if you go to that, if you just search on thresholds, and Mick Flanagan maintains this wonderful site. It's got about 1,800 papers, it's got lots of videos, it's got 50 PhD theses. More than you'd want to know about thresholds and troublesome knowledge in a whole lifetime. But I'll stop there. Okay. Thanks.
Just to elaborate on that final point, so Ray and his colleagues and others have taken these insights, but you've worked them through, as you say, with medics, with departments. You've gone down into what we talk about as segments, etc. So actually, you must have caused quite a lot of trouble with academics as well.
Yes.
Asking them to create troublesome environments.
Yeah, absolutely.
And agree thresholds with the input of people from the outside.
Well, actually, the one, to be fair to academics, the one thing about academics, they don't like being turned into educationists, but they will always talk about their discipline, as we were discussing yesterday. They are passionate. That's why they come into higher education. They're passionate about biology or history or whatever. They will talk forever about their discipline, and they are happy to talk about what it means to think like a historian, and what that will involve. So in that sense, we've found that this is an area they will talk about education. And there are about 150 disciplines on that site with stuff, and a lot of it's downloadable. So
that micro and granular stuff, I think, and you can see more of Ray's presentations are available on Policy Review TV in other events, and I can send you the links because it is quite fascinating. So, and interestingly, that question of where the threshold of engagement is, whether it's in the university or whether it starts in work, leads us into Stephen, who is Chief Executive of the Association of Graduate Recruiters. He was embedded in Ernst & Young, looking at graduate recruitment. I've been involved in a number of very, very interesting discussions with him and some of his colleagues. But the perspective of what it is that business and recruiters are looking for, I think follows on quite well from some of this. So Stephen, we look forward to your comments, and then we'll have another open discussion.
Thank you, Neil. It's tight here. Quite long legs too. Right. Yes, thanks for the introduction, Neil. Just to go slightly off script first, actually, I was struck by, that was the first time I'd seen your presentation, Ray, and I come from a very commercial background, so yes, 7 years at EY, I was also at PwC. I've been in this sort of, graduate recruitment development pretty much most of my working life. And actually the thrust of what you were saying, I don't know many employers who would disagree with you. They probably use different language, of course, but actually that experience that employers want, that's why they hire graduates. They do want them to have gone through that transformative experience. And I think sometimes when I articulate what it is employers are looking for out of the system, for want of a better word, we lose that sometimes. But it is very much the employer perspective that Neil asked me to talk through this morning. So the first slide I put up this is the percentage of AGR members, employers who don't fill all their vacancies in a given year, vacancies that go unfilled. The AGR, just a bit of context, we represent 300 employers, 100 universities, and another 100 suppliers to the industry. But we are at the programmatic end of graduate recruitment. So we were hearing about SMEs, creative industries. That's not really the territory we know much about, because those organisations don't typically have a graduate hiring manager or a graduate development manager. And why would they? They're smaller business. They do very much more, recruitment as and when a need arises. So this is the kind of market we're talking about. I should update this slide. I've got the more recent data on it. But the reason I haven't is because actually the most important column on that bar chart is 2009. 2009, the financial crisis, that's when graduate vacancies were at their lowest. That's when all the headlines were screaming, forgotten generation, no jobs for graduates, etc., etc. In 2009, nearly 20% of those employers that we work with did not fill all their vacancies. They still had vacancies unfilled that they wanted to hire. So this language of the skill shortage that we hear about quite a lot, and actually, to be honest, we probably get a little bit bored of because we hear it all the time. It is real. I was in a meeting yesterday and I was talking to a colleague about this, and we were saying there is an issue of this matching of skills to actually what employers want. It generally sorts itself out over time, but one of the points that I'd like to re-emphasise is around actually the nature of the UK market, because it is quite different to other territories around the world. The bulk of the employers that I work with do not care what somebody studies. And that's quite a fundamental principle of the way the UK market operates in terms of graduate employment, and that leads to all sorts of sort of strange behaviours that you don't see elsewhere. And that's why my comment on supply and demand is relevant, because when an employer like me in my EY days, when 40% of the hires had a degree that I hate the word irrelevant. It's not an irrelevant degree, but the degree subject was not relevant to the world of work. To be an accountant, you can be a history graduate, a music graduate, an engineering graduate. We hired all those people. Even the 60% with a relevant degree qualification, that wasn't necessarily accounting and finance. We included mathematicians in that category, people with economics, a business degree, etc. So that behaviour of UK employers actually means that dictates a whole range of things that they do. That means that an employer like myself, when I was at EY, we would go to a campus, let's say Nottingham. Nottingham typically produced the most hires every year. The whole campus was a target market. If I was doing that same job in North America, I would go to NYU, I would go to a specific course, I would talk to the academic, and I would only hire from that course. So if a history graduate came to me and said, could I have a job, please? Say, so, no, sorry, wrong choice, go away, start again. And I said that to my colleague of mine, that's when I was at EY, and I said, do you even have a nice conversation about it? And he went, well, no, not really. But then actually what he said was interesting was that actually we'll never have that conversation anyway. Because actually the way the system works is the student actually would not go into their higher education institution thinking that that's what they might do. So it's quite important that we remember that when we go through how employers hunt for graduates. Because a lot of the conversation that you'll hear around employers maybe not using UCAS tariffs anymore, the conversation about do you have a 2-1 threshold or not, a lot of that activity comes back to organisations actually, well, how do we narrow down that pool of candidates we talk to? How do we actually get the pool of hires so we can deal with it in a manageable way? The average applications per vacancy is running at about 65 applications per vacancy at the moment. So there's an awful lot of wastage in the system. Most employers, I say, actually run a recruit machine. Run a rejection machine rather than a recruitment machine. Most of their business is saying no to the 90% of people who come through the door, through that threshold that you're trying to hire. And there's quite a lot of interesting things happening around the nature of selection and assessment. Most organisations are pretty sophisticated around actually how they look for that talent that they're hiring, because the investment is considerable. It's very difficult to put a price on because there's an awful lot of opportunity cost. But most large graduate employers who put somebody on a 3-year training programme involving some form of professional qualifications, you're talking about investing around about £200,000 in that individual. So it's not a decision to be taken lightly. And I go back to this study that was done out of UCLA back in the 1950s. This work was started. Terman's termites, they were called. And the idea was that Terman was that there is nothing more important than about a person than their actual IQ. And what they did was they took a load of young kids, 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, and measured their IQ. And we're talking thousands of people here in this study. And the idea was that actually if you find those with the highest IQ, you invest your time and effort in developing those people. Because those with the higher IQ are the ones that will become the presidents, those with the lower IQ will become the postman. But this is what that study found over the years, if you're not familiar with it, as the years roll by. These were the outcomes of that group. So 20% were in the A group. They became the lawyers, the physicians, the academics. They were in the top flight. Group B were doing okay. They were the middle managers. But even in that group of individuals with very high IQs, there were still 20% that were in what they called the C group, the less skilled roles. And the really interesting thing about that data is that it's actually no different to the control group. So you take a general sample of the population, you will get generally the same percentage of outcomes. And this underpins how a lot of employers are starting to get more sophisticated around how they search and look for individuals. Because employers are looking for this magic niche. I was at Warwick a good few years ago now, and a couple of students presented there, and one of the first things they said, we're okay, we're Warwick students, we'll get a job. To which I stuck my hand up and said, do you want to know how many Warwick students we reject every single year? And that's because that pure academic ability alone is not what employers are looking for. They are looking for this mixture of knowledge, skills, and ability that translate to the work that employers need those individuals to carry out. Our research analyst did some work. It's probably a bit small for if you see the detail of it. It's not the detail that's particularly important. But this was looking at the information that came out of the CBI And it was skills that employers were saying that their graduate intakes they lacked. And that's the green bar. So if you look at the top of that, top of those is assertiveness training. Employers saying that actually they're not satisfied with the level of those kind of skills that the individuals have. The orange bar is what graduates in work. So this is graduates who started work. This is a year or two actually into their work after they left university. And these are the skills they are saying that they want, they need, they recognise that they need to have in the world of work. And the blue bar is the level of intervention in those skills that those same students actually had while they are on campus. And if you look at it, I think this is quite interesting, because at the bottom of that chart, you have what I would call some of the more basic skills in terms of skills language. So we're talking about presentation skills, team working skills, the kind of stuff that it's quite easy for an employability department, a career service, an employer themselves to actually go on campus and deliver skills. It's funny, walking up from the station this morning when I was at PwC, I used to look after Oxford campus. And I used to come here once or twice a week during the busy season, and I was doing a lot of the time working with student societies and the career service, doing those kind of 1 hour, 2 hour sessions on those particular skills. But then what we find is actually students are saying there's almost a sense they're getting too much of that stuff. And actually when it gets to the world of work, employers are saying, well, they don't have a problem with those skills and individuals. And I think there's something in this about the way the employability debate has been approached. The more straightforward stuff, I would say, has been done if you go over the last 10 years. And what we're starting to look towards now when you go towards the top of that chart, because my view is things like assertiveness training, negotiation skills, that kind of language, that's not necessarily the kind of language that's useful, because I think what we're talking about are actually the more sophisticated elements of working with people. Teamwork is one of those very generic terms, and I'll talk a bit about this in a session I'm doing later, because what we're talking about actually are how you get things done with and through people. And that's quite tricky, as we all know. It was interesting here this morning talking about sandwich degrees. The data that we collect from employers shows us that people who have done an internship, done a placement year, they are more likely to get a job offer through the process, and they're more likely to stay with that employer once they have joined, and they are more likely to be higher performers. So that loop mechanism that I also think is much stronger in other countries, because employers are much more likely to recruit from a specific degree discipline, is something that causes issues in the UK. This next slide, again, is our own data, and this is actually where do employers invest in skills once somebody actually joins an organisation. And what you'll see there, actually, it's quite similar to the previous slide that we had. The difference in colours, so the darker coloured bar is where actually employers are saying, well, they lack this skill. We didn't expect them to lack it. We kind of think that they should have this when they joined. Whereas the lighter coloured bar, the pinker coloured bar, is actually where employers actually expected this skill to be lacking and therefore puts the investment in. And this does vary from sector to sector and discipline to discipline. We mentioned a little bit earlier the technical skills, because I tend to come at this from this bulk of employers that don't really mind what somebody studies, but we shouldn't forget there are 25% of employers who really do care very specifically what somebody studies, and I would argue the makeup would be a little bit different there. So there is a realisation that employers do understand they are recruiting people of very limited experience. They do expect to have to invest in those individuals. And I think a lot of the conversation around employability and that interface between employers and higher education is where that boundary lies, and is it in the right place? I don't work with many employers who genuinely do expect a graduate to come out of an institution to be oven ready and to walk straight into the world of work and just carry on as if they've been there all their life. My final slide, just to sum up and wrap together a few of the things, and Neil also asked me to mention the apprentice levy and some of the other forces kicking around at the moment. So you've probably seen this data before. UUK also produced a similar piece of information just before Christmas, and that is overall the long-term need for more skilled people in the economy is not going to go away. Graduate vacancies are generally on an upward trend. This year, indications are it's flattening it out. I think there is a Brexit effect. I think we'll have a pretty flat this year. I won't go back to my chart, but I think 2012, when we had a bit of a blip in the economic recovery post-recession, there was a pause in the graduate market then, and I think it'd be quite interesting to see what happens. We're working on some data right now, which might be in the press tomorrow, but we'll see if we can get it out in time. But overarching that need for skills, those employers wanting more people at those skills level. And it's quite interesting seeing the apprentice levy coming into effect. And I tend to take a 5-year, 10-year view of this. There are a very small number of degree-level apprenticeships started at the moment, but I think that could significantly change because the money is changing. We could spend all day talking about the mechanics of the apprentice levy because it's pretty damn complicated, but actually employers will be rewarded. They will be able to retrieve some of their funding that they were paying as part of the levy, because it is after all a payroll tax. They will be able to invest that in the training of people who are already employers. And I agree with the comments on part-time. I think that's a real concern. Employers can use their apprentice levy for postgraduate training, for their existing employers. But the analogy I use is the accountancy profession. My background, if you go back to 2000, 2001, PwC created the Flying Start degree with University of Newcastle. They're the only ones to do it. Nobody else did it. And we all kind of sat around and go, why are they doing that? What's all that about? How does the money work? That's a bit strange. You fast forward to where we are now, all of the big four and some of the mid-tier firms all have working relationships with institutions, many of those partnership degrees. They all have school leaver programs. They are all in the process of transferring those school leaver programs, probably to higher degree apprenticeships. So if you look at that industry over the pace of 10 years, a significant amount of change. And what drove that change? It wasn't because hiring those people was any cheaper. What it did was create more productive employees who hit the ground running and were more profitable employees, and they also stayed longer with those organisations. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hilary and Chris, would you like to come and join us on the platform? Struggle out. Very interesting, that perception of the student on a journey, and actually both of you sort of indicating how far they still have to go along their journey in terms of business when they get to the end of the degree. You had a phrase there about lacking skills and stuff, which I thought would be a bit devastating, because certainly as an employer I've experienced a lot of students who've come out, especially of Oxford, Cambridge and high-level universities, who believed that they were fully formed, and fully formed meant they had to be on 40,000 within 2 years or they were leaving, and that crash of expectations. So Chris, can I ask you to comment on what you've just heard? I was looking at Stephen's list of the skills and things that people would have. And as the sort of president of Oxford Entrepreneurs, you've just finished your course. I know that you've got those skills, but you got most of them through student rag, running your own business. And we're in Oxford, half the politicians get these skills and go through thresholds at the Oxford Union. So there is an ecology around colleges which is separate from the courses. You said a little bit about that yesterday. Is that where people should be investing?
I think so. I mean, PwC is just one of many companies that forms partnerships with the student societies to help teach these skills. And the student societies wouldn't be able to do that without their help. And I think if students, particularly at Oxford, are looking for these skills, they will have to look to the societies. Because many of the academics I speak to get very upset when you say you're joining a student society or a sports team. They're saying, no, you should be looking at academia. Please, we want you to be a researcher. My tutor always used to say to me, I don't want to know what you're doing, Chris. I know you're busy, but let's just talk about work. And that's the attitude that's normal. So I think it's really good that the employers are helping out, and I think apprenticeships will help out too. And I think employers getting more involved in universities are good. But from the entrepreneurship side, I've been finding it is a problem for me in this new job, because a lot of these employers are coming onto the campus and showing people how they can get a job at PwC, Ernst & Young, Goldman Sachs, etc. And many students no longer consider entrepreneurship as an option. So it's something I'm struggling with, and it's something that doesn't happen in the States.
You mean culturally it's swung against it?
Swung against it, yeah.
It's swung against it.
And I think in the States, the universities have excellent incubators and accelerators, and Silicon Valley as well, there are private institutions doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's something I think the UK needs to try and work on if we're really going to have more entrepreneurs in this country.
But that is putting in practice what Ray Land was talking about. People through practice finding a way to get over thresholds which are not necessarily classroom based.
Yeah.
But is that with the cooperation of the academics, or is it arm's length?
It's tough really to answer that. I mean,
it's troublesome, you mean?
It's troublesome, yeah. It is troublesome, very troublesome. I mean, something that's interesting is when I came to university, uncertainty is probably the best word to describe how I felt, and how I felt in my studies as well. But then students aren't embracing this uncertainty and saying, I want to follow the most uncertain route possible and start my own business. And I'm really wondering why that is.
Okay. Hilary, you come at this from a very different point of view, the Open University.
Yeah.
The reach and type of contact with students, but probably is there a difference in age profile? I mean, what's your reaction to?
Well, I know colleagues have mentioned, the number of under 25s. Ironically, within the Open University at the moment, we're seeing the biggest rise in under 25 students. And I think that's partly because some of the provisions are possibly not open to them because they've got caring responsibilities, etc. So we're bringing in that. In terms of employability, I could draw a contrast actually with my previous experience, which was a French business school, where we actually obtained 50% of funding through companies to put on higher level apprentice training. So the school, most French business schools get more than 50% of their funding via taxe d'apprentissage, etc. And going back to the slide that we had on the skills gap, the general French universities, the state, provide the knowledge. I'm not saying the transformational knowledge, but the French business schools provide the extra diplomas addressing the skills gaps, which students pay for as an additional requirement. Now, if I contrast that with the Open University, we're in the mass education level. As colleagues have pointed out, part-time learners has reduced dramatically over the last few years. I think for that reason you'll see the Open University has reduced dramatically its regional provision. Not so in Scotland. Our numbers in Scotland have remained stable. And that, I would suggest, is because we have the part-time fee waiver grant, so that people with earning capacity under 25,000 actually have free education. So our numbers have remained stable. But it's interesting, I was noting down the skills gap, and in a largely distance learning provision of mass education, when you've 3,000 students enrolled per presentation of one particular module, we need to do work on things like assertiveness training, business negotiation, interview skills. That's not yet integrated in our curriculum because still 30% of our students are not on a qualification framework. They're taking separate individual modules. So I think that's an area of where we have to do a lot of unpicking and work to address that within the distance learning provision.
Okay, questions and comments on what we've heard here? Peter at the back.
Yeah, this is fantastic what I heard. But, if you take an entrepreneur and you ask him to use Marcel Proust's eyes, he would probably say that speed is absolutely critical, and that the energy that he has or others have has to be preserved so that you get things done with speed without excessive waste of energy and debates without comments. And in a sense, I was wondering, how do you teach that? That, we have to learn, and a lot of things we have to be trained on, as you pointed out, Stephen. But how in hell do you do that without excessive waste of energy and time?
Can I respond
Yeah,
to that?
right.
Speed, I think, is one of the areas we don't talk about much, but I think is, we talk about uncertainty and risk and complexity, but you're right. There's a very interesting French writer, Paul Virilio, who's written a lot about speed. Virilio has always argued that people who have access to speed in any generation have access to power. So the first bankers apparently were Roman generals who had horses. They could get to the next town before anyone else knew what was being flogged. And then British, French had navies. Nowadays, interestingly, the fastest thing now is information, which literally goes almost at the speed of light. I'm told that companies are moving back into Wall Street because you have to be in physical proximity to the fiber optic cabling, because if you're 2 blocks away, by that point, by the time the message has got there, it's been sold and bought twice, that sort of thing. The other, I think, very interesting thing is people talking yesterday about 60% of people now, their phone is their main tool for accessing learning environments. If you look at Oxford colleges, that is a world of slow time. Thomas Erickson wrote a nice book called The Tyranny of the Moment, the theory of slow and fast time. And it raises a very interesting issue about, does higher education operate better in slow time, like these lovely closed quadrangular environments we have here for deliberation and contemplation and so on, reflection, or does it operate better in digital time, which disrupts all of that, transgresses it, you can't lock out, these colleges block out the outside world, you can't do that any longer. Students, I think, have not learned that from universities, they've learned that from the world that they operate in. They have these universal technologies which, and they live their whole lives on. So these are tools now, not just for making phone calls, but for doing everything in your life, establishing your friendship networks, playing your music, creating things, and so on. So I think the speed is with us. However, the question is, do we need to claw back some area? Do some activities require slow time? I've spoken with some students who say, Ray, you're so old-fashioned, we can do all this reflection stuff and contemplation in fast time. And I think, oh, can you? We're all hardwired the same way, in a sense. But there's an interesting discussion to be had there. But certainly I think entrepreneurs recognize the value of acting in fast time and speed. On the other hand, the movement for slow food, and I don't know if you've seen slow TV, which is wonderful that they're in Scandinavia. They just put a camera on the front of a sledge going across the Arctic, and the program lasts 8 hours. They're going to do it with local buses in the UK.
Buses in Yorkshire, yeah. Now available in Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can say who you are.
Jill Shepherd, BPP Business School. I'd like to talk to 2 points. One is the whole troublesome knowledge stuff and the measurement problem. And to give you an example, I ran a course where I very much made the students uncomfortable with the concept of leadership and dealing with a messy problem and an assessment that was a wicked, messy problem. And I was unfortunately measured in terms of my ability to help these students halfway through the course, when they were uncertain, uncomfortable, hated me. And I very nearly got into a lot of trouble, but fortunately, being a relatively small business school, I said, could you just redo it at the end of the course, please? And at the end of the course, they'd come out of that uncertainty, and they had a greater resilience to deal with the type of problem that didn't have an obvious solution, which is often how they had been assessed previously. The second point I'd like to make is to Chris. I've taught both in North America and here, and it is so different in North America as to how business education copes with entrepreneurship. It's just a natural part of the way that you teach and a natural part of the way the students react to constantly be thinking of ideas and expect them to be developed and incorporated into their assessments and by the academics. And I wonder whether there is room in the levy to give money, not to big businesses, not to small and medium-sized enterprises, but to enterprises that don't yet exist, and say, actually, you deserve, if we're going to solve the productivity problem, some apprenticeship money, and you have a mentor, and you have resources and courses, and you're allowed to go through an apprenticeship system as well. Because I do think we need some more buzziness around entrepreneurship in business education.
One last comment, and then I will have to draw this session to a halt.
So I was just wondering, a question for Ray is there a study being done on the talents, the different type of talent that go through this journey?
Sorry, different type of talent?
Talents, that's right, that they go through the journey. And from the cognitive point of view, when is it the brain is really have the capability to do transformation or transition? And is it because not all people and not all talents come from same background and same society, and therefore some people are not, sometimes we're trying to fit a hole into a square, may not fit in. I'm just wondering if we are at the earliest stage, we are putting programs in place which actually can enable those talents to recognize their own capabilities, and therefore a better pathway can be switched on for them.
Yeah. If I could just respond to that. Yeah, I mean, the number of variables in learning are many in that sense, in terms of what might be preventing someone from realizing their talent. It might be cultural inhibitions, it might be their prior knowledge, which is a very important thing, and so on. There are all kinds of constraints, and Kurt Lewin used to say, you know, going forward is really just about removing those barriers. Trying to identify those, it depends very much on the discipline, it depends obviously on the confidence of learning. Like older learners very often need to be given confidence to do it. But, you know, the brain is malleable, everyone can learn at whatever stage in life. It's a question of identifying, this is what the Thresholds research has done, and we have colleagues in America who look at conceptual bottlenecks. And it's a question of trying to identify what is the source of the troublesomeness. You know, is it lack of confidence? Is it their prior learning that they can't let go of? For example, every university in the UK that does computer science gets straight A students coming to do it. In all of them, about 10% of students can't do object-oriented programming. You're really bright students. Same here in Oxford, same at Imperial. Why is that? You know, and so it's a question of trying to identify where these troublesome points are. And if you can do that, identify the source of troublesomeness, that helps. But if I could just whilst I got the floor, respond to this lady's comments, because I think two hugely important things there is, yes, if the emphasis is also on these personal transformations, how do you assess that? You know, Joe Johnson talks quite rightfully about learning gain, and the TEF is going to talk about learning gain. They don't really know how you will measure, well, they don't even know what learning gain is. The Russell Group have got an interesting project at the moment trying to identify that. But if these things are so important, how are we going to measure them? You know, are you going to say, I got 68%, you know, in personal transformation? It's just kind of the wrong language. But the other thing is, the other point you made is about how you evaluate this, because, yeah, I have teachers, young teachers who we train, saying, yeah, I love all this troublesome stuff, right? That's the way I studied. But yeah, I get 2.7 in my module evaluation, and you know, Professor Smartpants next door gives them all the answers in the exam, puts it on the web, and gets 4.9 and promoted. We need to rethink how we assess these things, and we need to think how we, if troublesome knowledge is important, we need to reward students for taking those risks. You're absolutely right.
Okay, we need to take a break there now. Some instructions for people. After you've had your coffee, Stephen's seminar will be in here, and the other seminar on learning and teaching and business skills will be on the ground floor. Peter Larange, who was meant to be making a presentation yesterday, but was defeated by terrorists at Frankfurt Airport and various others getting here, we'll be doing a roundtable on what the future business school looks like. So if you're interested in going round the table with Peter, that'll be over in Brasenose, the alma mater of David Cameron, for those of you who are interested in these things. And then we'll probably shorten lunch a bit, but we need to be back here at 2 o'clock. We've invited Sir Anthony Selden to come and tackle this question which has come up about the culture in the States, how the culture is created on campus, what some students bring to school and to education which may block them, what are attitudes amongst the different groups, and we'll see what he has to say about that wider disjoint, especially since so many academics have now, after the denouncement of experts, moved to the other side of the line to join businessmen, bankers and others as people who are dismissed by 18-year-olds as pa. So can you join me in thanking all our speakers, and coffee is downstairs.
Hi, good morning again, everybody. Neil said he's not chairing this, so we're going to self-chair it, if that's all right. So you have three of us. So is it 1 o'clock we need to be finished by? You can actually come to an end, okay? Because I know it'll be lunchtime and we'll all be a bit peckish. All right, there's an incentive, okay. So myself is going to speak first, and then we have Richard and then Antonia, and then we'll come to the stage and we'll just take questions in a Q&A format, if that's okay. So you've heard from me already. I'm going to try not to repeat myself, but of course, a lot of what I'm going to say in this subject really is a continuation from some of the stuff we were talking about already this morning. So what I want to do over the next sort of 10 to 15 minutes is really just put a bit more flesh on the bone. So we talked this morning about skills, and one of the real problems about skills employability issue is the language, and it's having common terms that everybody recognise. One of the problems for me now running an organisation like the AGR is actually trying to work with organisations to get a common language. The trouble is everybody wants their own airtime for their own skills framework, so it does get quite messy. But I pulled this up. This is a piece of work that was done in collaboration with the AGR, NCUB now as is, and also with the NUS, and it's going back about 5 or 6 years ago now, but it's still very much relevant. And this is the kind of information that you will find lots of organisations put out there, lots of career services have out there, a lot of the sort of the job websites that we talked about, in terms of actually what are those lists of skills that employers want. And this was a piece of research done. It was partly done in a global context, actually, looking at trends towards global employability moves and organisations looking at global talent pool. What do those organisations want? And I'm not going to go down in a significant way. But you look, there's a relatively common set of terms that come out of it. And also, it's quite a long list. I think the other problem is that it's HR speak. And also one of the other challenges, I go back to my point earlier this morning, when you have the majority of employers that don't always stipulate a degree discipline, actually many organisations in many different sectors will use a similar list of things that they're looking for. So actually, would this list be any different to an accountancy firm, to an organisation like the BBC? Would it be any different to an engineering organisation? Probably not, actually. What would be different would be once you get to the technical skills. So I thought I'd simplify that list a little bit and get to the essence of what employers that we work with are generally talking about when they're looking at skills. And one of those things is actually what does teamwork mean? And it's that getting work done, getting things done through and with other people. Our organisation doesn't do a lot of work talking to students, but when we do, one of the things I ask them, I talk about, if you're going for an interview and you're asked about teamwork, what kind of example would you use? And lots of them say, the kind of teamwork they might do as part of their academic life. And sadly, I deflate their bubbles a little bit because I point out to them what a poor example that is in the eyes of an employer. And that's not to dismiss actually the process they've been through or what they've learned, but actually there's an issue with that kind of example used by students in the world of work. One is they have to do it. They've been forced to do it as part of the curriculum. The other issue is every other student will also have done something very similar. And there's also an issue in there baked into that around how much of this demonstrates your own self-motivation, your own desire, your own strengths. Because actually, let's be honest, a lot of teamwork collaborations can often be a bunch of students get together, go their separate ways, do a whole bunch of separate work, then try and mash it all together half an hour before the deadline. So, so there are similarities between that and the world of work, if you have to work to type project deadlines. But it is that getting things done with other people. And that goes back to that slide I used earlier, I think, talking about some of those terms coming through, like negotiating, influencing, etc. Coming to this point on intelligence, and I'll come back to this in a few slides. The reason employers want graduates is they're looking for a basic level of intelligence, a good level of intelligence, but it's that practical intelligence, that ability to think through problems clearly, but deliver solutions that actually work for the organisation you're in. One of the interesting terms I think that gets misunderstood or not understood at all is this kind of term commercial awareness. But it's that delivering practical solution. Civil service fast stream, I can't quite remember what they call it, but it's a similar phrase to commercial awareness. So a profit-driven business, it might be about serving clients at the right fees. In the public sector, it might be delivering something at the right value for money level. But it is that practical solution that works in the context of the organisation. It's interesting how often this piece at the bottom is missing. Again, I'll refer back to that. When employers don't really mind what you study, actually that gives a great opportunity of choice. There's a huge range of variety there that people can use their education to launch into a range of careers. But of course, often with choice comes paralysis. When you've got too much choice, actually, how do you know which route to go down? And I think that's a real challenge in the UK. And one of the other phrases that is starting to come through more, it really surfaced in the recession, but it's sticking, and it's this word resilience. And it's not often understood, or it's not articulated very well by employers. And there's quite a lot of debate around, can you actually measure it in the first place, because it's so dependent on an individual circumstances. Somebody you think has, superb resilience actually with the right or wrong, I should say, forces at a particular life point, then that resilience can fall away. But it is this need to be able to work in a difficult, challenging commercial environment, and going back to some of that expectation piece that Neil mentioned, not all work is the fun, whizzy stuff dealing with the senior clients and the senior partners. In all walks of life, there's the dull, boring stuff to be done, and students without work experience sometimes struggle with that, shall we say. Because I do think there has been a shift, and I think sometimes it gets misrepresented when we talk about students as consumers, and we talk about the generations coming through and ready for work. I think it was quite interesting talking about entrepreneurship before, because I do see sometimes people talk about, well, all students want to be entrepreneurs, all students want to work for not-for-profits, etc. And I really question that, because I'm not sure I see it in the data. I mentioned, the average number of applications per vacancy is about 65 applications per vacancy. So students are still applying to those big corporate structured graduate programs in their tens of thousands. So when we talk about this transition from student life to employee life, and how that might be changing in the world that we live in, the first is this language of the student as consumer. We talked about rankings, we talk about student debt. That language is very different in the way that it used to be, and how it's presented to people choosing whether as they enter or progress through higher education. Often in student life, in the academic life, actually the tasks are relatively clear. You are given a piece of coursework to do to a set deadline. What's within that may be very complex, but the outcomes are pretty clear, which relates to that point a bit further down. Now, I'm not saying that all students do actually have this quest for perfection, but it's pretty clear what excellent looks like, and that is, very good, strong academic marks. That's how people are assessed in terms of their academic work. And of course, there's a flexi time around student life. Yes, there's lots of evidence that students are an awful lot more busy than they used to be, juggling part-time work, etc. But there's a much more flexible approach to how that time is constructed than in the world of work. And of course, most students, they're interacting with their peers. I talked about that teamwork exercise, and they will be doing that in a peer group with people in broadly the same situation, who will mostly be of the same age group. And then we flip that to what employee life is. And I say this in quite crude terms. I mean, the employer is the consumer. The employer is paying the wage and expecting something in return for that. Tasks can be much more ambiguous, and this is quite interesting. I've noticed it most throughout my career with the classic perfectionist overachiever. I always want to do the absolute best piece of work possible. But often in a commercial context, the right answer is a balance of time, money, and resources. So sometimes the best answer is not perfection, it's a compromise of those. That's the bottom line of what the client may want, or what the situation may need. And I know that people entering the world of work sometimes struggle with that at times. And often tasks are quite ambiguous. You might be part of a bigger team, a bigger project, something that's happening on a global scale. So often the piece of work you may be doing actually may not have that overall context. Where, of course, through student life, everything you do as part of your academic life leads to your final degree result, as it were. And that quest for efficiency ties into that level of perfection. It's what's the right answer, what is not necessarily the best answer. And of course, hierarchies, moving from student life to the world of work. You are more likely, when you are working in teams, to be working with people at different points in hierarchy, different stages in their career. Yes, organisations are an awful lot flatter than they used to be, but there are still hierarchies in the workplace. And this is a bit more detail, again, to a slide that I used earlier around where employers are vesting. What's also interesting here is actually how many employers are actually looking for this skill on campus, which I think relates to some of the comments I made earlier around employers kind of expect to have to invest in this talent. So again, going back to that managing up, which when we ask employers over the last couple of years, it's something that's been a bit of a revelation for us because it's not language we've used before. So many employers are saying how much of an issue it is now when they hire students is how they manage up the organisation, how in effect they manage their managers, which also relates to how they are managed in turn. But there's not much evidence that actually employers are seeking this skill when they hire people, which says to me they're not expecting it through the system. Then you have the green bar, which again is graduates who receive this training at university. The interesting thing, which I think relates to some of the stuff I've been saying about teamwork, so you'll see actually you've got high level investment by employers actually on training in teamwork. They're also saying the students already have this skill. Students are saying they've been trained in it and it's sought. So the interesting bit in that, well, why would employers then reinvest in teamwork training when actually all the indications are they've already got it? When we've unpicked this with employers in one-to-one conversations, actually, again, it's once you get under the skin of it, yes, there might be a basic level of some of these skills, but actually for the needs of the organisation, it needs to be more complex. And one of the interesting things that came through some of the work we did on this was actually when employers are talking about teamwork, they're often talking about this funny word called fit. And sometimes that word fit can be misinterpreted, i.e., we're a very blue-chip, blue-blooded organisation. We want people who've been to the right university, wear the right suits, etc., etc. But I think it's more subtle than that. I was talking to, in a meeting with a partner from a leading city law firm, and she deals, she's one of their diversity champions looking at social mobility, and her specialism is aircraft finance. And I mean big aeroplanes and fleets of airplanes, so we're talking big bucks. And she said it's a really pretty male-dominated, aggressive line of work. So, yes, she needs smart people, but she needs people who can, deal with hard-nosed negotiations. 3 o'clock in the morning when the clients have all got their sleeves rolled up and they're trying to thrash out a skill, trying to thrash out a deal. So that wraps into this teamwork bit and this skill, and that's where I think some of the subtleties around and fit. Are quite difficult to get into the language when employers are talking to both students and also talking to institutions around how we get this into the process. I go back to the point around interns make better hires. If there was one thing I could change in the system that I would think make almost everybody's life easier, it would make every degree a 4-year degree with a 1-year placement as standard. Because talking to both academics and also employers, it's that interaction between the world of work. I've spoken to Mike, I've spoken to other deans who said that the students who come back on campus, part of the thing they understand is that life is just messy and difficult. So when something goes wrong on campus, a lecturer's off ill, their world doesn't end. They might grumble, but they just deal with it and get on with it. Whereas the student who hasn't experienced those life difficulties actually struggles a lot more when things do go wrong. But it is the right experience, hence this cartoon. Now, I'm not saying that every internship experience has to be, that Rolls-Royce, glass investment bank, Canary Wharf type stereotype. I, in my hiring lifetime, have hired so many excellent students who can talk about their time working on, a checkout at Tesco's. Because you're working in an organisation, you're working in an environment where you might be given more responsibility if you do your job well. One of the difficulties about skills is actually people can get those skills in many different areas, but the difficulty is that students themselves often find they don't quite recognise the skills they've learned. You talk to any recruiter and they will talk about the interviews whereby, you know, they're walking out the door, the interview's gone badly, they'll ask, you know, the candidate what they're doing next, and they say, well, I'm off to, you know, to play in a five-a-side tournament with a team I captain. You know, it's that recognising that work gives you the skills. Because there are some slightly worrying trends around it, that's what this slide is, which is actually how much work experience young people are getting. The culture of part-time work amongst people when they're at school, there are fewer young people working at schools, and there's a number of trends for those. When I was a youngster and fewer grey hairs, if I didn't do my paper round, I didn't get my pocket money. Simple as that. Whereas actually, the general rise in affluence and the general actually greater availability of more stuff and it's a bit cheaper, and parents are more likely to say to young people, actually, focus on your studies, get those grades. Actually, that need to do that work isn't quite there. So these are long-term trends. Recessions make differences and all sorts of other impacts, but overall, particularly in that sort of 16, 17 age group, the number of people actually doing work experience is decreasing. And just that general, if you think about, it might be your own experience or the experience of others, just what you learn from doing, you know, my paper round job, my part-time job, you know, waiting on a bar when I was younger, I actually learned quite a few things around the way the world works throughout that process. So it's something that we very much recognise, and I think there are huge benefits to work experience integrated with the academic curriculum, because I think a lot of those skills, when we go back to them, as long as you can actually give the students a space to reflect and understand what they've learned, it's actually in those work environments where they learn and pick up those skills and are able to articulate them much better into the future world of work. But I'll just finish on this slide and hand over to Richard. So this is talking about the future of the workplace. We talked about actually this increase in the need for higher skilled jobs. It's quite interesting. There's also some evidence that actually yes, the percentages might be shifting, but actually the hard number of low skilled jobs is actually staying pretty stable. And that's driven by things like an ageing population, more people needed in care industries. You know, some of those industries are growing. But there's quite a bit of work being done, and you may have come across, around actually artificial intelligence, automation, the middle manager jobs. There's evidence that some of those over the next 10 to 20 years will start to either reshape or disappear. There's lots of conversations happening in the legal profession around actually, do you need lawyers, you know, at a more junior managerial level to do some of that basic kind of work? Artificial intelligence can do it. I saw a presentation where somebody highlighted, I can't remember the number, but the number of legal contracts that are now actually created over eBay. Because a basic legal contract for most situations is pretty standardised. So actually, do you need an office with highly paid lawyers? But that presents all sorts of problems, because actually if you remove some of those jobs, how do you actually give the experiences for people to move through their careers and develop those skills for some of those professions? Which goes back to my final point, which is that need to inculcate in students that the importance of lifelong learning, which goes back to part-time trends, etc. and others. It's that need for all of us as individuals, actually, as we go through our working lives, to keep up that level of training and skills base, because it does change. Thank you. Richard. Sorry, I thought you were both. Oh, no.
No, oh, that's all right. We did clap. Yeah. I'm joking if you want to come.
Okay, we'll start with two things which I tell people never to do. First thing, I want to apologise for the number of words that are on the slide. We've always tell us not to put too many words on the slide. And secondly, don't apologise before you start. So, sorry about that. We are... Is this... Oh, for the recording. Right, as long as I don't have to sing, so I'm fine. Okay, so there is going to be a little bit of covering of ground that's been covered already, but I'm going to do that very, very quickly. But I think it tries to set the scene for what we do. The presentation that we've put together today enables us to talk about the sorts of things we do, and more important, how we go about doing them. So we're going to talk about the work that we do at Nottingham Trent University, which is a response to the needs of the field from the point of view of employers, graduate recruiters, the sector, our own powers that be in terms of the policies that we have, the learners, students, and their expectations of what they want to achieve by the end of the course. And third apology, you can count these if you want to as we go through. Ours is a 3-year course, but it's not a normal 3-year course. So we're going to start off with why. We're then going to look at... Oh, yes, sorry. This is why Antonia's here, so she can prompt me to say who I am and who Antonia is. I'm Richard Howarth. I'm the course leader for the Business Management in Company course at Nottingham Trent University.
Hi, and I'm Antonia Jengi. I'm the co-course leader for the programme, and I also lead the part-time HR programme routes.
And our presentation in some ways can be seen to be about how we're going about closing this gap between certainly business education and the needs of employers and the learners themselves. So we're going to talk about a little bit about what our work is, our in-company work specifically, and that ranges from our in-company course that we look after to more recently our Chartered Manager degree course, which is now up and running and recruiting and has their first cohort halfway through their first year, and will be soon recruiting their next cohort of students. I think, but hopefully more interestingly for you, how we go about doing this. So picking up on some of the things that I've been saying earlier on about the learning approach that we take, how we engage the students in what they are doing in the workplace, but also how that connects to the assessments and assignments that we actually have. So there isn't a disconnect between I'm now working over here and now I'm a student over there. There is an integration between those two things. And possibly some of the challenges we've had as well in doing that, which resonate quite nicely earlier on with this idea about troublesome things and how if you do your module evaluation forms at the wrong time, you can get the wrong outcome, possibly. I'm going to return to why at the end just to show some of the things that we're getting out of this in terms of our student satisfaction, employability rates, and some of the benefits of the organisations that we're working with as well. And a couple of comments on what next, and the opportunity to have some questions. So the start of it is this idea about closing the gap. I think we've seen already there's plenty of evidence to suggest that there are a number of graduate roles out there. There is this levelling off this year, but over the past few years there have been many graduate roles out there available, but there have been many of those roles which are unfilled, and there is a general comment that the sorts of things that graduates have are not the sorts of things necessarily that employers are looking for. So they don't have the right sorts of skills, competencies, they don't necessarily have the right attitudes, and they are struggling to secure that role, which is what they are looking for when they come to university in the first place, because that's the outcome that they actually want. To underpin, as I say, there are plenty of roles out there, and broadly speaking, what we've seen, and we've been doing this work for quite some time, the in-company course has been running since 1998, so it's not something that's new. We've got quite a lot of experience in running this sort of program, but we have seen a shift and change over time in the course and what we pay attention to, but also how we attend to the outcomes and needs at the same time of making sure that we're not being accused of dumbing things down, which is often the case, and then maintaining the sort of the standards that we actually have, and the fact that this is a higher education course within a university, and we need to actually produce people who are graduates and deserve to be graduates of that type of course. So we have seen this transition. 1998, when we first launched the course, we were very, very much responding to this need for softer skills, transferable skills, as well as more traditional thinking-based skills that we would have seen prior to that. So trying to integrate those into the course. And then 3 years ago, we did a complete refresh of the course to see how we would go about actually addressing those, and actually how we try and think about really the outcomes of the course and how we work back through the course in terms of the course structure, the themes within the course. and how we pay attention to different ways of thinking about knowledge. And we took the view that what we wanted to do was to focus on know-how rather than know what, know why. And what that therefore meant for course design, what that meant for our overall course model, and how we then modeled what was going on within each of the individual modules themselves and the sorts of experiences that students were having and the sorts of things that we were looking for them to be able to make sense of and articulate through the assignments that they were actually doing. Thereby trying to recognize that knowledge is produced, it's not just conceptual and transferred in a normal classroom environment. The reason we did that was because the distinctiveness of our course comes through the fact that our students are in work for at least 1 year of the 3-year course, and many of them are actually in work for 2 years, the second and third year. So all of our students are in company second year, and many of them are in the company for the final year as well. Oh, it's me as well. So now is the comment on the sector. I think, we've heard a number of the pieces in here been picked up. There is a lot of uncertainty, a lot of change going on, how we are being measured, how we are being assessed, the sorts of things that the learners themselves are looking for when they come, and how we're doing, both in terms of employability, student satisfaction survey, what responses we're getting to that. But also, I think importantly, and what we'll come to next when Antonio looks a little bit at who our learners are, is the expectations and what we really mean when we talk about employability. And things like, the number of graduates in employment within 6 months, okay, that's good, and we get a pretty good outcome there. The number of students who are in graduate roles, we do quite well there, but that to me is not employability. That is just a very hard, and quick measure of where somebody is at a particular point in time. It's not necessarily going to be there to ensure that they are able to progress lifelong in their learning, in their careers and their roles. And it's not necessarily going to take into account, as Dave Poole and Sewell talk about, do they actually enjoy what they do? Which is really, really important for Generation Y. And that sort of notion of the remuneration, what they get from a role and what they get is wider than just the salary package as well. So how do we actually embed and how do we include that sort of those ideas and thinking within what it is that we do when we already have a very crammed curriculum?
Okay. I suspect all of us have probably either said or at least heard our parents, grandparents saying, oh, it wasn't like that in our day. And I think one of the things that we're very conscious of with the current Generation Y, with the 18, 19-year-olds coming in, there is a reality. When they come in every year, they are 18 every year. It's us that are getting older, 1 year at a time, or 1 day at a time. So one of the things that, and it picks up on some of the things that were being said this morning, if we're going to be successful with enabling our learners to go into the workplace in a more effective manner, then one of the things that we have to do is also be aware of our own positions, our own abilities, our own skills, and our abilities to enable those learners to achieve what they want to achieve, which actually requires us to also change at the same time. One of the things that we try and do with the programme very carefully is to create a partnership arrangement between ourselves, the learners, and the employers that our learners go into. So there is a very, very strong commitment to a tri-party partnership. That does actually mean that we have to get to know what the employers want, but we also have to get to know what the learners want as well. So that what we try and do is then enable them through the programme to actually achieve their aspirations and also possibly to get to learn them as they travel along that journey. Part of that transition for us as the teaching staff has been captured for Nottingham Trent recently by being awarded AACSB. Thank you. Which still fools us with what the letters stand for, but effectively it's an American accreditation of international business schools, and we've recently been awarded that in August. Part of that requires a clear understanding of the role of the academic, whether they are a scholarly academic, a researcher, or there is also a strong profile on the practitioner. So the practitioner, as well as the academic functions, work together on our programme to enable the learners to blend the academic perspective and, let's call it, the work-based perspective. So, what does our programme actually look like? Well, it looks like this. Do you want to take us through that?
I've said already that our courses are 3 years in length. We've been doing this since 1998, and there's a different pattern as depending on which course it is and whether the learner is recruited straight to the business. So our CMDA, which is more recent, is actually based on the back of what was originally there, which is called the BA Management and Leadership. Those learners actually are recruited straight to the business from the start of the programme. They don't come through UCAS, although potentially in the future they will. And it's down to the company to recruit them into the organisation, and then they spend all 3 years in the organisation. Essentially, they are an employee from the beginning, whereas on the course that I look after, Business Management in Company, they are a student to start off with. They come through UCAS, although they have chosen to study our course. They have to be interviewed to get onto the course, and we align what we're looking for in that interview with the sorts of things that the employees and partners are looking for as well. We don't guarantee that they'll be able to get a role, but we certainly support them through that first year, whether they're on the 1 year in company or the 2-year course, in order to be able to achieve the outcome that we're looking for them to achieve academically in the first year, which supports what happens in the second year, but also achieve the outcome that they will need in terms of securing a role for at least the second year, to then either return to the university in the final year, because those learners may want to have that more traditional experience in the final year, or to actually remain in the organisation for a second year. If you think about the sort of roles that they can be undertaking, they are many and varied. Ours is a generic business management course, so we've got partnerships with all different sorts of organisations, Rolls-Royce, Toyota, Germain's, who are a specialist scene manufacturer. We've got some smaller organisations. We've got, you name it. We've also had students in the past who've set up their own businesses and actually undertaken the course as the in-company period, running their own business as well. So there's flexibility there in terms of the sorts of things that we're actually asking them to do. There is an overall idea and a logic about the design, which I'll talk about in a minute. But essentially, we're trying to, through the structure that we have, deliver the experience which is meaningful to the learner, and that they can make sense of the meaning of that experience as related to their skill development, but also as related to their career journey, and also related to the subject they're actually studying, which is business. So I've said already, the focus that we have is on know-how. It is something that's been called for. Professor Binks from the University of Nottingham, has talked recently quite a bit about this, and how at the moment we're potentially focusing too much on why and not sufficiently on more practical know-how within our courses. Now, I have to say that it hasn't been an easy ride, and it still is not an easy ride to do something like this, because potentially what we're doing is we're challenging the dominant logic of what our school is set up upon, as in a delivery model which focuses on subject, content, conceptual knowledge, and not necessarily knowledge as it is produced. Now that is a real challenge. It's a challenge when we came through the AACSB approach. It was a challenge when we came through the revalidation approach for the course, because we were trying to articulate our learning outcomes in a different way to what was seen to be the standard way in which we should be doing this. And that is a real, despite the need out there in the marketplace and the desire for a course which delivers more meaningful outcomes to learners, it is a real tension, and it is a real challenge for us when we actually go about designing it. It's also a challenge when we go about trying to deliver it, because we have a relatively small team of people who work on the course, because we have a recruitment approach. Although we have a blend of different academic staff, which brings people in with PhDs, et cetera, into publications, which is great, but they're not necessarily always going to be the sorts of tutors who are passionate and are interested in about the detail of what's going on in a particular workplace and how you can solve practical problems through the assignment rather than writing about the theory and abstract from the practice. And so there's a couple of things in there. But the course is there and it is running, and we are achieving some really strong outcomes by actually trying to think about and having thought about how we go about doing things differently and how we enable our learners to make sense of what's actually happening in the workplace in order to be able to develop their understanding of themselves, but also their understanding of the organization in which they're working for. I'll talk about a couple of examples. We'll talk specifically about a couple of examples as we go forward in a minute. This is our overall sort of horizontal and vertical design for the course. The red bits that go through the middle are practical modules that we have. All our modules are applied to the organization that learners are working within when they're in second year and then potentially also in third year. And the purple bits along the bottom are the the learning and practice modules. And then the bits along the top are the more traditional sort of content subject-based modules. So if I just quickly talk you through how we have gone about doing this. So we've got a logic to year 1, year 2, year 3. You'd expect that anyway. We've got different outcomes for those years as well. First year is very much about focusing on the individual. So who you are as an individual, where have you come from, and where are you seeking to go to? For us, that's really important because where they're seeking to go to in year 2 is a job somewhere. And not just any old job. Hopefully it will be a job that they actually want to do and will sustain them until they get to the end of the course. That filters through into work that we do with the learners around how they build their CVs and how they articulate what it is they're interested in, why it is that that role in that particular organization resonates with them and not another organization. And that hopefully will enable them to actually be more successful in their job searching as well. It's also looking individually at things like functions in a business. So human resourcing, although we don't call it that. We've also got things in there about marketing. We've also got finance and all the traditional sorts of things you'd expect to see in a business degree. The thing we have in the red, which is learning through experiences, we also have a module which is called the Realities of Enterprise and Business. Arguably, the challenge we have there is that what is the reality of that business? Well, the reality is what sense the learner makes of it, you could say. What it's based on is a series of challenges they get involved in, one of which is the Institute Director's £10 challenge, where they have to turn around a profit on an investment of £10 in the space of about 4 weeks. It's a really quick and dirty way for them to get to think about value and this idea about the commercial awareness. What is it that we are doing which is of value, and how are we going about producing that? After that, through a transition we have in the early January period, we then look at getting them into pathway groups, and they actually run projects. And these are the sorts of things that historically have led into or have had the possibility to lead into a company that's been generated as a result of it. Now, those have progressed in the last few years from what we used to have, which would be more traditional business enterprise type projects where they did some nice printed t-shirts and mugs and sell them to their friends, which was not actually a challenge at all, to be honest. So these are trying to get them to the learners to be more creative, more innovative in what they're thinking about and how they are producing something which is going to be of value. They don't always get to the point where they actually get this out into the marketplace, but they have done all the thinking, a lot of thinking around how they would actually go about doing that, and have had some experience of the pitfalls and the highs and lows of those sorts of things as well. And that realization that things don't always go the way you thought they were going to go. So it's a real useful experience in the first year, because that does set them up for what comes next in the second year. Second year is about collaborating and connecting. Connecting from the point of view of theory, because organizations are connected. They don't sit in silos necessarily. And all the stuff they've done on human resourcing and finance all comes together through what we would say, and is out there, this notion of the business model and how you would go about describing the business model of the organization. So year 2, all the learners in an organization, they have to, by the end of that year, through the modules they've actually done, understand that organization and how it fits together, and that the assignments are designed around them building an understanding of the organisation and its organisation, and now it's how it is managed and the process of managing, as related to their understanding of the business model and the strategy and direction of that organisation, which sets them up for the final year. In there also, there is a chunk of work on career planning, action planning. You know, now I'm in this organisation, I thought I was going to be doing that at the back end of the first year. What am I actually going to be doing in this organisation? How does what I'm doing fit with Toyota's competencies framework? Where am I in the structure? What is it that I'm actually going to be doing? And by the way, I'm doing this job here, but some people over there doing another job over there. Me doing a good job isn't just me sitting here doing this job, it's me understanding everybody else around me. That connects to that deeper understanding of the organisation, but it also helps me understand how I collaborate, connect, communicate, and those sorts of things. And two core things we pick up on there, I'm going to steal Antonia's thunder here, is empathy and rapport. Now, we don't want the learners to have more empathy and more rapport, because that leads to madness. We want them to understand what it means to be empathetic, what it means in a collaborative working environment to have empathy with somebody, and how does that enable you to get the job done? Yeah, as defined by the organisation, as defined by you. You know, how does it, does it get in the way? You know, what is this thing called rapport? Is it all happy and everybody's, really nice and we all have great rapport? Or is it the times you have to say, no, I'm not doing it, I've got that to do, sorry, off you go. And you have a pretty straightforward conversation with a colleague who you empathise with, but at that point in time, you're not all smiley and happy as this vision of rapport. You actually understand rapport in maybe a slightly different way. So it's trying to understand that collaboration and connectiveness in there. Final year, connecting and leading, understand the organisation year 2. Year 3 is about, okay, now we're going to change things and say, what happens if you put that organisation in a different context? So year 3 starts, which is a nice thing for us. We go on a study tour to Madrid, and we'll work with ESIC Business School there and trying to look at how context influences the organisation from a strategy point of view, and how thinking about that and how challenging the way in which we think about the organisation, that organisation or organisations in general, helps us to actually understand business and strategy in a more realistic and a more meaningful way. So they do things like more traditional sort of dissertations, those sorts of things as well. And then the final part of that is the module which is about growth, career. Where next for me? Where next? Where do I see myself going? Where am I currently? Where do I see myself, at the end of the course and beyond that as necessary?
One of the things that we hoped with this slide would stand out is the horizontal and vertical integration of the programme. The total aim is to move away from silo teaching, to make sure that there is an integration with everything that is taught. The academics actually taught to each other, so that we find out what's actually happening in another module, so that we can make those links and make the integration across the modules. That's really important. And alongside all of the academic content, the business content, the reality that we're getting them to engage with, we are building the skills, the ability and the knowledge, but we're also building things that, it's interesting, Steve, I think you said you work with Ernst Young. I was reading an article quite a number of years ago that said that they were moving away in their recruitment approaches away from pure skills, etc., towards aptitudes and behaviours. And one of the things that we're trying to get through this programme is the development of the aptitude and behaviour that employers are seeking the moment the students hit the ground in the workplace.
I'm not going to do the next slide because I'm noticing it's 1:45. 10 to 1. That's one, that was right. Essentially, because we like doing these sorts of things as academics, we built a model as to how the course was informed, because that helped us articulate the design that we actually had, and also helped us articulate to colleagues how we saw this actually coming about. The quick comment on there is that we, rather than starting on the left-hand side with the theory, we start on the right-hand side because our distinctiveness comes through the experience and the experiences that students have, and therefore the doing of the stuff is what is important. That doesn't mean there's no theory in our course, which actually at times the students think there is no theory in our course. It's that we're trying to actually say we will use theory and you can use theory as long as you, well, because you have to, But we want to know how useful it is. We don't want you to understand it just from the point of understanding it. We want to know whether it's useful or not in doing the things that you're being asked to do. And that is a real, as I say, it's a bit of a challenge, that is. But actually it's underpinned by skills of inquiry, skills of researching, and it's also informed by modelling from the point of view of trying to make what is potentially tacit more explicit, to explain the process of how this is actually happening in the organisation and what is being used to evidence support your understanding of why it's happening like that in this particular organisation. So why does the HR policy in that organisation work like that when actually over somewhere else in a different organisation it doesn't actually work in the same way? And the opportunity when we get the students together, which we do, for discussing and debating that and seeing and playing around with some of these differences. This is a very quick insight to one of the modules that I look after, which is the problem analysis module. Problem solving skills are one of the skills I think that seem to be in deficit, but actually a skill area where employers think there should be more ability. What I've done with this module is moved it away from where it was, and I say this is an ongoing process of improvement and change. We've moved this away from a module which was more traditionally based upon what you knew about problem solving, you know, and why to do it, to understanding, and given this as a year 2 module, to actually look at a problem in an organisation, have a client and a sponsor for that, and to work with that client and sponsor on a real business problem, not to say this is how I would go about doing it, but this is how I have done it, and this is what was useful, and this is what I would do next time. So it's about being able to argue for the approach that was taken, what was taken from that, what would happen next time, as well as at the same time actually providing a solution to the problem itself. So there's a real nice payback for the company, but actually there's also a real benefit to the student because they get more meaningful insight and understanding of the different tools that are available to them to problem solve. So rather than saying you need problem solving skills, you say, well, I actually have got some problem solving skills. I know how to go about doing it, and maybe some of the tools and techniques I could use and how they might apply in that situation, but they wouldn't necessarily apply in a different situation. So deeper, richer insight and understanding.
So how do we put some of this into action alongside the things that Richard's been talking about? My own background is as a HR practitioner. And one of the things that struck me when I joined Richard on the programme was the need to get our learners to engage with the fact that in year 2 they are going to be employees. In fact, the students that go on to the 2-year programme, that is to say those that spend 2 years in company, they are employed. They actually have an employment contract with the organisation. So we actually work with them from the first year and effectively call them trainee employees because we're trying to get them ready for the transition into year 2. How do we do that? Well, obviously, some of the things Richard's already picked up, but we even focus down to looking at some things that are pretty difficult sometimes to manage for academics, and that's punctuality and attendance. You know, a 9 o'clock lecture on a Monday morning is hardly where students want to turn up on time. But the reality is at work, they have to turn up on time. In fact, they should be turning up at 5 to 9, not at 5 past. So a lot of our philosophy and our approach is very much about treating them like trainee employees. And we're taking that further in actually agreeing effectively a learner contract with them in the first year. And we are, again, taking that further where we're introducing effectively an appraisal system. Now, you can imagine how difficult that can be because what do we do with students who don't turn up? You know, I've had the experience, the sad experience of dismissing people who don't turn up. Not as easy to do that with students and not necessarily what we want to do. So it's striking that balance, but trying to develop the responsible attitude of getting into the workplace so that they do realise, as I've said, that it's a 5 to 9 start and not a 5 past. And interestingly, one of the additional things we do with our learners, we visit them on site. When they go out into business, we actually visit them. In one of the visits that Richard and I did to a young lad at Rolls-Royce, My question to him was, after 6 weeks, okay, what's the key thing that you've actually learnt in the first 6 weeks that you've been here? And his answer was, getting up on time. At the end of the day, it's better that they learn it while they're on our programme than actually when they get into employment and find themselves dismissed in the first year, which does happen. So we are very much focusing on their approach as being employees, because effectively that's what they are.
Just quickly wrapping it up now, in terms of the outcomes, we have listed up there, we consistently over the last 5+ years, we have 100% employability, and you think, well, of course, you should do. Many of our employers and students actually on the 2-year programme are working with us in partnership. We often are helping them to recruit into hard-to-fill roles because, believe it or not, many students, when they come to university, don't really know they're going to go and work in supply chain or purchasing. They don't even know what that is necessarily or what it entails. So it's partly of actually working with employers to be able to fill roles that maybe they were challenged in filling anyway. So there is a potential for progression beyond the course within the same organisation. There's not always a commitment, and that path isn't always necessarily as clear, but there more often than not is an opportunity to stay with the same organisation. I would say that in recent years that's changed. We've got about 60% retention rate for those on the Babin Business Management in Company 2-year in company course, staying with the employers that actually recruited them at the start of the 2nd year. And with a number of the students on the 1-year in company route go back to the people they were working with on their placement year, because often there's this intention for that they will return. Some of these things are very, very good from us from the point of view of the graduate prospects, but taking into account earlier on, I did say that, graduate prospects, although we are 90% plus in terms of professional roles or management roles within, graduate roles within 6 months, that is, in many ways, it's a good measure of how well we are actually doing in terms of the progression. And here's one of our, I think it's the highest GP rate within our business school. But key for us is actually the data we actually have on our students as they graduate and they move on in those roles as well. And they are moving on much quicker than their peers are. Partly, okay, because they've had 2 years experience before they've even graduated. But we would also say, and I would certainly say now with more confidence, it's because of the way in which we have designed things and what we actually get them involved in. That's what enables them to move on as well. And we actually have alumni data that actually reinforces that is the case as well. We also have pretty good partner retention. We have a relatively small pool of organisations and we have very good relationships with them. And their input is really important to the ongoing development of the course and their feedback, which we get annually at least, but every single time we go and visit them, does inform the changes that we've made, the larger changes, but also some of the smaller tweaks as well. In terms of the outcomes, I've listed an NSS in there as well, because they keep inviting me to meals to say well done, because over the last few years, I think we dropped down below 90% satisfaction for 1 year, but that was identifiable as to why that was the case. So we get some really, really good NSS satisfaction outcomes, which going back to the marketplace we're operating in is actually appealing. We get good satisfaction rates. We also get good employability rates. So straight away, we've got a nice draw to the potential application pool out there. But at the end of the day, we still are looking for the people who are not necessarily after what the course used to be advertised as a sponsored course, that somebody who's really interested in learning through doing and not necessarily the more traditional experience. Helps us with our profile. It helps with things like our external accreditations, and it also helps us with our recognition with our professional bodies as well. And I made a mention earlier on, I think on the slide, but I didn't pick it up, that our courses are accredited by or recognised by the Chartered Management Institute, but they're recognised at level 7 diploma level. So our students who've done the 2-year in company course only do 1 more year to become a chartered manager. From that. So it's actually in many ways what they're doing is picking up the sorts of experiences that students are having, the work they're actually doing and what they're actually offering by way of insight, and saying that actually you're operating at potentially a higher level than your course necessarily would otherwise signify. And that feedback we get from the external examiners and also the professional bodies themselves. So we have a pretty good working relationship with them. The final slide really is to say that there are going to be challenges. As I've mentioned already, we've got a CMDA, a Chartered Manager's Degree apprenticeship ourselves. That will be an ongoing challenge, certainly as the apprenticeships, as we expect, will be advertised through UCAS as well, and there is then going to be an increasing differentiation needing to be made between what we're doing and also what's been done on those courses. But then, you know, we still do offer an aspect of more traditional university experience. We have some trouble tracking what happens to our learners beyond 5 years. We have a pretty good relationship with them to the 5-year point, and we know about some, you know, graduates who graduated back in 2001, where they are and what they're doing, and they're in pretty good roles, and they're on our alumni database, and they do come back now and again and actually talk to our students. But for me, I think that would be more useful to be able to stand here and evidence to you the longer term impact of our course, but certainly over the first 5 years we're doing pretty well. The other thing we're challenged with is that we have a lot of people in larger organisations, large corporate organisations, but not many in smaller organisations, and there's a whole space out there which actually up until recently we have not been able to really engage with, partly as a result of the structure of those organisations and their recruitment patterns. And there's a whole thing in here now about levelling the playing field, and as we have gone over the last 2 or 3 years, there has been a change in our male-female split, and if we look at the challenges out there in the marketplace of female managers, we would have to say, well, we're not necessarily addressing that through the profile of people we're actually recruiting onto the course. So that's definitely something to be concerned about. I think the final thing here would be, I think our biggest challenge maybe is our ongoing license to operate, because was picked up earlier on, we don't always get fantastic module survey outcomes depending on what time we actually do them. And we are actually a bit of an outlier in terms of where we sit within the school and how we go about doing things, and with other accreditations potentially coming along, how well we fit might actually become a challenge for us because we are quite different to our standard suite, but we have to be different because we are looking to achieve different things. And I would hope that our standard courses would become more like us rather than us have to be dragged another way, but there we are.
Thank you.
Lunch.
in respect to our online viewer and to the timetable, I think we should try and make a start. So we've had quite an interesting session yesterday afternoon and this morning, looking at some of the demands for change in higher education, where they're coming from employers' perspectives. We've been looking at business schools and how they're responding in business education, and we've had a wider discussion about how courses and disciplines can relate to the outside world, and what kind of transformation they're claiming or trying to put students through, and where is the disconnect between that and what business and society and others expect. And we're very pleased this afternoon to have a contribution from a different perspective, although I suppose you are now an insider in the university system at the University of Buckingham. I don't know whether it feels like that, but Sir Anthony Selden has agreed to give us some of his views around the issues of higher education, business, and culture. He's been at Buckingham for a couple of years now, but previously was the Master of Wellington, and in that role and in his role in the schools sector, made a number of quite striking interventions around well-being and happiness, and also getting some of them to address the rise of China long before other people were talking about it. I didn't realise that there was an official historian for number 10, but apparently you hold such a position, which would...
Sorry, that's secret.
Well, that's secret, good. It's slightly given away by the number of really fascinating biographies of politicians, prime ministers and leading figures that's been produced. So the floor is entirely yours, and we look forward to your comments, and then we'll have some discussion and responses, and we'll see where the discussion leads us. Okay, so Sir Anthony.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. And is that on?
Everything's on.
Everything marvellous. And first thing to say is I'm very disappointed to break some news to you that I have no PowerPoint presentation, and I know how galling that is for conference delegates. But, you know, I just don't, and I don't use them, and I tend to talk off the top of my head anyway, and I can think of 101 places I'd sooner be in this afternoon than in Oxford, one of those people cities on Earth, and on one...
Sir Anthony, I'm afraid I need you to...
Why? Oh, because of
the microphone.
Oh, because of those people. Sorry. And for those people here in Oxford, those people looking at home in every country in the world watching this, the millions watching this live, you're not in Oxford, but we are. And I can think how magnificent it is of you to make that sacrifice. To be here this afternoon, and I want to try to say something that is going to be relevant. And if I'm going to encapsulate it in one sentence about what I'm going to be saying over the next hour, it is that very significant change needs to come into higher education, into the content of higher education, and in the way that undergraduates, but postgraduates too, are looked after the whole university experience, but that it is unlikely to come from a quarter that the government, Joe Johnson, is anxious that it comes from, which is the expansion of the higher education private sector, so that we can approach the US, where many of the most exceptional and distinguished universities are indeed private institutions, and where they're looking across to these shores to see the Americanization of higher education. So change is badly needed, as I will go through, and but I wish that it would come from the changes being instituted by the government, but I don't think they will. So I was asked to talk about 4 things, and I will stick absolutely to my script. I was asked to say something about the experience, how weird to make a transition from schools which I ran for 20 years, and not just independent schools, Brighton College and Wellington, as you heard, but also creating academies, state schools, and how running a university, albeit a very different kind of university, much smaller university, a private university, Buckingham, but nevertheless the job of VC is not that different in different universities. So a few thoughts on that. A few thoughts on these terrible, shocking, right-wing fascist organizations called alternative providers. Look at the bitterness, anger, sense of utter insult that many experienced when A.C. Grayling tried setting up the New College of the Humanities in London 4 years ago, and you can get a sense of how much anger there is against people in my sector. And so to talk about that and talk about where the white paper might be going, and then to talk about the undergraduate experience and my thoughts about that, and finally what I think they need to be having in their universities. And I'll do that in half an hour. And so, first of all then, the experience of running a university to running a school, I think it's very similar. Indeed, I think leadership is pretty similar. Thank you for mentioning the books that I write, all not-for-profit, but I've sort of written the inside lives of the last 4 prime ministers, which means I monitor them and follow them very carefully indeed from the inside. I'm also the historian, not just of Downing Street, but the Cabinet Office, and there have been 11 Cabinet Secretaries since Lloyd George set up the Cabinet Office. After the failure of the Somme offensive in November, it was set up in early December 1916, and that's got the centenary coming up. And I think whether you're leading these bodies or whether you're leading British athletics or whether you are leading Virgin, they're very similar. So, I mean, essentially, what do I do as VC? What did I do as head? What does Theresa May do? We have to appoint good people. And that's absolutely the same. And we have to motivate them and guide and inspire them. And that word inspiration is something that is missing from many leaders, because many leaders, including indeed prime ministers, are not actually leaders, but they are managers, and they do not know the difference between a leader and a manager. What is the key thing between a leader? Sorry if you're out there, but you can put your hands up if you are one of the squillions watching this worldwide, and you can shout out the answer. What is the one key difference between what does a leader do that a manager doesn't? A leader has a vision. Well, the ability is absolutely, it has a vision about where you're going to go. So a manager manages the status quo, manages the money, the resources, the staffing, the customers, and leaves the organization pretty much as they found it, although they, because they have some PR skills, will say that things are radically different, and indeed they will have trashed their predecessor and everything they did, but that's what managers do. A leader has a vision. A leader says we're here now. By the way, as you know, it's very hard to know where one is now running any organization, but we want to go there, and they define that, they communicate that, and they motivate people to get there, and they monitor people while they get there, and they refine that journey there. So in fact, they don't end up going there. They might end up going there or there, but it's pretty much in that direction. That's what leaders do. And so that is very much the same. and it's something that many leaders absolutely don't get. Recruitment, the marketing role is very much the same in a university because we are not yet, oddly, the sensationally attractive university to undergraduates and postgraduates that I would like us to become. I have to spend a lot of my time thinking about how we're going to boost numbers. The cap coming off hasn't helped us a bit. I spent a lot of my time channeling the learning experience and thinking about the teaching and learning experience of students, as I did at school. I spent a lot of my time managing finance, property, governing bodies, and government regulations. Those are the things that I do, which are very similar. And I think that it would be good to see more people transferring between schools and universities. And when I wrote a publication for the Social Market Foundation earlier this year about teaching excellence, I sent out questionnaires and to 126 forms, and almost unanimously the heads of 6 forms came back and said that universities have very little interest in us whatsoever, bar one thing. What is the one thing that they are interested in? Getting the best students from them. They have very little interest in understanding what teaching is, what learning is, what people are studying in various programs, what the wider enrichment process is. I was shocked by that finding. What are the differences between running schools and universities? Well, there's even greater regulation in running universities, some of it absolutely necessary, some of it unhelpful and time-consuming and counterproductive. There is less of a consensus, even in a small university like Buckingham, about what it is that we're doing. So conversations tend to go on much longer while people fire off in all directions about where they think, what they think the purpose of education is, or universities is, or what the role of a vice-chancellor is, or what their own role is. There's much more discussion, using that generous word there, and much less consensus, and conversations generally much more interesting. I often reflect, our support staff are very similar in both schools and universities, extraordinarily dedicated, working for far too little money, very loyal to the organisation, very keen on, and touchingly so, on their organisation flourishing. I often wonder about the academic staff at schools and universities and whether necessarily, as expected, they are much brighter at university. They're certainly more intellectual in that there is more time for them to study their disciplines, but whether they are in fact more intelligent, my own personal jury is out on. I think both are highly intelligent, maybe intelligent in different ways, but conversations at university life are more interesting. And I think that's because there is simply more time at schools. You'll remember, some of you may even have spent part of your lives teaching in schools. From the moment that the students come in at 8:30, whatever time it is, till the moment they leave at 3:30, 4:30, 10:30 in my life when they went to sleep, or 12:30 when they went to sleep. You are absolutely on the go, and much of the time is thinking about looking after them, keeping them safe, keeping them stimulated, and checking they're doing the right things, whereas there is much more freedom at universities to generously share interesting conversations. I still miss those interdisciplinary conversations, which I wish to happen more. Too many conversations at my university, maybe those that you know, or maybe not. Is that true of conversations? Historians talk to historians, economists talk to economists, engineers talk to engineers. There's not perhaps as much sharing, and when there are fascinating speakers who come into the university, they tend to be the academics who are interested in the particular field that the speaker is talking about, rather than that more general spirit of inquiry. But again, I think that time is a factor in that. So, task number 1, tick, job done. 2 alternative providers and the Experience University of Buckingham. So, very, very briefly, I didn't know this, maybe you did, Buckingham was founded 40 years ago this year by somebody from Oxford called Max Beloff. And it was Britain's first private university, and the thinking was Britain has a large independent sector, and America and indeed other countries have large independent sectors. Britain only had a public sector of education which at the time was a lot more uniform than it is now. I think it's splendid, the extent of the diversity of provision in the publicly funded, to the extent that it is purely publicly funded independent university sector. There's far more diversity. But at the time, it was to provide that challenge and irritant, and it's set up in a number of areas, as expected, law and business, but also humanities and history of art, and archaeology and history and English and modern languages and economics, and various science fields as well. And it's been very hard work. I mean, what's it been like for 40 years? And one can see, can't one, that had the experience of Buckingham been very easy, there would have been a lot more Buckinghams in the UK, and we would have had a position approaching more the United States, where the ground has been in the past very propitious for the founding and the development of private universities. It hasn't happened in Britain. It's been intense struggle. The university has been on its back foot, I would say, for most of the 40 years, despite magnificent efforts from the vice-chancellors and their staffs. Part of the problem was the fees that were charged up front. You have to pay the fees up front, and that was an obvious hurdle. One of the big breakthroughs was my predecessor started a medical school, the first private medical school in Britain, I'm told, since the Victorian times, and that is now one of our great pillars of strength underpinning the university, and I'd like to see that expand greatly. But what we have had in Britain is far less universities like Buckingham, which are private, but which are trying to do what the rest of the university sector is doing, providing a rich range of education programs at undergraduate and postgraduate level, way beyond the purely professional courses in law and accounting and business, nothing wrong with that, and conducting a lot of research in very interesting areas as Buckingham has done. That's what we do, and that conspicuously is not the area that has successfully expanded. There are universities, conspicuously New College of Humanities, which is a for-profit, but there are others like Regents in Regent's Park and Richmond University, which are not-for-profit, but we are very, very few. Where there has been the expansion has been an often single subject for-profit institutions in areas such as law and such as business and accounting, where students join and they will get an intensive value-for-money training at prices cheaper than Buckingham can afford, and they will train people for careers. Question, is that university life? Is that what the life of a university is all about? And at Buckingham, we try to replicate the experience of great universities worldwide in the richness of the provision and in the commitment to the public good and to research. And now, what is Joe Johnson, the Universities Minister, trying to do in his white paper? Well, fundamentally, he's trying to put the consumer first, and by the way, and no doubt there'll be people in the audience perhaps with very good reason on your side who'll disagree with me, but he is trying to, and I think it's a good thing, put the consumer, the undergraduate and postgraduate, back more in charge of the university, not at the expense of the providers of education, but indeed, if it's well done, it will enhance the experience of the providers of education. So one of the ways he's trying to do that is to expand the diversity of provision. So more alternative providers. Perhaps there'll be 100 rather than, I think it's 11 private providers at the moment, or 11 who pass a particular benchmark. There are more people generally in the higher education space, but there are 11 that look like universities. Expanding that to maybe 100, I've heard some people saying, or 1,000 private universities. Well, fine, but is it going to be for genuine universities like I hope that we are, or will it be for those single subject professional training universities, HEIs that are training people for professional qualifications and not being interested in the academic underpinning of those subjects? And obviously law, for example, has a very profound intellectual traditions underneath it, but focusing very much on applied rather than theoretical law, and often funded by hedge fund and banks wanting to make a substantial profit return on investment, and is that going to be really in the interests of the student? Is it really going to give them more choice? How will that impact if we have colleges of law and colleges of accountancy and business in Oxford and Cambridge and Banbury and Bristol and Birmingham and in every single university town? Will it have the effect of making students think that they can go to these places where it will be cheaper? Quite possibly they can get the degrees in 2 years, and it's something much more practical and work-focused. And if so, is there anything wrong with that? And so I think that's a debate, and if that happens, then will that have a negative impact on the law and the business departments of the traditional universities, which are highly profitable, which will then mean that they have to limit some of the more expensive courses that they are offering? In other words, might this lead to a diminution in the quality rather than expansion of the quality? So I'm worried about that. I'm much less worried about the focus on teaching. I'm just going to give you 5 very quick thoughts of my own about how I think teaching should be properly done. You didn't mention, but I know it was on the tip of your tongue to mention that for 2 years now, Buckingham has come top out of 127 universities for teaching quality. That doesn't mean to say that we couldn't do it a lot better. It does mean that naturally we're very proud of it, particularly at a time that we are very keen to have more students. But I think that it could be done so much better. 5 quick ways. Teaching is a professional activity. It is something that you can learn, you can get better at. Sun starts this week on Teach First, which is the government's programme of getting able graduates into deprived schools, schools of high need. No one would imagine that you can just Adam looks like a good bloke and talk well at the interview, and therefore he's a good chap and can go forward and start teaching. I mean, it's a little bit patronising to teachers to imagine that just because you're a great researcher or you are the head of department thinks at university that you are an excellent person, that you know how to teach. Teaching requires, above all, humility. It requires a willingness to learn. It also requires an ability to learn how to project one's voice and to learn how to mark and all these other things which you know everything about. So I think it needs to be far more professionally and seriously treated and scored. So vice-chancellors come back at me very angry, and if they say that to my face, I can only imagine what they're saying behind my back. How dare I come forward and suggest that teaching at university isn't absolutely outstanding. They say, look at, my university's got, this on the NSS, National Student Survey. And I say, well, okay, but, actually Buckingham did way better than you did, and we could do way better learning how to teach, and we know that. And I think for you as your head, you are head of a higher education institute. You are not head of a higher, you are head of a higher education. Education implies a process of learning how to educate, how to teach. And you need, as the professional head, to be very serious in the same way that head teachers, and you'll know this from your children's schools, are primarily the leaders of teaching and learning in those institutions. Vice-chancellors, as the great leaders of some universities in this country and some abroad who've had the honesty to stand up and admit that teaching needs to be taken professionally and seriously in their institutions, and people need to learn from each other, whether it's lecturing or giving a seminar or learning how to mark and give feedback, or whether learning how to run practicals in laboratories. This is something that needs to be treated. So that was a big conclusion. Many of my vice-chancellors don't agree with me. Secondly, much more needs to be learnt from schools. Again, a bit of humility from the higher education sector, a bit more from those elements of the higher education sector that are not willing to learn from schools. Many are. I think student opinion is very important. Can I just show hands here? How many of you think, for looking back at your time at university, you knew who the good teachers were? Hands up, who thought you knew who they were? Okay. Most of you did. I think students know. I think that even young students, as young as 11, know who the good teachers are. They might not know why, but the good teachers are the one who engage them. Who make the subject interesting and help them to learn. And so as a head, I use student feedback enormously and encourage staff to use student feedback. This doesn't undermine the teacher patronizingly. I'm told at university this means that it's going to encourage that the teachers who come out well are the ones who give good marks. Get real, grow up, for goodness sake. It doesn't happen at school, and these are, if you treat your students seriously, they will give very serious feedback from which every teacher can learn. But I put in the pamphlet that much more needs to be done to teach the students what to be looking for, the ingredients of great lecturing. What is a great lecture like? What is a great seminar like? What is a great tutorial like? What's a great lab supervision like? And so that they can then see and they can grade people rather than at the moment just a much more bland NSS. So I think training for all, and I think the link to research is very important. I do believe that if all academics taught well, they would become much better researchers. Why? Because research is about communicating the frontiers of knowledge to others who do not have the insights that you have, and how better to do that and how better to ground that in reality than to be talking about the research and communicating it with students. So I think those things, I worry much more about the second aspect, which are the private providers, part of the white paper. So then third area is, what do undergraduates want? Well, I was writing these thoughts at just earlier, looking out on where 40 years ago I had come out from my final exam paper. I studied something which I was told was going to be the finest, we're all told these things, aren't we? The finest subject you can study, PPE, at Oxford, and I would give it half out of 10. I thought it was quite extraordinarily poor, unevenly taught, some great teachers. I think my economics teacher at one stage a politics teacher at one stage, not any philosophy teachers. Very unevenly taught, very little monitoring of what good teaching was, no asking us for feedback. I do remember going and talking to a senior tutor about how dreadful some of them were and how we weren't learning and how no one seemed to be interested in our thoughts about it, and maybe these people could learn if they talked to us about it. That happened. I think that was a black mark against me for doing that, but it was much more the content. I was so interested in philosophy when I came up here, and my interest in philosophy was squashed for about 20, 25 years, because rather than understanding what philosophy is about, we learned what the academics were thought philosophy was through the eyes of some unbelievably tedious, boring, I thought they were boring at the time. 40 years on, I know that these people are very boring philosophers, still considered to be great. It was economics. I wanted to understand how the economy worked, how businesses operate, how the international economy learned. I learned almost nothing. I went straight on from here to LSE, and I started interviewing lots of people from the Treasury for my first book at that time. And I went and spoke to the permanent secretaries and the chief economists of the Treasury and government departments. Happened to mention, you know, did you see that article in Economic Journal or this or that academic literature? And they laughed. And they said, no, we haven't read any of that guff since we left university. The economy bears very little relationship. I then went and wrote a book about a big company, multinational company, and again, the chief economist, there seemed to be no relationship between what I'd studied and what I was told economics was and the real world that they lived in. And I think we were hard done by. And politics again, and politics, so many of these subjects, sociology too, academics are too often producer-driven without fully acknowledging it or accepting it, and they do find it insulting when I say this. They're much more interested in the internal discussions with each other rather than sociologists describing what's happening in society, economists, the real economy, political science, the real world of politics. Often they don't want to talk to politicians and interview them because it can be very muzzy and confusing to the theories that they're constructing, and so on. So I very much producer-driven. So, you know, what's the reality? So overall, poorly taught, unevenly taught, very producer-driven, little sense of what consumers, students wanted to or needed to hear, and no responsibility for the well-being of students. What do I find today? I find poor teaching very uneven, very producer-driven, little or no interest in what consumers are wanting, and very little responsibility for student welfare. So not a lot of change over 40 years. There are many university departments that are doing an extraordinary job, but part of the problem, as I see, is that we know too little about where the excellence is, and therefore it's hard to know who to emulate, who to copy. In my own field, I set up an institute with Peter Hennessy, Lord Hennessy, called the Institute of Contemporary British History, because we were so fed up with academic historians and political science not telling people about what was really happening, or historians in the recent past and what's happening today. I set up another institute called with Lord Layard of LSE and Jeff Mulgan, called Action for Happiness, to try and get systematic well-being into universities and schools. So what do I think we need? Well, in brief, 3 minutes left? Okay, well, I think that I've got a great respect for the trivium. What is the trivium? The trivium is the basis of the medieval university, where students learnt grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Grammar was stuff, facts, and then logic was learning how to dialogue, how to interrogate those facts, how to disprove facts, and the rhetoric was the ability to communicate this information in an interesting way. I wish I'd had that approach here when I was an undergraduate. I wished our own children had that. I wish the 2,000-3,000 young people who I've come through schools that I've run have gone on to university. They will often say they had great times at university, far more often, and they value much about it. They'll often say they've had some great teaching. They'll often say that it could have been a much better experience, and they'll often say that the universities didn't seem very interested in asking us why and how we could make things better. So I would, what would I do? I would redesign courses very much in the areas I'm talking about. Economics, so it's grounded in understanding the real world and less in what university academics think is interesting, what they need to get further career advancement in terms of their own research and what great economists have said in the past. Sometimes interesting, often not. I think sociology needs to align much better to society. I mean, look at the social problems we have and how little sociology has prepared us to understand the depths of what's happening in society. Look at how little we understand political structures or what works well and whether devolution to regions works well and how that can work effectively. Politicians can therefore come in and they can say anything they like and do in education. We hear a lot about evidence-driven policy, but it's often very far from evidence-driven. It's highly selectively chosen. And I would also very much ensure, last point, is I would look at the work of David Deming, amongst many others. Who's David Deming? Professor of Economics and Education at the Graduate School of Education at Harvard. He, just to give you one piece of evidence that he quotes, you'll know this, I'm sure, Fry and Osborne, that's F-R-E-Y, and Osborne in 2013, found that by 2030, which is not that far away, 48% of current US employment is at high risk of redundancy because of the work being replaced by computers and algorithms. So what and where should we be focusing our attention in universities and schools? Well, he says, David Deming, you can hear more about it at the Festival of Higher Education next Thursday and Friday. He says that it should be in the very things that schools and universities are not teaching, which is the social skills, the character skills, the patronizingly called soft skills of creativity, entrepreneurship, communication, grit, resolution, and public speaking, running groups, empathy. The very things that schools and universities are not teaching are those which, even in a highly more algorithmic society and economy that we will experience in our working lives, we can prepare people much better. So I'll finish where I began by saying I think profound change is needed. For all that there is much that is excellent at British universities and the university sector, which rightly is the best or second best in the world, but that very risk of complacency, who is going to be making the changes? I don't think, sadly, it's going to come from the alternative providers. The producers themselves either think there is no problem at all and get angry when it's suggested that change is needed. That's always a worrying sign when people respond with anger. Where there is profound change that's needed in the student experience, where many students are having a rotten time at university with their mental health. As we know, it's reaching epidemic proportions. Universities can and should be doing much more in that area, in giving them programs of study in subjects which are relevant as opposed to being driven by the producer interest of what the academics are interested in. Let's think about the students and what they should be interested in, what they need, and by the future job market. So that's the argument. You might not like it, but I hope it was clear.
Okay. very interesting, touched on a number of points that have been common to some of our discussions here. Let me just see if there's anybody who wants to ask an immediate question or response to Sir Anthony before we take some comments from take Claire's presentation about enterprise.
So Anthony, I was invited in your university a couple of years ago to give a motivation talk to your MBA students. Yeah. And I felt that they were very interested the way the university was running and how they were happy with the teachers, which was, very interested to know from students. Usually from different universities, students talk differently, that they were not happy with such professors.
Well, that's very nice, and I hope the millions listening to you heard that non-plug plug. Actually, that's another difference. With standing up as a head of a school, I just knew that the first 5 questions would all be, why is the school rubbish at this or that, or whatever. So it's I don't quite know how to take a praise, but I should be very gracious and grateful, and thank you. I think there's a lot we can do better, and we're restlessly driven to think, what can we do better for the student experience, and to do exactly the things that I spoke about there. I mean, I am an iconoclast. Many people who studied with me loved, including my wife, who studied English here, loved their programs. Many people who studied PPE loved them, but I think that we constantly need to be worrying away and making things better, yeah.
Okay, Oliver?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your talk. I also appreciate that you say teaching is something that can and should be learned, and that we cannot assume that a good researcher is automatically a good teacher. How do you motivate your teachers, your professors, to become good teachers, especially when they have to introduce soft skills into their programs?
Yeah, okay. So I wish I could take credit, but I've only been there less than a year. I'm happy to take credit for things that I'm not responsible for. Indeed, I love it. I think but in all honesty, I can't take any credit for the teaching, becoming top of the teaching Sunday Times table. I think the more general question is can you teach teachers? And there's a big debate about that. Inevitably, as with all academics, there's always a debate, isn't there? And the short answer is yes, you can, but the academic has to be willing to learn, and the same in school. And I'm sure there won't be time to do it, but if we were to talk about your own experience of great teachers at school and university who you remember, or colleagues who are great teachers, or indeed yourselves when you're teaching at your best, there often is that real engagement. Engaging the students is completely key, and not just engaging the bright ones in the front row, but engaging the whole class or the whole lecture hall. And to do that does require humility. It isn't just coming in and thinking I'm bloody marvellous and I'm just won this prize at literary prize or research grant, and people are very lucky to hear what I'm about to say. It's thinking, who are these people in front of me, and what do they need to learn? How can I put this material across at a level and in a way that will engage them and involve them in thinking through, so great teachers don't tell the answer, they allow the student to reach that answer themselves. So they're constantly posing questions so that the student will be learning actively. I mean, those are just some of the ingredients, I believe, of great teaching that can be learnt by anybody who's willing to learn, apart from the person who thinks that they either know it all or is unwilling to learn. And soft skills, I think, will be need to come more into university life, and how to do that. I mean, clearly, I mean, look, David Deming, it's all there. Do look him up. It was his 2015 last summer. You probably know about it. There have been so many studies written about what's happening to work. You've had a lot of conversation here about it. Rather than just saying the algorithmic revolution is happening and many of the jobs in exactly the careers that universities, middle-class careers, are training people for will be better done by computers. We need to be thinking more, how can we do that well? And I think a lot of the work, in fact, is done in schools, which is why it was very unhelpful having Michael Gove as Education Secretary. He was both deeply admirable and deeply wrong. He was deeply admirable in saying every child, regardless of family background, we shouldn't make excuses for saying of any school, any teacher, any student that they can't do well academically, because they can and they need to. That was profoundly admirable. I think the first, or one of the first, Conservative education secretaries ever to care passionately about the working class and underprivileged child. Where he was wrong was thinking that the soft skills are the enemy of good learning. In fact, if you look after the well-being of students, if you have students who in front of you who are well-nourished and calm, they learn much better than if they're agitated and restless. So I think much more work needs to be done. The Jubilee Centre of Character and Virtues at the University of Birmingham is outstanding in this area and has done so much work about how we can best and most effectively teach soft skills. Harder at university, and I think more of it has to happen outside the classroom, the seminar room, the lecture theatre. But it's about building capacity. It's not about infantilizing young people. It's about helping them to be free so that they're not having to lead their lives dependent upon drugs, prescription drugs, or illegal drugs, or alcohol, or abusing the opposite sex or other people to get their thrills in life. It's helping people to become contented in their own skin and capable of transcending difficulty that this whole well-being is about. So I think the foundations have to take place both in the family and at home, and I think there are things that universities can do, but if it isn't done by 18, it's pretty hard.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Claire, and then we'll come back for a further open discussion. Because it was quite interesting, Sir Anthony, you mentioned Deming and soft skills, grit, resolution, public speaking, ability to present. All of these are things that have come up consistently over the past day or two. And a variety of other speakers from university background as well as business have been connecting in different language with a number of the points that you're saying. Now, Claire Schofield is the Associate Dean at the Faculty of Business and Management at the University of Chester, but her background has been really in enterprise, entrepreneurship, trying to get a kind of engagement during education that, certainly in the business debate, is identified as lacking. So, Claire, over to you, and then we'll see. We'll have some comments from David, and we'll open it up to the floor again and see how much of this connects and whether there is agreement or disagreement, and take it from there. So, Claire.
Okay, thank you very much. For those that are PowerPoint fans, we're back into a safe space, so there's lots of PowerPoints to look at, pretty pictures, and they're pictures of my campus in Chester. So as Neil said, my name's Claire Schofield, and I'm a Professor of Enterprise at the University of Chester and Associate Dean of our Faculty of Business and Management. A little bit about our university for those that don't know. We offer 477 courses to about 18,000 students in the UK and with various international partners, and we're organised into 8 faculties across Chester and the surrounding area. It's a Church of England institution founded in 1839, and it's part of the Cathedrals Group, and I think we've got some other members here today. So that's an association of 16 universities and university colleges. So I joined Chester in February 2015 as it prepared to launch the UK's newest university, University Centre Shrewsbury. And I'm on the management board of that organisation as it prepares to welcome its second cohort of undergraduates. They'll be bringing some postgraduates for a little while. And we mentioned Harper Adams, and it's an institution that's in Shropshire, the county that Shrewsbury's based, which is a cold spot for higher education, which is why it was set up. But prior to joining Chester, I was at Manchester Metropolitan University, a very different institution, for 15 years. And I was Deputy Director of a large research and enterprise centre, working with various people, students, our undergraduates and postgraduates, but a lot of business owners and business leaders. So I used this experience really to reflect on what I was going to talk about today. So I'm going to frame this presentation, my 12 minutes, into 4 areas. The challenge of business, to set the context. The case for skills, to see kind of the historical direction of travel. To identify which skills we could be referring to, and to examine the skills that are relevant to a business education. I'm going to pick up some of Anthony's themes that he's touched upon in his presentation. So you'll see there the quote that I've put up, which is from the founder of the World Economic Forum. The world is experiencing one of the most extraordinary periods in history. However, the world of work is continually changing. If I were to ask you, over the last 20 years, has the business environment become more turbulent, less turbulent, or has there been no change? What would you say? Give you a moment to reflect. But whatever your belief, there is turbulence and it's coming from a number of sources. And in terms of sources, the headlines will not come as a surprise to you. They're very well documented. The first we've heard about today, globalisation, political power shifts, financial crises, there's been a few, rapid new technology developments, demographics and population change. There are cultural changes, ways that we seek to live our lives, and the environment, sustainability agenda. And these create various challenges for business and organisations because doing business is a challenge. What we do know is that some businesses lack the knowledge, skills and resources to achieve their full potential. And in my LEP area, Local Enterprise Partnership area, Cheshire and Warrington, their latest skills report found that between 2011 and 2025, there's going to be a significant increase in the demand for skills, particularly higher level skills, level 3 and above. There's going to be significant demographic changes, decline in the workforce because of ageing, and a limited growth in the number of people aged 20 to 40 with graduate level qualifications. The localism agenda that runs through the government's economic development and skills policy promotes the idea that local people and businesses know what skills are needed in their area. However, the lack of leadership and management skills prevents some businesses from identifying the skills they need and taking action to address them. And that puts them at risk of not having the right skills to plan ahead to meet the local, let alone the global trends that will affect them. It is our role as a business school to work with them to identify strategies to meet these complex challenges. The case for skills. The case for developing people with an understanding of the need to be lifelong learners is very clear. The case for skills development is strong, and you'll see on the slide there, for those that like to do a bit of background reading, that there's been a range of different initiatives, papers, reports that have been looking since '97, probably way before that, at this particular agenda. And together with a series of reports from HEFGE, they've articulated precisely the same concerns regarding the need for higher education to be more responsive to the needs of the UK economy and society in general. More recently, the 2016 white paper that we all know and love is peppered with references to skills, and there will soon be a new skills plan with the whole education and training system focused on its implementation. There are multiple references to skills gaps and future skills needs, and the role that higher education must play in addressing these. Business schools have very diverse learning communities, as those who work in them will know, and they include domestic and international students. There are those planning their first career and others wanting to accelerate their career development. In many cases, there are also business owners seeking to grow and develop their ventures and their people. So the range of skills that we are required to identify and address is vast. So which skills do employers need? Well, the UK Commission for Employment and Skills Employer Skills Survey in 2011 found that 81% of employers rate employability skills as the most important factor when assessing potential candidates. So which skills did the survey respondents say candidates were missing? Well, they were the usual: planning and organisational skills, good customer service, oral and written communication skills, and problem solving, and there were several others. By their 2013 survey, the proportion of vacancies in the UK that employers found hard to fill due to skills shortages had increased markedly from 16% in 2011 to 22% in 2013. We heard a little bit about that earlier on this morning. This, they argue, suggests increased employer competition and demand for skills, and highlights the potential for skills shortages in the labour market to act as a brake on economic recovery. According to the CBI, their 2012 skills survey revealed that 1 in 5 jobs will require a degree level qualification. And again, 81% of employers said that employability skills were the most important when recruiting, and 61% want to increase the business relevance of our courses. They argue weaknesses in graduates include team working, problem solving, and work experience. The Chambers of Commerce 2014 Workforce Survey found that 76% of businesses said the lack of work experience was the reason for the skills gap. They claim that young people are unprepared for work. So what are business schools doing to address this apparent skills gap? In the Chartered Association of Business Schools 2014 report, Building the Leadership Capacity of UK Business Schools, Nottingham Trent University Business School Dean argued the case for systematic business engagement directly from business school leadership to ensure robust ways of applying theory to practice. Nottingham Trent, like the University of Chester, have invested in work-based learning as a method of achieving this. The business school curriculum needs to be relevant, add value, and to blend theory with practice, and it must also include specific knowledge: finance, people, marketing, strategy. And that's got to be combined with analytical, soft, and problem-solving skills. The University of Chester, like some others, have been adopting approaches to curriculum development that have involved developing the means to accredit learning that occurs through and in the workplace. This meets the needs of learners in organisations, but also enables academics to have access to current business practices and learn from the front line in business about their aspirations and current challenges. At Chester, the majority of Level 5 students undertake a compulsory work-based learning experiential module in May. And last year, the team placed 1,640 students in a 5-week placement, most of them in the UK, from the Outer Hebrides to Essex, all over the country. A lot of them, though, in the northwest around our institution. So it's a huge operation. Work-based learning allows students to apply academic subject knowledge in a work setting, and it develops practical work-related skills such as project management, decision-making, negotiating, and teamwork. These are the employability skills that will underpin the lifelong employability and prospect of our students. This experience has proven to be the essential building block in the development of the first degree apprenticeship programme that we will launch in the autumn. We have a Centre for Work-Related Studies with a very specific learning framework that has been in place for about 27 years, so we've had a great grounding in this. So they were my 4 themes. I look forward to joining you in the panel discussion.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sir Anthony, can I ask if you think that what Claire has described, particularly something like a 5-week placement, would pass your tests of, did you say it was trivium, which is the grammar, logic, rhetoric? In other words, facts, interrogate them, and then do some construction or presentation.
Yes.
Is that the same process when you push people out to give them live experience? Or is it, I mean, because there seems to be a mismatch in language, and yet I hear people wishing for the same kind of engagement. Is that?
Well, I think that is a vast question, and we must ask ourselves, is higher education just about preparation for work, or is it about preparation for life, and is it about helping people to understand the richness of the world's scientific and technological and cultural and political economic systems? And I do think it should be about both. So I am in favour of work experience at school. It was often the case with many students that when they got out and started applying what they had been studying, that it came real. I think the best teachers make the material real anyway, even in class, but I think work experience is invaluable. But I wouldn't want to see universities just becoming job training centres. Life is extraordinary, and some of us live to work, some of us work to live. I think we should all be studying to live and to learn how to become ever deeper, ever more engaged, ever less bored, ever more enthralled by life, ever more fulfilling one's journey. As Thoreau said, I know it's on the tip of your tongue to quote Thoreau at this point, but Thoreau said most men and women lead lives of quiet desperation and go to their graves with their songs still inside them. As we all know, he said that. You know, and if we just have HEIs which are training people for jobs without liberating those inner songs, I mean, don't put your hands up. Just everyone ask yourself, those of you who went to uni or those of you who left school, are you a deeper, don't answer, are you a deeper, more curious, more empathetic person than you were when you left? And because it's very simple in life, there are two directions. We either travel towards greater depth and humanity and I think joy, though a lot of pain comes with it too, or we just become more and more work obsessed. I mean, how boring to be with somebody who's endlessly talking about their work, even dinner parties on Saturday evening. They're just desperate to tell you how marvellous they are and what deal they've just done. Sad, sad, sad. So you know, so I mean, I think that's really answered. University should be about a great opening out.
Okay. I'll come back on some of that later on. But right, so David Sweeney of Hefke, well-grounded Scotsman, brought up in Aberdeen. We've heard We've heard quite a lot about, you know, the disconnect between universities and business. What Sir Anthony has raised is actually the disconnect that most university marketing people worry about, which is if students ever begin to suspect that universities will not deliver happiness and begin to question their purpose, at which point there might be significant change in student choice. So I use a different language, but I recognise quite a lot in what he is saying, and it is coming out in the folklore at the moment. So that seems to be quite a big existential crisis for universities on both directions, even though they are prospering at the moment, and people are struggling with these. You're not here to defend universities and things, but you have a robust place in all these. What's your thoughts on what you've heard?
Well, I don't think we should think about existential crisis. I do think we should think about challenges, Sir Anthony has certainly raised a number of challenges about the quality of our teaching, about the concern we have our students, and any university that shrugs those off deserves Sir Anthony's epithet of complacency. Any university that indeed does get out of touch with its students and doesn't understand what they want are in the same place. But actually, as I go around the country, that's not really what I see. How many students did you say you placed in a year?
1,640.
Do you talk to them?
We talk to every single
Do
one
you
of
get
them.
feedback from them?
We get feedback from everyone.
That's much more of what I think there is going on. Of course, it doesn't happen all over the place. And I learned quite a long time ago that using PPE Oxford as the typical example of UK higher education got you into a few problems, actually. And I think that the main point I would pick up from both of our speakers is the diversity that, first of all, there is and that we need in the provision of UK higher education, but actually, more particularly, the diversity of need from our students. Sir Anthony talked about the private versus public university thing. Well, of course, the government has put a lot of money into public universities over 100 years or so, and the expectation is that that money has gone in with a responsibility to do things not just directly for their students, but for their communities and for the country and for the world. They are not expected to be self-glorifying organisations. The kind of concern that Claire just talked about for her local enterprise partnership is part of the public university deal. No choice, some money with it, but you're challenged to do it. For private universities, which I think enlarge what we do and are thoroughly beneficial, there is not that responsibility placed on them because we haven't given that level of investment. I think one of the questions for some universities, and actually for the University of Buckingham, is how much they want to engage in that full agenda, and I hope they will. I think, of course, alternate providers often do something different. They provide a distinctive form of higher education that may not be the kind of university degree that we know, but just from my very close observation in some cases, something that is of incredibly high value to students, but has got to be justified in the same way that Claire's work has got to be justified. So I'm for this diversity. I'm for the challenge of niche providers offering special provision. I don't think universities should be protected. So if that means your law courses are under threat from competitors, get on with it and work out how you can effectively deliver something that matches what they offer. I think we need to attend to that diversity. We need to think indeed about the intellectual underpinning, and perhaps we've seen from both of our speakers the need to balance the intellectual underpinning that equips you for the jobs not of now, but of 30 years to come. Sir Anthony's pointed out, I think, some of the things to think about there. But also the need to equip most students to go out and get a job when they qualify, in as much as we are able. And some universities have got brilliant things that they're doing, things that other universities say is impossible, too difficult, too expensive, but others do it. So I think there's lots to learn from looking at our universities, but we'll offer distinctive things. So diversity, but yeah, if you don't offer what your students want in some way, I mean...
We'll find out. Okay, questions and comments from the floor? You wanted to ask a question beforehand, or make a contribution. Just say where you're from.
I'm from Winchester University. I'm a second year student currently. As someone that is very focused on the so-called soft skills, I do appreciate how important they are, as do some of my peers. But I feel that the responsibility of developing them fall more on myself than, fall more on myself rather than the university themselves. So I was just going to ask, how do you propose that I get more of these soft skills directly from university in that kind of contact time, rather than out on my own?
Okay, let's take a few comments and then we'll come back. Anybody else? Okay, so Anthony, would you respond to that then?
Yeah, I think that it's easier to develop soft skills if one comes from certain types of background where there are opportunities to engage in conversations, to meet people from different professions than it is if one is brought up on a housing estate in a deprived area, and where the opportunities for conversations about economic subjects, financial subjects, scientific subjects are much less. So I think that we have to compensate for those who come from less advantaged backgrounds. I'm not making any judgment about your own background. So that we can give them those experiences. So you may have seen today, in today's paper, a number of schoolboys from a school near Windsor went off to the Kremlin to see Vladimir Putin, whether wisely or not, will be for others to decide. But that involves a kind of self-confidence, which I think would have come perhaps less from the school and more from the backgrounds of those people. I think that schools and universities need to compensate for soft skills for those people who don't have the same degree of access. And if we look at why so many, if you're an employer, why people get preference from who've come from certain types of state schools and independent schools, it's often because at interview they just seem to be more prepossessing, more confident. They look at in the eye of the person asking the questions. They talk in a more mature, less rushed way. And we need to give our young people these opportunities, not just so that they get the jobs in the first place, but that then when they get them, they can perform well. And of course, as we were saying earlier, it's much easier to teach somebody maths, which is pretty hard to teach somebody maths, but generally we know what we're doing more than soft skills. But nevertheless, it needs to be done in the world into which we're moving. Otherwise, we're just going forward complacently, and there's not the kind of leadership from university vice-chancellors that there can and should be, because they're all very comfortable, and they're driven by their heads of their professors who are very comfortable with courses as they are, and they get very irritated when you point out that things, and we hear, as we just heard there, that everything is actually marvellous in British universities.
Well, I think that's a bit tough on Joy Carter, who I think is a great leader of the University of Winchester. You want a specific suggestion? Winchester runs a student volunteering week in February. Great thing to do.
Joy, just as I wasn't mentioning Joy Carter, I was mentioning your experience of going around and thinking everything is fine in British universities. Things are not fine in British universities. The thing that's most wrong is that very attitude. Joy Carter is a wonderful Vice-Chancellor, and you have incredible people there. Perhaps the best person of all on education in Britain today is Guy Claxton, who spent much of his time at your university, whose thoughts about what education can and should be about are second to none.
Did I say everything was wonderful? Did I not say we had to face up to the challenges that you have just given, Sir Anthony, but we've got a strong base on which to build?
I agree about that.
I absolutely agree. I've got 4 kids who did 8 degrees at 6 universities. And in addition, I've worked myself for 17 years at a university. To suggest everything is perfect and wonderful, absolutely not. But we've got a strong base on which to build. The key thing, if the teaching excellence framework works, it will enable us to identify those areas of weakness and do something about them. That's, for me, the issue. We want to give a consistently great service to all students. From my kids' experience, they got a great time a lot of the time. But yes, consistency.
I agree with you.
Can I just ask a question, Sir Anthony? You mentioned that you would like to see university models that were closer to the United States model, and you were pessimistic about, whether the current private providers would be able to step up, whether in business, in other areas, and the way that the College of Humanities have been treated. But Mark Taylor from Eversheds this morning said that one of the interesting things was that he thought a number of serious, high brand recognition American universities were looking at the UK market and coming into it. What's the key feature of those university American models that would differentiate them from a UK model? And would you welcome it if they were stepping up and setting up more extensive, some of them have campuses here already, but more extensive arrangements? What is the differentiation you think is the key between their attitude and approach?
it's a broader undergraduate experience. That one reason why a number of undergraduates, not just from better off backgrounds, but the Sutton Trust, which you some may know, has been trying to encourage young people from disadvantaged backgrounds to apply to American universities, as an experience that the founder of the Sutton Trust, Peter Lampole, was very enamoured with when he was in the US. So it's a broader, often more liberal arts, studying less one subject, valuing sport, valuing artistic achievement. To me, it's very, running schools, it was very disheartening trying to encourage breadth, trying to encourage multiple intelligence learning when universities, for all their talk about valuing breadth, were only really interested in somebody's score at A-level. Because if universities, as in America, were to do more to value the sacrifices young people make to keep going with the violin or keep going with netball when other people are getting Saturday jobs and not playing for teams, or other people are going off to cafes after school and not staying for orchestra practices. These things are very important for young people. So yeah.
Can I ask you this, Randy? Because when universities have talked about contextual admissions, by which they mean taking factors into account other than A-levels, the first people to complain are your ex-colleagues, the public school headmasters, who say, we've trained our kids to get the best A-levels, and now you're accepting people with lesser qualifications. Now, I totally agree with you. We ought to look for students who have the opportunity, the potential to get reward from a broader university education. That means looking beyond A-levels. Will you tell your old colleagues that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I did, and I felt all the time that we needed to have much more looking at people's potential rather than just what they got. Because clearly, if you go to certain kinds of schools, you are much more likely to do well. I mean, somebody's A-level results are so much a function of the school that you attend and the motivation amongst the school population and the focus in that school and the level of expectation, aspiration. So clearly it needs to be broader, and clearly we need, because we have all these gifts and aptitudes, we are trying to educate young people for life, and the narrowing down of young people's experience, or the failure to open people up so they have their emotional side, their creative side, artistic side, cultural side opened up. If you learn, it's very hard. I don't know how many here in the audience who have started playing the oboe or the violin after the age of 18. It's much harder to also start painting or start dancing. Ed Balls was an exception to that rule. but it's much, we need these things to happen at schools, and we need to value them and to say that they're important. And by the way, they won't cut against people's results. I think they'll help them. So that's another point that we agree.
Let's just take two quick comments and then we'll have to finish.
Okay, actually, it's a question. Maxine Taylor from King's College London. First of all, thanks to the panel for an absolutely fascinating discussion. But I think I came in from the private sector to higher education 5 years ago. So from very different range of backgrounds, from the public sector, from the voluntary sector, and literally from the private sector. And I think one of the things that strikes me most is that this is a sector that's really grappling with its identity. I think there are many, many dedicated people who really want to see change, but don't know quite how to make it happen quickly and in the right way. And I think the expectations of the outside world are getting higher and higher, and the wish to see speedier change is also being driven much more substantively outside by external commentators. So if I'm on the panel, I'd say to you, to all, if you were to do one single thing, and I'm bearing in mind Anthony's comment about government policy most probably won't work around diversification. It's one of the drivers, but it might not work. What is the one single thing that each of you would do prioritise above all else if you were a university vice-chancellor to make something change right now, and in a very substantive, radical way?
So write down your answers. A quick comment from Ray, and then we'll take the panels.
Thank you. Ray Land, Durham University. We quite rightly, I think, look to the States very often, to the US as an example of university excellence. But I think two correctives there. One is we tend to base that on the performance of universities in the world top 200. Yeah. The American sector is an enormous one. There's a huge range of variability there. And even in that measure, you know, the UK scores pretty well. I mean, we, out of the top 20 universities in the latest rankings, the States had 12, we had 5. But two important things to take into account. The US has no national system, no professional standards framework for the preparation of teachers in higher education, as we have in the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom is the only state sector in the world that has a nationally agreed professional standards framework with teaching programs in each of the universities, I don't know about Buckingham, which are accredited against those standards. The European Union is now saying they should have a similar set of standards across Europe in the next 10 years. Ireland are trying to do that. So we are a world leader in that regard. More importantly, and the US has nothing like that, more importantly, there is now virtually no way of getting tenure in a major US university at the moment. There is a crisis, and I use that word advisedly, of casualization in the United States, of adjunct teachers, as they're called there, teaching assistants really, who are paid very little. They are very well qualified and have a couple of postdocs. They know they have no future as a permanent employee in those universities. It's known dismissively as adjunctivitis, which is a rather kind of sick joke. But if you speak to academic staff and their morale in the US at the moment, it is rock bottom.
Okay, Claire, one thing you would do if you were a Vice-Chancellor to change things?
I'm definitely not a Vice-Chancellor, but I think, I don't think there's a silver bullet, but I think if you could do one thing, it would be to do things that focus on activities to encourage the passion to learn. Universities are full of really clever people, really interesting people, as we've heard, and we've listened to loads today. And there's lots of knowledge that are in universities that is completely impenetrable to the layperson. We're talking this archaic language, and it's not accessible to people. So to be able to find ways of unlocking that and for them to play with that, get to know themselves and get to know others, it will be something around that for me.
David?
I would learn from the British Olympic cycling team and the David Brailsford way of doing things, which is indeed not silver bullet and not baby out with bathwater. It's looking at every bit of your activity and looking for incremental improvement in every area. That's great, because the Vice-Chancellor can't do that. He's got, or she has got, to harness the skills of all of the leaders in the organisation, and that's the way I think you get organisational change in a university. And they've got to listen to a whole raft of reasonable criticisms of universities, some of which you might want to rebut, but I think some, and Sir Anthony has referred to several of them, you want to listen to and search every element of your structures, your courses, your student provision, to see how you get improvement. David Brailsford rules.
Anthony?
I agree with both the previous speakers and uniting both the sense of personal responsibility so that the students but also the academics are capable of leading autonomous lives. And a lot of that comes down to leadership from the Vice-Chancellor. And if you have a Vice-Chancellor who's never seen, like some head teachers are never seen, and they have much, much smaller organisations to run, and don't transact the human skills. The role of the leader in setting the tone of the organisations is very important. And I think a big change we will see in the next 10 years is a rise in intelligent or smart well-being for both the staff and the students, so that they can live more fulfilled, autonomous lives, less dependent upon artificial and ultimately damaging ways to look at to quiet their mind and give them pleasure.
Okay, and on that note, I would like to ask you to thank all our speakers and contributors. And there's coffee downstairs, and then off to the breakouts, and then there's a dinner this evening, which I hope I will see some of you again. Okay, thank you very much.
degree apprenticeships, just in case you have found yourself to the wrong room, hopefully not. I'm Jill Shepherd from a business school, BPP Business School, and Angela's here with me from a law school, so we hope to present two different views on the same subject. We'll both talk for around 15-20 minutes and then pass on to a general discussion, which obviously we would like to be interactive and enthusiastic. So I shall start with degree apprenticeships and disruption, or disruption and degree apprenticeships. Disruption is a concept, degree apprenticeships is a reality. You know, like Brexit, degree apprenticeships are not going anywhere. So we need to embrace them. And I have a vision for degree apprenticeships, which I wish to share with you. And that vision is about aligning the professional development of each student, and including, to listen to Anthony Selden, their well-being and the extent to which work dominates or outside of work dominates, but to align that professional development with organisational value add so that there's a synergy between them. And this is what I feel degree apprenticeships can do. And there are various ways in which we can disrupt primarily the way we teach business to achieve this. So let me start, however, by looking at general ways in which degree apprenticeships will disrupt. And then I will lead on to the specific ideas I have around teaching, because as was discussed by Ray this morning and Anthony this afternoon, for me, teaching is at the heart of any disruption we are going to undertake in education. So let's look at the general ways in which degree apprenticeships will disrupt. Well, firstly, there's the levy. That in itself is hugely disruptive. This levy will be imposed on many organisations and will be redistributed not only around the organisations on which it's imposed, but also among small and medium-sized enterprises. As indeed, as we discussed this morning, I would love them to also be distributed among entrepreneurs, so organisations that don't even yet to exist. But the levy is hugely disruptive. A second disruptive force in degree apprenticeships is the involvement of employers. The employers have been involved in creating the degree apprenticeships, in designing them, and we are going to have a huge number of employers, far more than we've ever done before, if employers take up their right to spend the levy on their own apprenticeships, engaged in business education. This is huge, to be accountable to employers in a way that perhaps we've never been done before. And this whole theory into practice debate within which we come across in business education time after time will come to the fore as we engage employers. A third disruptive force is the fact that the government is becoming a stakeholder. Operationally, business schools engaged in degree apprenticeships or training providers working with a university with degree awarding powers need to set up operations by which the money comes back from government, and they need to account for the number of apprentices they have. If those apprentices have withdrawn, they need to account for any students who've got an EHC plan, and any student with an EHC plan can gain more money for their degree apprenticeship. So that's an important whole operational process that needs to be set up in the university that didn't exist before. And lastly, degree apprenticeships are disruptive because they have been designed to sort out, or at least contribute to sorting out, the productivity paradox, or the productivity puzzle, as it's sometimes termed. Now, even with or without Brexit, who knows what effect that's currently having, but in Q2, our productivity in the UK still had not gone up. And if you put productivity puzzle or productivity paradox into Google Scholar and hit news, you will see a whole range of journalists commenting on the skills gap. And of course, this morning we've heard, and even this afternoon, we've heard a lot about this skills gap. And we need to do something about it. This is the disruptive force that degree apprenticeships are set up to engender in the productivity puzzle. And interestingly, if you look deeper into the productivity puzzle, in the UK we have an interesting problem. We have a group of organisations that are highly productive, far more productive than those at the top of the table, the Norways, the Switzerlands of this world. But we have a very long tail of organisations that are underperforming in terms of productivity. And arguably, it's the degree apprenticeships should be aimed at those organisations and that long tail. If you dig deeper, what you find is people saying, and this is common parlance at this conference, that the problem is interpersonal skills, is emotional intelligence, is mixing knowledge up with all of those other skills. As Ray talked about this morning, maybe we've gone too far into experiential learning, and we do need to remember that we need to give more knowledge. But the productivity puzzle and paradox would say to us that we need to mix up knowledge with the soft skills to produce something which will raise the productivity level of these organisations in this very long tail that we have in the UK. So perhaps I'm beginning to bore you about general reasons for why degree apprenticeships are disruptive. So let's look at some more specific ideas that I'm playing with in the leadership and management degree apprenticeship space. Let's look at some of the frustrations I've felt in my career of business education. Some of you may share these, and some of you may have your own frustrations, and this is a call to action to reframe those frustrations as and use degree apprenticeships as a way of disrupting business education and finding some new creative ideas to get around these frustrations. One of the frustrations I've had is that student in the corner who you award good marks to. You have to award good marks to because they have met the learning outcomes, but you fear them in the workplace because they're, should we say, arrogant? Yeah? They know their stuff, they can write the assessment, they're very good communicators, but you worry whether they're the type that The Economist, in their review of business education, primarily the MBA market after the financial crisis, worried about caused the financial crisis. What can we do about those? We give them high marks. We're kind of right to give them high marks. They go through all the external examining process and moderation, and they still have a high mark. But it frustrates you because you're not convinced they are effective people in the workplace in terms of those interpersonal skills. The other person I tend to worry about and get frustrated about is the opposite. It's that humble person in maybe the back of the classroom, because the arrogant guy's at the front of the classroom, but the humble person at the back of the classroom who, when you ask a question in class, doesn't ever answer, and yet maybe on a one-on-one you realise that they are very insightful despite that humility. And maybe you give them the paper on leadership as humility and you try to raise their awareness that that is a good characteristic to have, but you never get that far with them. So that's the case of where I've been frustrated in my personal career as business education. So what's the solution? What's my vision? Well, I've done some work already, and I intend to take this work into degree apprenticeships and the CMDA around character. And Anthony mentioned character. There's lots of stuff in charter schools on character. There's stuff done by Mary Crossan from Rotman on character, again, interestingly, post the financial crisis. And they pull on the work by Mark Seligman. And it's fascinating, it is so brilliant to see a class of a whole variety of students with very different characters sit in front, maybe in peer-to-peer coaching, with a table of character traits and say, well, what do I tend to have in excess? What do I have as a deficiency? And I don't know if some of you were in Ross Sunley's session, but you see how students realise that they have a unique character, that character can be developed, that other people have different characters, and all of those characters are in the real workplace. So I would like to bring a lot of character development into degree apprenticeships because there's a possibility in the workplace to actively develop that character. And because it gets rid of these problems that we have, that if you teach pure knowledge, you're missing out on that more holistic side of the student. So that's one idea that I'm working on. Another idea, again, to pull on something that was mentioned before, is why do we not learn more from schools in higher education? Again, a frustration I have is I walk into a class or I peer review people walking into a class and there's a differentiation problem. And yet schools get that right. No school gets an Ofsted outstanding unless the teacher can prove that every single child in the room has gained from that lesson. If we did that in higher education, we might be a little scared of what the results would be. So how can we cope with the differentiation in a single room? And my solution to that again I'm working on, is the concept of professional knowledge. So making sure that students understand that theory comes in all guises and knowledge comes in all guises. And they can pick and choose what knowledge they are ready for and how to use it. So gone is the notion that you just provide a textbook and these papers. You teach students that they can pick and choose bits of theory from a textbook when they need to act maybe immediately with some simple tool, but then when there's something that they need to consider more, that it's a more messy problem, a more difficult problem in the workplace, that then they maybe look at something more conceptual, they maybe do their own research. And so professional knowledge is something that is much more holistic, that allows students to create their own theory in action. And I do a lot of work with students saying, create a rich picture of your own theory. You don't think you need to read an academic paper or textbook from beginning to end. Any course never supplies you with all the knowledge there is anyway on a subject. So let's stop pretending it does. And let's teach students to be empowered to seek whatever knowledge they need to become a better manager or leader. So that's that frustration of differentiation. And if you scaffold students from working initially with simple tools, all the way up to concepts, to then taking their own bits and pieces from different theories and making their own theory in action, you get differentiation happening in the same room. And you can see students who are maybe only using tools, look at students who are using more concepts, look at students who are using theory much more provocatively in a way that empowers them. And if you do that, you get this vision of students developing themselves in a way that aligns themselves with an organisation because they can find theory that suits their organisation. I did a viva of a student earlier this week, and he said at the end of the viva, when we said, well, you've got any questions for us, it was to move from a second year to a third year within a work-based learning degree, not a degree apprenticeship, but even so, there are parallels. And he said the biggest revelation for him was when he realised there was no amazing truth out there in theory, that he could just take bits and pieces of theory from that paper, that textbook, and create his own theory that he could then use in his organisation. Lex Donaldson, the business academic, talks of being damned by our own theories, that as teachers, if a theory can be, or if knowledge can be taught, then by definition it can be shared amongst everybody, and if by definition it can be shared around everybody, then it can't create unique, sustainable advantage. But if you allow students to make their own theory up, you teach them how to do it, you empower them how to do it, then they can create their own theory specific to their own organisation and create sustainable advantage. Get that alignment between their professional development and organisational value add. Another concern, and this is not so much a frustration, but another concern of employees when they look at the apprenticeship standards is they'll say, well, how come I'm going to take somebody at 18, a school leaver, and at 21, after 3 years of the degree apprenticeship, they're going to be an expert in leadership or an expert in strategy. And so they're scared of engaging in degree apprenticeships because they worry about what it is that they're committing to. And my solution to this is to look at the more recent material. Look at the strategy as practice material that Jerry Johnson set up, which looks at strategy as artifacts, strategy as belonging to everybody in the organisation, strategy as emotional, as political, because then strategy becomes real to anybody in the organisation, not just somebody, perhaps as textbooks tend to emphasise, up at the top of the organisation. And leadership is the same. Leadership is not something that is only the remit of Barack Obama or of Nelson Mandela or Jamie Oliver, who are often upheld in business school courses as the role models of leadership. Those are unattainable to most people. But if you again look at the more modern literature on leadership, it talks to you about leadership being something that everybody can aspire to. And then what you get, which is again mentioned in Ross Sully's session this morning, is students taking on challenges that are slightly out of their comfort zone, and as they do that, they grow in confidence, and they then can reach the apprenticeship standards at level 6, and maybe move on when they finish their degree programme to continue to improve their confidence by embracing new challenges. So that's something else I'm looking at. My colleague will talk about this more, but Angela will talk about this more, but CSR in business schools, have we really done much about CSR? We kind of play with the notion in higher education. But degree apprenticeships, if any student has an EHC plan, the E is the education part, the H is the healthcare, the C is children in care. If anybody has an EHC plan, they get more funding. And I'm particularly interested in, from my business school perspective, from the care perspective, from taking children who've been in care, who research shows are likely to be highly resilient and likely to be very good entrepreneurs, and seeing if we can help them through degree apprenticeships, bridge that gap between coming out of care and being lost in the world and having a degree apprenticeship to bridge that gap. So that's another frustration of mine, that CSR has not really been fulfilled in business schools, and maybe degree apprenticeships with that extra funding gives us that way of building into the student experience, not just CSR as an organisation, do we recycle, but into our student experience. There are a number of other ideas I have. Threshold concepts was mentioned by Ray this morning. Paul Hibbert has written an excellent paper for the HEA on threshold concepts. Harry Zoukas is an academic whose work I follow, and he talks about how research, nice, big, thick academic papers that we like to give our students, are generated by professors working with a scientific rationality. So they will eliminate, rightly so, lots of variables so that they just look at motivation. But the reality is students in the workplace won't ever have to just deal with motivation. They will be motivating a team, all of whom will have individual motivational needs, but they'll also have this thing called organisational control coming down to impinge on them. So what real managers in the real world work with is something called practical rationality, or something that Harry Zoukas has called practical rationality. And threshold concepts, which are concepts that go across functional boundaries and also uses integrative skills that were talked about by Ray this morning, are another thing that we could introduce into business education, because degree apprenticeships will demand it of us as educators of business, because the employers will be demanding that their apprenticeships are able to see the perspective of finance and the perspective of marketing, even if they've done a finance module and a marketing module. At the moment in assessments, we often pay lip service to saying, let's have one question that goes across functional boundaries. But maybe with degree apprenticeships, we can have assessments, especially with the portfolio that's required in degree apprenticeships, use this threshold concept to make people truly work across functional areas in an integrative way. What else do I have? Accessible theory. A last idea, and then I'll close. Business research is constantly evolving. If we want to improve the productivity gap, we cannot rely on textbooks. We have to make those nasty, inaccessible, recently published papers accessible to students. And there are ways of doing that. I tell students, I teach them, don't ever look on Google Scholar for a paper that interests you and read it from the start. No! Don't go anywhere near the methods section unless you really are dedicated and want to fall asleep. You are managers. Go to the back of the paper. Look at the discussion. Look at the managerial implications section if there is one. And probably don't even read the literature review. And if there's a quote in there that interests you, and that's enough to start you wondering about what you're going to do tomorrow in your workplace, then just take that quote, put the paper to one side, get the reference, because we'll all still require degree apprenticeships to reference, and then add it to your bricolage of another theory that you've taken from a textbook, a wise quote from a manager in your organisation, something from the BBC Wise Practitioners CEO secret stuff, and create your own theory in action. So we need to teach students how to have that inquiring mind to constantly engage with new research. Because if we wish to reduce the productivity gap, then we need students to use latest research. So my speech, if you like, my talk is a call to action. You know, everyone in this room is a stakeholder in business education, and we can all associate with frustrations. I brought up my frustrations, you'll have your own frustrations in business education, but can we creatively reframe these frustrations as opportunities? And the degree apprenticeship's been such a big programme, we ought to be able to do it. And maybe then, you know, just as in the Olympics, Great Britain was second, my goodness, second in the medals tables across all those sports. Maybe we can take ourselves off the bottom of the G7 productivity table, which is where the UK is. The UK is bottom of the G7 productivity table. And if we can get second in the medal tables in the Olympics, then maybe with degree apprenticeships we can increase the productivity of organisations in that long tail by aligning personal development to organisational value add. And thank you very much for listening. You can contact me through LinkedIn or my hashtag, my @degreeapps, because I'm very keen on degree apprenticeships, as you might have gathered. But it's been fun thinking about the ideas that I'm incorporating into the CMDA in order to present to you today. So I'll hand over to
So, hello, very, very enthusiastic. I completely support and agree with Jill's enthusiasm. I'm coming from a slightly different perspective because I've got two hats professionally. I've been qualified as a solicitor now for coming on 29 years. I can't believe where the years have gone, but they've rolled on. And in the last year, I joined the City Law School in City University, which very proudly joins the University of London today. And I've had a particular brief at the City Law School, which has been solicitor apprenticeships. And it's been a very interesting personal journey for me as somebody who has been involved in recruiting trainees and paralegals over the years, working as a mentor, particularly with BAME students, and having an awareness and insight into some of the struggles that they face and continue to face to enter the legal profession. It's been very interesting to marry that up with my experience of largely setting up the new solicitor apprenticeship programme at the City Law School, which launches as of today. I don't know if you've seen my abstract, but I sent in an abstract to the conference organisers some months ago, and in that I touched on the ongoing issues and concerns about social mobility, the limited extent to which social mobility has been achieved across the professions, and looking at diversity issues. So I thought I'd send in a paper and raise issues specific to my direct experience as a member of the legal profession. And I kind of thought about the preparation of this presentation today and thought it'd be useful just to throw out some statistics just to demonstrate some of the ongoing concerns around diversity and social mobility. And in terms of the legal profession, and this may not be news to many of you, there are only 6.1% partners in law firms in England and Wales describing themselves as BAME. The judiciary, only 5% are drawn from BAME backgrounds. And I've got a court hearing coming up soon in the Supreme Court. And I know, I mean, obviously we've got the wonderful Lady Hale in terms of, you know, some movements with social mobility and diversity. But there are no BAME judges in the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court as of 2016 in this multicultural society that we have. Now, I very much believe in being positive and constructive, so I haven't come here to kind of moan about the situation. It's basically to say that I do feel that initiatives such as degree apprentices, and specifically the solicitor apprenticeship, is a real possible mode or route for addressing some of these issues that I've been reading about since I was a teenager. And that was a long time ago, sadly. Now, why have we got issues around social mobility? I've got a 19-year-old daughter who's just about to start her second year at medical school. And so, I'm very, very aware of the anxieties and concerns facing our young generation around some of the obstacles to studying. And of course, one of the first obstacles is this issue of tuition costs. It's obviously a disincentive to many from lower and middle socio-economic backgrounds, and it's going to be exacerbated and intensified even more as a result of cap on tuition fees being lifted. And I've had my daughter and other family members who are undergraduates already worrying about the impact on the debt they're going to have as a result of the increase in interest on loans. The other thing I want to mention, actually, is I think it's been very interesting that in the news we've had in the last couple of weeks the government identifying another group of individuals who are kind of disproportionately represented in higher education and in the professions, and that's Theresa May's current agenda in terms of looking at issues around accessibility for white working class boys. So my agenda is not purely around BAME, it's talking about social mobility and diversity across the piece, and that also includes looked after children, young people with special educational needs who can achieve if they're given all the support and recognition that they deserve. To be very specific in terms of the legal profession, to give you an idea of some of the obstacles that individuals face now, after an individual completes their law degree or the equivalent and their professional course, to qualify as a solicitor or a barrister, there's another hurdle that they've got to leap. And for a solicitor, at the moment, they have to obtain a training contract, and for a barrister, they then have to obtain a similar kind of apprenticeship or training period, and it's for a post called pupillage. And they've always been in short supply. There's an increasing number of people taking law degrees and entering the legal profession, which means that there's a real finite number of these really crucial posts that people need to obtain in order to reach their goal of qualifying. So I mentor, and I've had a number of undergraduates and indeed those who've already got their legal practice course who actually hit the ceiling quite early because they've studied, they've achieved well, they've obtained their degree, their professional course, they've acquired a debt as well, but they're finding it increasingly difficult to get to that further tier of obtaining a training contract because it's very, very competitive, and there's a disproportionate number of BAME students who are left outside in the cold trying to qualify finally through obtaining one of these posts. And my genuine concern that, we've been talking about social mobility for a while. There was a social mobility unit set up by the government however many years ago. And what I'm really concerned about is with tuition costs and all the other hurdles, to what extent is it going to become the case that a number of excluded students and individuals will decide in years to come, this isn't for me. I can't aspire to the legal profession or other businesses, the kind of courses that you run. And it's something that I really worry about, and it's something that I think that as a society we really, really need to address, and not just by use of words. So, apprenticeships. When I joined City Law School a year ago, it was a week after there was an announcement of a new Trailblazer solicitor apprenticeship, which I was very, very excited about. And it's coming into effect now. And I'll just give you a quick run through of it, because basically it means that an individual, and the government's to an extent focusing on school leavers. So you can have a situation whereby an 18-year-old acquires their A-levels and is recruited by a private firm or in-house department. We're very proud at City Law School to be working in partnership with ITV, who went public earlier this year to announce that they're one of the first in-house legal departments to recruit a solicitor apprentice. So the employer will enter into an employment contract with the apprentice. It'll be a 6-year programme generally, and at the end of that 6-year period, the individual will qualify. They'll be working 4 days a week at the firm, and they'll have a day for day release, And at City Law School, they will be having an induction very shortly with us, and then monthly face-to-face sessions. And in terms of how we structured the course, at the end of the 4th year, provided they've passed all their modules and reached the acquired standard, they will acquire a degree in LLB, in legal practice. And in the last 2 years, we'll focus on the professional skills-based curriculum that is currently practiced or provided by law schools for those who are graduates. So there are enormous benefits of this 6-year scheme. I know that for some employers, the thought of committing to an individual for 6 years can understandably be of concern. It's going to be a flexible scheme, so we've had some discussions already about possibly shortening the scheme. But potentially, and we've got some employers who've come on board pretty quickly, it's a 6-year commitment, potentially to an 18-year-old or to an older individual. And that individual will have paid employment and they'll be learning on the job, which I think is really key. Because we've had discussions already about the gap between learning in terms of academic abilities and skills gaps in the markets. The whole issue about individuals leaving university and not being as employable as employers might wish them to be. In a sense, I think this is ideal. It's a combination. So you've got your apprentice learning on the job, studying, and really, really acquiring their skill sets as they move through the 6-year programme. Huge benefit for those who come from less privileged backgrounds is that tuition costs are wholly covered by the government and by the employer. So this is a practical impact of this huge thing that Jill's just been talking about, the levy on employers. The impact for individuals who would otherwise be denied access to a degree and to a profession of this nature is that they're given access to it because they're not having to weigh up that really difficult situation that many are having to think about. Can I afford to do this? It can be terrifying. And my daughter's already talking to me about really wanting to avoid qualifying as a doctor and having a debt of over £50,000. And we're looking very, very closely at how she can manage all of that. And she's, in a sense, privileged to be able to have that discussion with me and to have the support. But can you think of all those young people who aren't able to access that support and who therefore have that door closed before they've even had a chance at not, giving it a little push to see whether this is something for me. They have the ability, and they really ought to have the right to see through those career aspirations. Big plus, no student debts, and the structure of the programme will mean that you're not going to have individuals stuck after they've obtained their academic qualifications because they can't get this elusive training position because it's built into the 6-year programme. And I think also very, very beneficial is that you're likely to have commitment and engagement from the employer. So if you have an employer who employs you, is paying you, contributing towards your tuition costs, it's very, very likely that they're going to want to invest in you long term. So again, that's a real plus for the employer and also a real plus for the apprentice. So in my view, the above attributes provide real prospects of this being an exciting new approach to individuals being able to access the legal profession and potentially really deal with social mobility issues. Nothing's perfect. So what are my concerns or queries about the process? Obviously, it's very, very new. It's just starting. But some of the things that I query in terms of the long-term success of the solicitor apprenticeship scheme, and indeed this will transfer, I'm sure, to other apprenticeships, is the view of parents, especially those who are committed to their children acquiring social mobility. I was the first in my family to attend university. It was a big deal, and it remains a big deal for many parents and young people, and quite rightly so. And so I think there is going to be the issue around making that choice. There will be young people and parents who will be weighing up, shouldn't I be going to university full-time? Shouldn't I be having this experience that was touched on this morning? We've had, I think Sir Anthony talking about, it's not just about academia, it's about coming out as a fulfilled, whole and rounded person. There are going to be those questions. How widespread is knowledge about the scheme and the value of apprenticeships generally? I mean, obviously the government has been very committed to the apprenticeship programme for quite a while now, and its commitment is to have 3 million in place by 2020. I think it's going to be important for that agenda to be spread equally across society, across schools, across colleges, so that the benefits of the apprenticeship scheme are really spread fairly. Are schools and colleges likely to promote apprenticeships? We have to look at, well, how do you judge a good school? How do you judge a good college? And certainly an element of that is, how many of their young people get good places at good universities. So there's a whole mindset around outcomes, what's successful, is there potential scope for conflicts of interest between schools and colleges and young people? All questions really to be thinking about and for those of us involved in the field to be trying to address. Will employers go out of their way to appoint academically capable apprentices from less advantaged backgrounds? We had mentioned earlier today that there's inevitably a particular type of student from a particular type of background who will sail through, who will get into the universities. They're attractive to the universities because of the academic results that it's assumed that they will bring. I don't believe for one moment that there aren't also young people from less able or less advantaged backgrounds who could also bring the good results that universities seek. It's quite interesting looking at Twitter and looking at some of the academies and other schools very, very proudly posting pictures of their successful students, a number of BAME students with A's and A+. And I think it's important to do this because we need to get the message out there that university is not the preserve of one particular socio-economic group. Abolition of the Education Maintenance Award, I really didn't understand it at the time. How on earth did that tally with the social mobility agenda that the government had at the same time? Tuition fees, don't get me started, in terms of the impact on young people and parents. These have been problems, they've been like grenades thrown out there really, and it doesn't make sense that these steps were brought in at the same time as having governments in power very much pushing the social mobility agenda. How on earth does it make sense? It doesn't. So, what's required? What's needed? What's the way forward? I think it's just very important to have joined up thinking. We've got a really good opportunity here. We've got the levy coming in. I know that's going to cause lots of disruption, but it can be used as well to the advantage of the social mobility agenda and also in terms of increasing the skill sets of students so that you have productive students who are employable and who can bring real value added to organisations because they've been trained from day one and at the same time acquiring their academic qualifications. And I think that there has to be a real commitment to ensure that there's participation and opportunities given to a whole range of apprentices from a whole range of backgrounds. So that means targeting all of the schools and all of the colleges, irrespective of ethnicity, irrespective of where they are, whether it's kind of urban areas with sink schools, inverted commas. I've never believed in the concept of sink schools, but I think that universities, colleges and employers must really have a good, positive mindset and give true equal opportunities in terms of access to apprentices and really look at how they go about, for example, recruiting apprentices. Joined up thinking is vital, otherwise I think this apprenticeship programme could be a real sorely missed opportunity to really push and implement social mobility. I think time will tell, but I believe in being positive and constructive. Time will tell whether the apprenticeship programme will be supported and promoted. And I think it's encouraging that apprenticeships are going to be an option on the UCAS forms. And I think that's just really, really, really positive and makes me feel really hopeful that we can really see some benefit from the programme. And I'm really hoping that employers will think outside the box and will take part, for example, in social mobility schemes. There is, for example, a legal social mobility partnership. So a number of city firms in London have joined together and they work in partnership with state schools. They give the young people work experience, summer experience, mentor them, and really see them through to A-levels. And there were some really good success stories published in the Evening Standards of some of these students getting really good results and being really well supported by these firms. And I'd just like to see that, that kind of practice duplicated and taken on board by employers across the field. So in conclusion, it's my view, there's much to be done in terms of the social mobility agenda, in terms of increasing diversity in the workplace. That's the name, the title of my workshop. How can we secure social justice, and how can we get diversity in the workplace? And I think that apprenticeships is a really good opportunity to do so, but I think that we have to be mindful of some of the drawbacks and to make sure that as education providers, as employers, as schools, as parents, we're really mindful of some of the traps that we could quite easily fall into. Thank you.
So, does anybody have any questions or comments to add to our views of the world of degree apprenticeships?
Hi, I'm Mike Meldon, Dean of the Business School at South Bank. I guess it was two great presentations, really interesting, but perhaps a more general question in a way, about where the apprenticeship students are going to come from and how that's going to impact on higher education. Because I think it's a no-brainer that where you've got students who are sponsored by employers at the moment, they're going to switch over to apprenticeships. I mean, why wouldn't they? Because the levy's in place. So that's a zero-sum game for most higher education providers. Then there might be a group of students who are intending to go to university, but decide to get a job instead, and are lucky enough to get a job where they get an apprenticeship. Well, good for them, that's great, but that's again zero-sum game, because actually that's not introducing any more students into the system. So to introduce more students into the system, we've got to tap into those students who are not being sponsored by an employer, who weren't planning to come to university anyway, who are then able to get a job, possibly in the teeth of an impending recession, and in that job be singled out as worthy of an apprenticeship. Now, I've deliberately caricatured that in a way to be provocative, but I think you can probably see my point. Apprenticeships are probably the most serious attempt in the past decade or so to address this, but I think there's a question to be asked. If higher education are going to be the partners, are they actually going to significantly increase the numbers of students?
There is an obvious risk of cannibalisation. Just in business, are you going to have less people coming into your undergraduate programme because they can do a degree apprenticeship? Let's see what happens. I also do feel that there will be students for whom there's a doubt in their mind about university, the debt especially not helping, not least in the area of social mobility, for whom that vocational edge to degree apprenticeship will make them do a degree apprenticeship when previously they would have perhaps fallen amongst those different offerings that you were suggesting. Time will tell, but I do think, maybe because I'm just an optimist, that we will increase the overall pool, but I do appreciate there's an element of cannibalisation. Will therefore undergraduate programmes, let's say in business and leadership, think differently about how am I going to appeal to a different student? A degree apprenticeship in leadership and management is going to look like this, an undergraduate business programme is going to look like this. Will they end up looking different, or will they end up saying, well, we've got to have a placement in any undergraduate degree in business that we offer? I don't know.
Can I just ask one follow-up question on that, more specifically on law? And you're quite right about the kind of professional bottleneck. There are about 400 pupilages for barristers. There are about 1,600 students doing the bar exams.
Yes.
I guess there are about 5,000 training contracts, and there are maybe 6,000 students coming through. If what we're trying to do is address social mobility, should the emphasis be more on paralegal apprenticeships? Because it might have more impact.
Potentially. I mean, you're probably aware that there is a paralegal.
Obviously, yeah.
Are you a lawyer?
Yeah.
So you're aware that there were 3 trailblazers announced last September. My understanding is that, yes, the paralegal route is perfect for some individuals, but I think that there is a whole issue around retention and career planning, because not everybody wants to stay a paralegal forevermore, and many do. I'm still in private practice, and we have an excellent team of trainees and paralegals, and it's often the case that if an individual is working really well as a paralegal, building up their skills and their confidence, quite rightly they question, well, why don't I take it a step further and aim to become a solicitor? So it'll work in some respects, but it won't necessarily solve, I think, a long-term issue, because I think naturally there are many individuals who want to aim further and who are more or less, in some respects, almost doing the same work as a trainee, and therefore quite rightly think, I actually want to aim higher. And that's not in any way to put down an individual who decides being a paralegal is just right for me, and this has given me career satisfaction, but it's quite often the case that paralegals do want to move on. In terms of getting a pool of individuals, it's been very interesting, because we're working in partnership with Silex Law School as well, who work very closely with the National Apprenticeship Service, and it's just very interesting seeing the number of apprenticeships that are advertised on social media. So I do feel, I'm positive and feel optimistic, and I do feel that as we move on, it's going to become really quite the norm for apprenticeships to be out there on the agenda, and people being aware, young people being aware that they're an option. I took part in a tweet up with ITV when they started their recruitment process for the solicitor apprenticeship, and that was just really, really exciting. And the tweets were coming in from young people wanting to get details about the study programme and what's involved. So I think I think that the pool will certainly increase.
I would add as well that degree apprenticeships are available to people who have a lot of experience. So the Chartered Management Institute have done some research on the number of leaders and managers are out there who've had no education in leadership and management. So it's not just about your 18-year-old coming out of school. It's also about those people who've maybe been 5, 6, 10 years even, who say, well, for whatever reason, I have missed out on some leadership and management education. Yes, I might go off and do a history degree and grow myself in that way, if I can afford it, but there is this option perhaps now to look and examine my experience in business and management and do a degree apprenticeship at 28, 30, 40. Just as how in the MBA market you get some very experienced managers coming onto MBAs. So that might be a way of increasing our overall student numbers.
Hi, it's John Madison. Just to agree with the last point, it wasn't the point I was going to make, but we have 300 higher apprentices, of whom around 90% are already mid-career in employment. So I think the idea is to cast the net wider. It's not just a phenomenon that will affect 18-year-olds. And in fact, they will not be the majority of higher apprentices and degree apprentices to begin with.
No.
So I think that's important to remember that, because that might relate back to a point made this morning about that disastrous decline in the part-time market. Yes. And whether this is a way of substituting for that. So I think there's the grounds for hope, anyway, based on some practical experience. I should declare myself actually there's a danger of this becoming a sort of lawyer's feast, because I'm a lawyer in recovery. So I don't do it anymore. There is actually a cure. But, and therefore with that background, to say that looking at some of the things that happened in the accountancy profession, where you've got that skills escalator from accounting technician, the paralegal equivalent, right the way through. So the youngest ever chartered accountant was a young lady who started at 16 and qualified at 24, didn't get a degree at all, just took the hard way through professional qualifications. But the real question I want to ask is, profession's fine, I've worked in professional education, you have predefined standards, you have pretty concrete structures to work against. But what about the role of the employer? They're going to be footing the bill on this. And I guess throughout today, we haven't heard a lot about what might become or be perceived as a threat to institutional autonomy or academic autonomy. The employers wanting to have much more say in what goes into those apprenticeships. If you look at the London apprenticeship scheme, which I think is worth having a look at from a BME point of view, they will say the employers want in on that because it creates company people. If I say that to most university academics, they'll run a mile, because it goes back to that, are we training people, are we indoctrinating people? But what is the role of the employer in this new world of a higher level apprenticeship?
I think it's important to have engagement, and I think that what's been very satisfying in the last year, whilst I've been working on City's apprenticeship programme, is having dialogue with employers, having meetings with them, and talking about what their aims and aspirations are. Now, obviously, in terms of studying law, there's not a huge amount of flexibility in terms of the kind of compulsory modules to acquire the degree, but practically all of the employers we've spoken to have raised this question around to what extent will there be scope for them to have any, for them or the apprentice to have any choice over electives, so that there can be some degree of electives that are chosen that reflect what they're practicing, particularly in the later stages. So yes, I mean, I think it makes sense if they're contributing to the degree and if they're working in partnership with the apprentice and with the education provider. I think it's healthy, and I think it's important for those of us who are educators to remain in touch with what's happening in the workplace. And I say that from the perspective of someone who is a senior lecturer and also at the same time feeling very privileged to still be in practice, because you can marry them up a bit more.
For me, there is a tension there, and I think it's a productive tension, but I think if we do not label it as a tension, it will become more of an issue. So for me, we embrace that. And there is pressure to customise degree apprenticeships for employers, especially perhaps at the small and medium level, where they're quite scared of letting a student out into a broader degree apprenticeship where the culture might not match. Academically, for me, I think bringing critical theory into the curriculum is important. That's quite difficult at undergraduate level. And bringing in this notion that management isn't a solution. I mean, it goes perhaps back to that character stuff I was talking about, back to the well-being stuff. We need to bring that in. We need to bring critical theory into leadership and management courses, but there is a tension. Undeniably, there's a tension, but there always has been. I mean, I think maybe degree apprenticeships will make it again come to the forefront, but we've always had that tension in a business school. Executive education has brought that tension. But yeah, we need to manage it and be upfront that it exists.
I think working from a manufacturing employer, they want the company ethos, the company ethic there. Their students will turn up wearing their company uniform because they're proud of it. Yeah. And that when we work with partner universities, they found it really difficult when the employer asked, well, could we have a copy of your attendance register, please? Because universities don't tend to take attendance registers. And for these individuals, they're being paid to be there by their employer. The employer thought that was really important. And equally, the cultural issues about where the lecturer can't turn up and, apocryphally, but they stick a post-it note saying, go to library, read chapters 15 to 17. These guys go back to the workplace. And then the university gets a bill to say, we want some money knocked off because your guy wasn't there to deliver. I mean, these are things that have actually happened.
There's definitely some accountability there, and I think that goes to the point I made about, one of the changes will be that you need an apprenticeship operations arm within your university, because you do need to look at attendance. If you look at apprenticeships, non-degree apprenticeships, they mark attendance, and that gets fed into the system. So that apprenticeship operations arm will bring accountability on both sides. The lecturer not turning up will not be a possibility in my view. I mean, it shouldn't be a possibility anywhere, but I mean, certainly shouldn't be in this environment. So maybe that again is a way in which we can make business education more accountable. Any further questions? Yeah.
Thanks, Aaron Kenwell, Cairneagle Associates. Aaron Kenwell from Cairneagle Associates. Obviously, we talked a lot today about social mobility. One of the questions I've got is, what's your view on the Sainsbury review, if implemented, essentially pushing people down either a technical route or a general education route on social mobility and being able to achieve some of the goals that have been talked about today?
I personally don't necessarily like that dichotomy. For me, degree apprenticeships are bringing those two together. If you look at the digital and technology solutions degree apprenticeships, that's very much the case. Here we have a degree apprenticeship that's saying, get those technical skills, be able to program, but we don't just want a programmer, we want a programmer who understands business. And I go back to a comment I made this morning. I taught in Canada for a while, and it was fascinating how their technology was just seen to be much more of business life, and there wasn't that separation between the technical programmer and the business-orientated programmer. So differing degree apprenticeships such as digital and technology solutions, I think, go against the Sainsbury Review. And suggest that what we need for productivity is everyone to have commercial awareness. I mean, look at the slides that were put up this morning. Commercial awareness was pretty high up in the agenda as to what employers thought was missing. So can we just have purely technical people and managerial people? Surely that's what we want to get away from. But that's, I would say, a personal view.
And we surely want people to have as broad as possible skill sets so that doors remain open or open for them as opposed to narrowing them down and pushing them down particular paths which close off opportunities. That would certainly be my view.
Any other comments or discussions? No? Well, thank you for your time. We're both available afterwards, I'm sure, or please contact us if you'd like to continue this story or have any ideas about what you're doing, as we'd appreciate sharing them. But thank you above all.
Anita is from Gdansk University of Technology, Faculty of Management and Economics in Poland. And the topic you want to present on is how do we teach engineers entrepreneurship, and a case study of Gdansk University of Technology. So Anita, over to you, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope it will be just the base for the discussion, this presentation. For 2 days, yesterday and today, I was listening and learning about business school, about business education in UK. And at the beginning, I thought we are completely different because our university works in different environments. And coming to now, I found out that we face almost the same problems, almost the same challenges. With my colleague, Professor Julita Wasilczuk, we have prepared a short paper. I hope it will be available on the website about how do we teach engineers entrepreneurship. She cannot be today with us because today is the first day that our new authorities at the university starts their working. She was elected in May on a dean of our faculty. So probably she will watch this. We can say hello. Yes. At the beginning, I would like to say a few words about our university. This is absolutely not perfect, but unique place to study, I think. Have you ever been in Poland? For sure you know Polish people, yeah. Because there are a lot of them here. Yeah, but I would really welcome you to Poland and welcome you to learn how our education system is built and how it developed for last years. So our university is not as old as this in Oxford, of course, but it's one of the oldest. It's over 100 years of history. And it's built on 9 faculties, including our faculty, my faculty. This is the Faculty of Management and Economics. In 1992, our faculty was established at this university, and that was the experiment, because on technical university, there was no economics and no management before. And at the early beginning, we were treated as younger, ugly, and unliked sister among other faculties. But after over 20 years, now we have built our position in teaching and in research, of course, and we are called the wind of change in the university. Again, coming to this voting, which was in May, our vice rector in the authorities of the whole university will be our previous dean of our faculty. So we hope the university will change more and more, will be more innovative, more active, and more entrepreneurial. Our faculty offers studying at each degree, at the first degree, second master degree, doctoral, MBA, and postgraduate studies. So all types of studies. We also offer the unique program. This is the unique in our country program, engineering management. Because we found out that engineers, they speak their own language, let's call it. And managers, these business students, they talk with their own language. So we try to find out the common solution, yes, that when they meet in the company, they will understand each other. So this is the unique program, and we have every year over 200 candidates to study this program.
From Poland?
Yes, this is only in Polish because we have, of course, international programs, but this is just management. This is on the license of our Ministry of Science. This is only for Polish, this unique program. At the university, we have over 23,000 of students, 3,500, those are these business students. We have over 200 scientists and lecturers, about 200 these are at our faculty. This is difficult to say separately about university and faculty because our construction is a little bit different than yours. So we are somewhere between autonomy and centralization. So we have, the faculties has their autonomy, but at the same time, every decision, including this, we will hire you or fire you, is made by the main central authorities. So this is somewhere between, yeah? And our values, this is smart university, high quality of science, scientific research and teaching, and broad cooperation, international and local. We have at our faculty every semester over 100 foreign students, and over 100 students from our faculty goes abroad in the Erasmus programs. How do we try to teach our students entrepreneurship? The model is built on 4 pillars. The first one I will discuss at the end. The second pillar, this is cooperation with business in the teaching process. It was discussed yesterday, it was discussed today from the morning. So we as the faculty invited representatives of the biggest, the smaller companies to the consultation board. We also invited to this board representatives of regional authorities, labor market organizations, and we meet once for 3 months with these representatives. And we discuss the direction, how we should develop our programs, what we should develop in our educational process and curricula, of course. We invite these professionals to run the classes with the students as well. We organize open lectures and workshops, and what was quite surprising at the beginning when we started this, the classrooms were empty. Even if there were many advertisements that very famous people, famous and popular, and the politicians, the economists, the entrepreneurs will come, the rooms were almost empty. Now they are full. So people had to learn that they can come, that it is fruitful. So it lasted, yeah. We needed some time to learn people that they can learn something extra outside the main program of the study. We also started the idea that we will realize projects for the companies, the students' projects. So it wasn't so popular. Right now, the semester projects, the final master engineering projects can be realized in connection with companies. The third pillar, this is the support we give for people who are interested in starting up the business. So this is the pre-incubation, this is incubation, those are workshops, how to start up the company. Yeah. And the fourth one, this is the support for those who are interested in commercialization of the ideas, mainly for academics. This is quite difficult for us to commercialize our research results because we are the public university and we have the public procurement rules. So we had to find out the solution, how we can make this commerce more in practice. And there is built the Center for Knowledge Technology Transfer, and a special company was established where the shares has the university. And this company can make different agreements on the market. And coming back to the first pillar, the learning, the teaching process. It should be divided on two groups. The teaching process we have on our faculty and on other these engineering faculties dedicated to these engineers. Of course, on our faculty we have plenty subjects related with economy, business law, entrepreneurship, management, everything related with running, with planning, with strategy, with business. But when we are coming to other faculties, to these engineering faculties, there is lack of such subjects. The research which was made in 2010 among all universities which are in Pomerania region, where we are, showed up that 60% of students had never had any subject related with economy, management, and entrepreneurship. So, as I told before, we are this wind of change, and we are trying to convince deans of other faculties that maybe they should put into the programs the subjects related with management, economy, entrepreneurship, whatever, just to build up these soft skills. Because what is quite interesting, since 10 years we have been analyzing the preferences of our students if they are interested in starting up the business at the first semester and the last semester. And what is quite surprising, at the last semester, less students are interested in starting up the business than at the first. And since 2 years, we do this research not only on our faculty, but also on these engineering faculties. And these engineers are more interested in starting up the business than our business students. So we have the small success because almost on all faculty they are appearing new subjects related with economic management, which we are asked to conduct. But of course we have education dilemmas. For whom are these classes? Because audience is different. When I go for the classes to the engineers who mainly are concentrated on IT technologies, on this hardware or software programming, they expect me to tell them how to start up. What they should do, the firm will become the true. How to prepare the business plan. When I go to the classes, the same name, entrepreneurship, but our students, these business students, they do not expect I will tell them how to write the business plan, because these classes they had 2 semesters ago. They expect I will learn them, I will teach them how to make the concept come true. How to plan this, how to organize the resources, how to solve the problems, and they want to see the result. So their expectations are completely different. When I come to the group, the Polish students, the expectations, again, are a little bit different. Then I come to the group with Erasmus students, because the reality of realizing some business ideas are completely different in different countries. So yeah, we are looking for the best solution how to teach our students. For now, we have the same. Well, the courses are called the same, but what is inside is completely different. Yes, it depends for whom it is dedicated. On some courses, which are called entrepreneurship, we learn how to become an entrepreneur. In some others, we learn how to manage a company. On some others, how to be entrepreneurial. And of course, when we come to the doctor's degree, the third degree, we teach about theory of entrepreneurship. I cannot imagine when I come to these engineers and I start talking about Veblen, Schumpeter, and others theory. They would be well, surprised, but not optimistic, in optimistic way. In the paper, you will find the 3 courses which we describe how they are differ to each other. I will not right now present this, but what we hope will come true. It is the new concept of teaching entrepreneurship at our university as a whole. We propose, we have a great hope and well, we think that other deans, other teachers will be convinced to this idea that every student on the first degree at our university will participate in the course of entrepreneurship, the basis. It doesn't matter if this is civil engineering, if this is IT faculty, if this is chemist faculty, it doesn't matter. Everyone should come to the course of entrepreneurship, the basis. Because they need this, they declare this in the survey, that they expect this and it is useful for them. This is our opinion. And on the second degree, who comes to us, to our faculty for the second degree? Very many students, those are the alumni of the first degree from other, from other faculties. So it cannot be the same. It must be the development of the idea of entrepreneurship. But what we need to our idea come true? First of all, international cooperation and cooperation with business environment. It was mentioned many times yesterday and today. If we really want to be efficient in this education, there must be the cooperation. We can see the change in the business opinion, because in previous years, the companies did not want to cooperate with the universities, because the universities were seen in Poland as bureaucratic, very slow, sometimes arrogant institutions, which were not really ready to cooperation. Now it has, the opinion has been changing, and I think in our situation it has changed much, and we can see this openness. Consistency of curricula, so we cannot have the situation that the program will be repeated on different steps of education. The professionalism of staff, it was also mentioned today and yesterday, that we as the teachers must learn still. And we invited as the teachers these part-time practitioners. So I think we are going into the right direction. And readiness for changes. I think everything needs time. The new authorities, it was also today said that very important is who is on the top of the organization structure. And I think today, the first day of new authorities of our university, this is a good day. I hope. There were many promises during the election. And I think the thinking is changing, that professors has to have contact with the business, that they have to pay attention about students' development. They must spend more time than only 45 minutes in the classroom. And quality versus quantity. In Poland, we have still this mass education, so big groups, and economy is very important. So it's easier to have one group of 120 students, the lecture, than 5 groups of 20 people, yes? Because it's just cheaper. And we need this type of change as well.
Okay.
I hope this will be the start.
I want to find out where is your professors trained? Where do they get trained? Because it's very important that when you try to teach these engineers leadership or entrepreneurship, they must be properly trained, which is very important. So where do your professors are trained, and how are they trained?
Well, I will tell now about our faculty, not about the whole university. Only about my faculty. We have very well-trained professors. Most of them, professors and doctors, lecturers as well. Most of us, we had internship abroad.
Okay.
And
is it England, America, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Eastern countries, Western countries, not Eastern countries. No, not this generation.
Yeah.
We rather have all these professors who have broad contacts.
How do you interview them? How do you know that they're good at their jobs?
These professors? Well, very many of them have their own business, which are working very good.
And you look back at their work, that how good they were and how did they do? Were they doing it themselves, or they had hired somebody else for that?
Well, probably some of them has their managers, of course. It's obvious, yes. I did not make the interview with all of them, but they are recognizable in the academic world, even abroad, and they are quite well known economists on the Polish scale and international scale
and
as
if
well.
you think one of them is not as good as you took at the interview, then what do you do?
I'm not the dean, I'm not the rector, so
Okay.
I will not
because these are very
give
important
any
questions.
decision.
You know, these are very important questions because we are trying to train not a young person like a teenager. We're trying to train the engineers. So for that, it is really very important to know a lot of background.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, but I think the good recommendation for our professors are the results. Our alumni have no problem with finding the job, and they are, after the last survey, the best earned person in our region. So I think this is the good recommendation. We have no problems with candidates for MBA studies. We have very many postgraduate studies, so this is offer for these working people, not only for very young people.
Chris, in Oxford, I mean, you just finished your degree in human sciences.
Yeah.
Which faculty would that have been based in?
That was confusingly under the School of Anthropology, but I was studying a lot of genetics and psychology too, so it was really a mixture.
But the idea that the Syed Business School would be going across lots of departments and trying to teach entrepreneurship in the departments as part of the course is not common at Oxford.
No.
So 3 years ago in the United Kingdom, there was a report called Innovation and Growth from the Association of Business Schools. It was Richard Rawlinson, the head of Booz & Co., the consultancy, plus the Dean of Leeds Business School. And the report was to Lord Heseltine and to Lord Young. And they made the similar recommendations to British business schools, that first of all, they had, besides teaching just to management MBA students, they had to engage with all the other departments. And they needed to try and interest the students from every department in entrepreneurship, not just the people who were studying business. And again, to do that successfully, they needed to bring in and help create academics who had worked in business and recognized their business qualifications instead of them necessarily having to go through the whole process. And it was only by that process, which a few business schools have done, that they've managed to engage with the other departments and start an entrepreneurship process. And what's interesting is that, as you say, it's not just the students, but also the faculty. And if you're going to do a culture of that, even if it meant the faculty lose some students and lose some academics, but are creating businesses, then that's the right result. But you have to get the authorities to recognise that, so that it doesn't just look as though everyone's left and you failed. And it's interesting across a lot of areas. The example I give locally here is nearby in Cirencester is the Royal Agricultural College, which is now a university. And they've been very, very successful at that. So they did it the other way around. They were an agricultural college, completely specialist, all the sciences of soil and animal husbandry and crops and everything that went with it. And they built a business school onto the side of it. They brought in people who were in agriculture, in distribution, in all the intermediate financing, etc., into the business school. And so it was actually their initiative rather than the management and economist people going in. And that is now quite a successful model. But it means that British farming has gone through a huge change. Yeah. And as one speaker was saying, if you look at British farms now, there are a lot of new businesses on British farms, tourism businesses, visitor attractions, specialist manufacturing of meats, local branding. But interestingly, a lot of that is led by women, and the business school sets up courses for the women and Harper Adams, which is another. And it's been interesting. It's been what were considered the most old-fashioned, out-of-date institutions, the agricultural colleges, that actually made the leap right into engaging with, everything from hospitality, adventure playgrounds, paintballing. So they created lots and lots of new businesses because the core business was becoming very difficult and marginal. And you'll have the same in Poland. One of the things that the College of Agriculture in Aberdeen taught a lot of farmers to do was how to go over to Poland and rent property and do contract management of Polish agriculture, which the land is very rich, but the methodologies were not very modern. And so a lot of Scottish farmers did very well in Poland. So it's quite, but again, it was that interrelation and trying to get it to go in the most unusual places. And so there are very good stories. The historians at Stirling who managed to trace a document back to the Vatican that proved that William Wallace, who is a famous Scottish leader, there's a film about him, but that actually he could write Latin, could speak languages, and just around that single document they built a visitor centre, and they built the story and around the film, and they made a business out of what would otherwise have been a dry academic discovery. And so there's lots of that kind of thing going on, but the business schools here are just trying to get away from what we call their monoculture of the MBA And so this is a very interesting crossover and very important because Gdansk is a big engineering tradition.
Yeah.
Can I ask if how have I mean, Poland has seen a lot of German companies and others invest in Poland, and large bits of Poland become de facto parts of the extended German economy. Does any of that drive the demand for better management, or does it offer opportunities for entrepreneurship, or is this culture coming out of Gdansk's own heritage?
Well, we of course have a lot of German investments, but they come from other countries as well. And in Gdańsk particularly, we do not really have big problems with employment.
Yeah.
The unemployment rate in whole in whole Poland, it's on the level about 8%. In our region, it's about, I think, 7%, but in Gdansk, like it is, it's neutral, 3 or 5%. So our alumni finds this job very easily, but well, our alumni finds the job in right, proper position, I can say, that they can make their career. But in Pomerania and Gdańsk, there is several private business schools, and their alumni find the job, for example, in the shop.
Yeah.
They are sellers just in the shop. So we have this situation that this is mass higher education, but the level of this education is very
variable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I wondered is, I'd say the side business school here waits for an engineer or a chemist to decide they have an entrepreneurial idea and they want to pursue it, and then they voluntarily come to the launch pad in the business school, and there they can attend voluntary workshops to learn to set up their business. And there's a small incubator space too. But with your model, it's taught from the start. I wondered how long you've been teaching entrepreneurship from the first year, and whether you saw a big increase in students being inspired to start their own business, because it's something, with my role, I'm always trying to inspire more and more students.
Well, on the first year, we start teaching different subjects related with entrepreneurship only on our faculty.
Okay.
Only. We are not responsible for the students from our faculties. We run the classes related with economics, management, and entrepreneurships there only when we are invited, when in the program their authorities, these faculties authorities will put this type of subjects, and usually they are put at the end of the education process on the first or second degree. So yeah, when we are serving our students, we just try to find out what they are thinking about startups when they are coming to us, without any background of the education they get from us.
Okay, any other sort of questions?
No, I've done. I had the most important one I wanted to know, that's all.
Yeah, answering something more to your question, we have actually, I think, 3 or 4 visiting professors. One is from Italy, one is from Australia. We have also from Great Britain, but he's not right now. But he's coming quite often to us.
What's the ratio of men and women? How many,
among teachers or among students?
No, about the students.
Well, it depends which faculty and which program you will take. This management engineering, I do not have exact data, but I think it is 60% women and 40% men. But when I go to teach entrepreneurship on the civil engineering, for example, or IT programming faculty, in the class of 45, 60 people, there are 3-4 women.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking because I'm
But
curious.
when I go to the chemistry, in the group there is no men, for example.
Because I do lots of...
No men.
More or less the same thing what you're doing in United Arab Emirates, in Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. So we just started with, first we started with men only, but now we've got more women than men, you know. So I think it's everywhere. Women are trying to get out and trying to do something so they can start some sort of a business for themselves, which is good.
From the statistics, more women are on the higher education in Poland than men. So they are more active in the education.
Okay. Well, I think it is the trend of that level of engagement, and there is a lot of pressure, but it is running up against the research-driven focus of a lot of league tables and things. But there are enough faculty and people in not just engineering but other subjects who see this as a positive. And, but it does take quite a long time to organise, and not everybody's comfortable with a more commercial approach, and then taking it into the incubator stage and making it successful is much more difficult than people think.
But coming back to this equity, gender equity, my colleague Julita Wasilczuk was the first woman dean in the university history. So.
And Gdansk is quite, I mean, it's a long-established university, but I'm very conscious that there are a massive number of universities in Poland, a lot of private. How do you differentiate? How do the students differentiate the levels of providers? You know, do you have groupings like we have here for the Russell Group, Universities UK, and then separately for the private commercial providers? Is it clear to the students what are the established institutions and what are the newer ones?
It's very clear.
Okay.
Yeah. And if, well, there are, as you said, many universities, but there are even more these applied science universities, this Fachhochschule in German system. And students know exactly when they are going to the public university, they will get the very high quality education, and the result, the employment is almost guaranteed after this. And there are only a few private universities that offer very high quality and have very good position among the other universities. Because these public universities, well, their position, their prestige, their history, but also the research is very important. In private, very often there is only teaching, and as we told today and yesterday, research must be always related with, the teaching must be always related with research.
And do you think other universities are doing what you're trying to do or taking it up, or is this a first step that you know of in Polish universities?
What we are doing?
Yeah.
Well, I think we are a little bit different than others. So I think we are at the front, the leaders, because the results our faculty has, I mean, Faculty of Management and Economics, are better than economic universities in some areas. So yeah, I think we are the leaders.
Okay, well, if there are no more questions, I'd just like to thank Anita again for her presentation, and thank all of you for questions and taking part. And you'll be able to find the documentation that accompanies this film on the website. The slides, etc., will accompany it. And again, thank you very much. The end. Hey. Okay.